Guhana. She was also felicitated Sasat Nari Award by Nari to Narayani Uthan Smiti Panipat. Madam, now I welcome Dr. Sumandal as per for headers. मैडम मैं कहना तो और कुछ बहुत कुछ चाहती थी लेकिन समय की शॉर्टेज के कारण यही जो है पॉइंट रख पाई. थैंक यू मैम. वेलकम मैम. And now mic is over Dr. Rajkumari.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite our resource person, Dr. Suman Dalal, to express her views on the topic of hypothesis. Welcome, ma'am.
Others, please mute your mic.
It will be a talk, and but first, you may say 15 to 20 minutes. I want to explain in a lecture form to all of you regarding the concept of hypothesis, regarding nature, characteristics, and the basic types, etc. And after that, when I explain you the types, then we will discuss. It will be interacting session. After not more than I will not take not more than 20 minutes. Then it will be purely interaction, and you will write down different hypothesis, type of hypothesis, and we will discuss their examples of different hypotheses. So we will work like a workshop, but first of all, I want to you may say a theoretical information regarding hypothesis. First of all, I am taking the concept of hypothesis. Hypothesis is the word consists of two words, hypo plus thesis. Hypo means tentative or subjective, subjects to the verification or composition of two or more variables which are to be verified. Means in hypothesis, we have two or more variables or composition of two or more variables and verification of something. So this is the meaning of hypo. Thesis means statement about solution of the problem or position of these variables in the specific frame of reference. Means thesis means solution of any problem or exact position of the variables, where they are lying, what is the effect of one upon another. So hypothesis is the literal meaning, if we take hypothesis, is a tentative statement about the solution of the problem. So when we have to find out the solution of any problem, causes of any problem, then we need hypothesis. This is its literal meaning. So it means hypothesis offers a solution to a problem that is to be verified empirically and based on some rationale. Means in hypothesis, we find out a solution or cause to a problem and we verified empirically, and all the this is based on the rationale. Next point is regarding the concept that hypothesis is considered as an intelligent guess because we make prior.
Ma'am, your screen is not visible.
Screen is not visible. Just a minute. Give me.
It is visible, sir. It is visible, sir. No, sir. No, ma'am. No visible, ma'am.
Is it visible?
Not
Visible?
Not visible, ma'am.
Visible, ma'am. Activity was not visible.
With small screen, ma'am.
Ma'am, it's visible to us.
Not visible, ma'am.
Participants, please speak.
Suman ma'am, you present it. You share your screen.
Yes, I am presenting from my screen.
मैम राजकुमारी मैम जो राजकुमारी मैम के उसमें स्क्रीन
Maybe Rajkumari ma'am gives you access to present.
Just a minute. Give me half minute.
Yeah.
Swimming game, 4-stroke name. Swimming game में कितने स्ट्रोक होते हैं?
Ma'am, you have muted your mic. Suman ma'am, you have muted your mic.
Actually, it is from another ID, Dr. Rajkumari's ID. You pin up that ID, then you will see the screen. Some of the participants are enjoying the screen.
Whom we have to pin, ma'am? Whom we have to pin?
Rajkumari's ID.
Sir, you will have to pin.
Okay.
Ma'am, how can we pin?
Just a minute, Mary, you open Kari. I have opened my email ID on another PC.
There are more than 200 people, ma'am. We are unable to search Rajkumari, ma'am.
Just a minute. Okay, sir, no issue. Yes. Now is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it visible now to all of you? Okay. Sorry for disturbance. So the concept of hypothesis is that it is, you may say, a formal statement of tentative or expected prediction or explanation of the relationship between two or more variables in a specified population. Means in if we have to make hypothesis or so it is a formal statement, it is tentative, it is expected prediction. Means when we have to conduct the research, before conduction of that research, we make hypothesis. So these are the predictions. What may be the results? So these are the expected predictions or explanation regarding the relationship of the variables. Variables may be two, three, four, and variables. And definitely when we have variables, we have to take experiment on some population. So population is also required. Next, it has to translate the research problem and objective into a clear explanation or prediction of the expected result or outcomes of the study. It means there are clear-cut outcome directions in hypothesis, and hypothesis is derived from research problems, literature review, and conceptual framework. Means when we have to make hypothesis, we have with us our research problem, because our research problem contains our different you may say variables. So variables are defined in our research problem. We took variables from our research problem. If we don't have research literature review, then we are not able to find out what were the previous researches or results of the previous researches. So all of you have attended the literature review lecture. So literature review is a must, and it should be thoroughly. So on the basis of literature review, we have a clear cut idea regarding the effect of one variable upon another, or about their relationship, and we need conceptual framework of those particular variables or that particular concept. Next, I am taking the nature and characteristics of hypothesis. uh, Up to this time, I have explained you regarding the basic concept of hypothesis. What is hypothesis? And I think so you have understand that in hypothesis there are some variables. There is a statement of the problem which we are upon which we are going to research, and there are some you may say effect of variables from on each other, or effect of one upon another. There must be some associated population from which we have to take data in behavioral sciences. Not okay. So these things are required. So and related to hypothesis, and also one point which I have explained you, that hypothesis is a, you may say, prediction. We predict in advance, so it is a prediction. Next, in nature and characteristics, first point is conceptually clear. Means in hypothesis the concepts, it should be based on clear cut concepts, and concepts should be operationally defined, commonly accepted, and should be written in communicable words. Means concept should be clear in the hypothesis what we are going to test, because hypothesis is the tentative statement regarding the solution of the problem. It is a prediction regarding the solution of the problem. So it should be clear, concept should be clear, it should be based on operational defined. Means when we are going, it gives us direction in which direction we have to work. So the meaning of operational defined means what operations we have to do, what works we have to do, what will be our future planning, and commonly accepted and communicable words. It should be written in such words which are commonly accepted. Why? Means commonly used by our surroundings, our, you may say, area where we are going to research, or who will read. Means not complicated words should not be used in the framing of hypothesis. Next point is declarative statements. Hypothesis must be written in a
Mr. Pawan, mute yourself.
It is the relationship of tentative relationship, because we confirm the relationship after our experiment or after our data collection, and then processing of data. After processing of data, then only we are able to say the final relationship. But hypothesis are, you may say, prior, you mean our statement. So this is the it shows the tentative relationship between two variables or more than two variables. It is always it must be forwarded or future oriented, because we speaks or hypothesis speaks about our future results, future, you may say, finding. So these are the, we may say, that forward, or these are always be future oriented. Then pivot of a scientific research. because as we, you may say the steps, the criteria we follow in scientific research. So this is, you may say, we have to follow it. Then tentative solution or working proposition. Hypothesis always provide us a tentative solution or a working proposition. Tentative solution means that the solution is not final. It indicates the solution. Hypothesis always indicates the solution, but that solution is always tentative, not the final solution. And it is the, you may say, twofold functions. Twofold functions means that here we say our future verification is you may say there, but it is always you may say based on our past facts or the information we will gather from our society or our near bias or what is the population. Next is hypothesis must be testable. The language should be such that we can test these hypotheses, because on the basis of testing of these hypotheses, then only we are able to confirm the results on the basis of hypothesis. Next is economical and parsimonious. Economical means ki economical in the may say point of view of time, money and labor. From three aspects it should be economical, not only from money point of view. Rather, we our hypotheses are written in such a way that when we test those hypotheses, much less time may be taken, less money will be you may say expenditure will be less, and side by side labor or you may say our manforce should be less. Next is related to existing body of theory and fact. Our hypothesis, as I told you, that hypotheses are based on our literature review. What was our literature review? What is indication received from our literature review? On that basis, we make our hypothesis. So, it is, you may say, related to existing body of theory. What is existing knowledge of those particular terms, those particular concepts, those particular facts? If we have taken two variables, so what is the at present knowledge or theory or fact related to those particular variables? Our hypothesis will be based on that particular knowledge. Next is logical unit and comprehensiveness. So the hypothesis must be logically, you may say, as in a unit of logical, you may say, explanations, logical base, and it must be comprehensive. It should be general in scope. Scope is general and wide, not so much specific, related to available scientific tools and techniques. What are the available tools and techniques? It should be based on those tools and techniques, because we have to verify on the basis of availability of tools and techniques and in accordance with the other hypotheses of the same field. We must take care of the existing hypothesis which other researchers have done their researches and they make their hypothesis. We must write down, note down by considering those hypotheses, then only we make our hypothesis. So that must be in accordance to that, not exact copying that, but rather in accordance to those you may say hypothesis. Now I'm taking that what is the contribution of hypothesis in the field of research. If we are doing research, we have made you may say objectives, we have made research questions. So if we have research questions with us, then what is the need of the hypothesis? Because hypothesis provides a clarity to research problem and research objectives. Because objectives are written, we have objectives with us, we have research questions with us, but the hypothesis provides us how we have to proceed further. It gives a further clarity. So and next, it describes, explains and predicts the expected results or outcome of the result. Means the expected outcomes are described or explained or predicted, because we have to take something in our mind. What will be the effect of this on this? What are the causes? What are the effects? So what is the relationship? We have to first of all predict something. So all these things, these predictions, these, you may say, explanations in advance, it is, you may say, clearly we can write down or we can find out from our hypothesis. It indicates type of research design. What will be our research design? So we got indication from our hypothesis. It directs the research study process. What will be our you may say process of research? Hypothesis directs us regarding that, because you have yesterday you had discussed regarding different types of researches, and you were actively involved in those sessions. So I think so you can easily analyze this thing, that what will be the process, will be the, you may say, type of our objectives or research. So our hypothesis gives a clear cut indication regarding that. It identifies the population of the research study that is to be investigated or examined. So what will be the population? We got some, you may say, uh, clarification or identification from our hypothesis. It facilitates data collection, data analysis, and data interpretation. Because data collection, because hypothesis testing will be based on uh, analysis or interpretation of data, and before that we have to collect data. Means data collection, then analysis, and then interpretation of that data. Then only we can, you may say, accept, reject our hypothesis, or we will come on a conclusion. Next is, in its intelligent hunch or proposition, it is helpful in predicting and establishing relationship between two or more variables. I'm just concluding what hypotheses are contributors, that in predicting and establishing relationship between two or more variables, predicting and establishing a cause and effect relationship, predicting and explaining the real nature of phenomenon, predicting and testing the suggested solution of a problem. Problem of any solution is always suggested in our hypothesis, but we will find the solution after testing the hypothesis. Hypothesis always predict and explain what is the nature of the phenomenon associated with our research. Hypothesis always predict and establish a cause and effect relationship, and always predict and establish relationship between two or more variables. Next, lastly I am taking the workable definition of hypothesis. Means what we have concluded from the, you may say, my above discussion, that a hypothesis is an intelligent, well planned hunch or guess or working assumption written in the form of a tentative declarative statement, the truth of which is yet to be established through evidence gathered by an investigator with the help of a well planned, properly executed study. So in this workable definition of hypothesis, hypothesis is what? Hypothesis is an intelligent, means intelligently framed, well planned. It is a hunch or guess, means in advance we are thinking about what will be, or working assumption means what will be our, in the form of, what is the form of writing? Of a tentative declarative statement, the truth of which is the truth is not yet with us. So we will establish the truth on the basis of the evidences gathered by whom? By investigator. And with whom's help? With the help of a well-planned and properly executed study. Means we will establish our results on the basis of a well-planned and properly executed study. Now I'm taking functions of hypothesis, just 2 slides related to functions of hypothesis, and then I will switch over to types of hypothesis. In functions of hypothesis, I am taking that the hypothesis enables an investigator to start his research work. It is a temporary solution of a problem concerning with some truth which enables an investigator to start his research work. You may feel that some things are you may say repeated so many times in the form of concept, in the form of its characteristics or scope, and now in the form of function. But my point of view is that if I will explain repeated times, the concept is going on one by you may say another my explanation, so that it may be clear to each and everyone. So hypothesis is, it enables the researcher to start his work in a, may say it is always a temporary solution to the problem, which is you may say concerning or related with some truth which enables investigator to start research work. Next, it leads to for a formulation. Sometimes one hypothesis leads to another hypothesis, but not always. It leads to interpret results, drawing conclusions related to original purpose, and it offers a basis in establishing the specific what to study for and may provide possible solutions to the problem. And preliminary hypothesis may take the shape of a final hypothesis. As I told you, sometimes one hypothesis leads to another or preliminary hypothesis, and after that, sometimes we make preliminary hypothesis, then we give it a final shape to that hypothesis. And each hypothesis provides the investigator with definite statement which may objectively tested and accepted or rejected, or leads for interpreting results and drawing conclusions that is related to original purpose. Every hypothesis provides investigator a statement, a definite. There is no, you may say, confusion in that statement. It is, you may say, or tested objectively, and after testing it may be accepted, it may be rejected, and then the acceptance and rejection of that particular hypothesis leads our, you may say, interpreting our results, and we will draw a conclusion. Hypothesis also delimits the field of investigation, and it sensitizes the researcher so that he should work selectively and have very realistic approach to the problem, and it offers collecting evidences for verification. Now I am coming to types of hypothesis. A great you may say researcher Carlinger classified hypothesis as substantive or research hypothesis and statistical hypothesis or null hypothesis. Means directional research hypothesis and non-directional research hypothesis are the part of substantive or you may say research hypothesis. And second broad classification is substantive or research and statistical or null hypothesis. And now first of all I am taking the first one, where we have the by the name of substantive hypothesis, means that when we you may say directional research hypothesis and non-directional research hypothesis, means directional means where we got some direction regarding the output of the result, regarding the prediction, what we are going to predict, what we are, you may say, explaining in our hypothesis, what we are taking in our hypothesis, which gives us a clear-cut direction what regarding the possible solutions of that particular research. So for example, the government school teachers of Haryana are better adjusted than the non-government school teachers. Here, a direction we receive the direction that government school teachers are better, or children of working mother are more social and extrovert than those of the non-working mothers. It is not proven. It may be these statements, these are the hypotheses, these may be rejected, may be accepted. Our results may be based on the will be based on the acceptance and rejection of these hypotheses. But these are the directional hypotheses. In both hypotheses, we got a clear-cut direction, or the participation in co-curricular activities affects the achievement of students in a negative way. So again here we got a clear-cut direction. Next, the second, you may say, type of this substantive or research hypothesis is non-directional research hypothesis. As from its name, it's clear that non-directional research hypothesis means where we do not get any direction. Okay, so that is non-directional research hypothesis. First of all, I'm taking an example. There is significant difference between adjustment of government and non-government school teachers. Okay, we we receive only this much indication that there is a difference between adjustment of government and non-government school teachers, but up to what extent this difference is, how much degree, it is not, you may say, clear. So we do not get any direction regarding this in our from our hypothesis. As in the case of directional hypothesis, there is a, you may say, clear cut that they are better. Here there is a difference. In difference, which one is, you may say, at where? So it is not clear. Or second example I am taking, that there is a significant difference between the school achievements of the children of working and non-working mother. Means there is a significant difference between working and non-working mothers. Means difference exists. It is, you may say, only this direction we got, but what is the difference? It is not clear. The degree is not clear. Or in difference, who stands where? And third example I am taking, there is a significant difference between the achievements of students who participates in co-curricular activities and those who do not participate. I am taking those almost those examples which I have explained in directional hypothesis, that the students who participates and who do not participate in co-curricular activities, there is a difference between their achievements. But what is the difference? Who is better? Who is, you may say, at lower side? It is not clear from the hypothesis. So such type of hypotheses are non-directional hypotheses. Next, I am taking the statistical hypothesis or null hypothesis. Null statistical hypotheses are those hypotheses the validity of which can be tested through statistical means inferential statistics. Okay, in case of quantitative researches, or here we just, you may say, for example, I am taking one example, that the students of group A taught by demonstration method will do better in a specified achievement test than the students of group B taught by lecture method. Means if we are going to uh, research on the effects of one particular, you may say, method, demonstration method, and we just compare with the conventional method or lecture method, or if we are going to compare between two methods, then we will say that there is no significant difference between the achievement scores of the students of group A taught by demonstration method, and students of group B taught by lecture method. Okay, so these type of hypotheses are, you may say, normally in behavioral sciences. This is the most popular type of hypothesis which our students, which our researchers want to take. And in these hypotheses, uh, if we have with us the, you may say, data of such type that the result of, you may say, the if you but the, so sorry, first I am taking, then I will take that at what time which hypothesis we will take. uh, Now I'm taking the directional hypothesis and a little bit explanation regarding this, that it predicts the direction of the relationship between independent and dependent variable. And non-directional hypothesis predicts the relationship between independent variable and dependent variable, but does not specify the direction of the relationship, as I explained you earlier. Then statistical or null hypothesis. This hypothesis is stated in the null form, which is an assertion that no relationship or no difference exists between or among the variables. So null hypothesis is a statistical hypothesis testable within the framework of probability theory. It is a non-directional form of hypothesis. There is a trend to employ or develop null hypothesis in research in most of the disciplines. Most popular type of hypothesis is this. And the null hypothesis tentatively states that on the basis of evidence tested, there is no difference. Statistical tests of significance are used to accept or reject the null hypothesis. Now I am taking some other types of hypothesis which normally or sometimes, normally we use these hypotheses, null hypothesis or directional hypothesis, non-directional hypothesis. Question form is again a rarely used, but I am taking some other hypothesis as a simple hypothesis, question hypothesis, complex hypothesis, empirical hypothesis, null hypothesis, alternative. Null is already explained. Alternative, logical, statistical. So just uh, just want to clear that in different books you may find some other words for these hypotheses. So I am just explaining. Simple means that it is one in which there exists relationship between two variables. One is called independent and the other is the dependent variable, and we find out the cause and effect, or you may say effect of one variable upon the another, or their relationship. As smoking leads to cancer, okay, or higher ratio of unemployment leads to crime. Next is the question form of hypothesis. It is the simplest form of empirical verification. The simple case of investigation and research are adequately implemented by resuming a question. Here we put our words in the form of questions. Matter may be same, but type is you may say question type, WH question. Then complex hypothesis is the complex hypothesis is that where relationship among variables exists. In this type, dependent and independent variables are more than two. Okay, because the variables are more than two, so these hypotheses are called complex hypothesis. Next is empirical hypothesis. It means that you may say here empirical refers to the use of working hypothesis, which is tested on the basis of observation and experiment. And here empirical data is produced by experiment and observation. Null hypothesis, as already explained to you. Next, alternate hypothesis. These are denoted by H1, and here we may say that sample observations and influence by some non-random cause. Statistical hypothesis, which can be verified statistically, called statistical hypothesis. Here the statement may be logical or illogical, but if it is verified by statistic, then it is proven. Causal hypothesis predicts the cause or effect relationship or interaction between independent variable and dependent variable. Next, associative hypothesis are, there is the relationship between independent and dependent variable, and where the change in any one of the variable changes occurs also in the other variable. Means their relationship is such, if one changes, effect of one changes, then the effect of another automatically changes. So further moving to importance of hypothesis, now I want to invite some questions from you, and I want that you take just 2 or 3 variables, write one hypothesis. Mainly I am taking directional, non-directional, and null hypothesis, because commonly we use these hypotheses. So you just write down, take just 2 variables, 3 variables, and write down hypothesis of these 3 types. Yes, participants.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Okay.
Ma'am, if we have a null hypothesis in our study, is it compulsory to make an alternative hypothesis side by side?
If you have null hypothesis, then it is compulsory to make a
Is it compulsory to make an alternative hypothesis?
No, if you have null hypothesis, you move forward with null hypothesis.
But in many studies, I have seen, ma'am, कि अगर आपने null बनाई है, तो you have to make an alternative hypothesis side by side this. Because in statistics, what we have studied, that hypothesis is based on the first information, that is merely based on the raw information.
Yeah.
It can be true, it cannot be true.
Yes.
तो मैम जस्ट क्वेश्चन ये था कि अगर नल हाइपोथेसिस बना लिया है तो हमें एच बनाना होगा कि नहीं? अल्टरनेटिव हाइपोथेसिस के बिना भी काम कर सकता है?
देखिए ऐसा है कि जो आप रिव्यू करते हैं, आपने रिव्यू किया भी होगा, हो सकता है जिस हिसाब से आप क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि आप रिसर्च के फील्ड से हैं, आपने की है रिसर्च। और जब हम रिव्यू करते हैं तो रिव्यू में जब हम उनका इफेक्ट देखते हैं, सपोज हमने कोई 2 वेरिएबल ले लिए, जब हम उनका इफेक्ट देखते हैं या सपोज हम कोई भी उनकी रिलेशनशिप देख रहे हैं, तो उसमें जो रिजल्ट्स हमारे सामने आते हैं, उन रिजल्ट्स के बेस पे हमने नल हाइपोथेसिस बना ली। और नल हाइपोथेसिस बनाने के बाद अगर हमारी नल हाइपोथेसिस सपोज रिजेक्ट होती है या एक्सेप्ट हो रही है, क्या हो रहा है? रिजेक्ट नॉर्मली क्या होता है, नल हाइपोथेसिस रिजेक्ट हो गई और फिर हमारा जो है क्या होता है, क्या होगा अगर नल हाइपोथेसिस रिजेक्ट होगी तो हमारा जो
अल्टरनेटिव एक्सेप्ट हो जाएगी।
हाँ बिल्कुल, तो वो इसलिए बनाते हैं ताकि कंफ्यूजन ना रहे कि नल रिजेक्ट होगी तो अल्टरनेटिव एक्सेप्ट होगी। बट अगर आपका वही बात है ना कि क्लैरिटी इतनी हो, रिसर्च में थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस हो जाए, तब आपको ज्यादा इन चीजों की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती कि आप उसको बनाएं। नल रिजेक्ट होगी, इट मींस जो उनका रिलेशनशिप है वो प्रूव हो गई है, और उसका वो आ जाएगा किस डिग्री तक वो प्रूव है। बिकॉज नॉर्मली हम जो है नल हाइपोथेसिस बनाते हैं तो क्वांटिटेटिव डाटा के, वैसे क्वालिटेटिव के साथ भी बना सकते हैं अगर हमें डाटा लेना हो, लेकिन क्वांटिटी ज्यादातर जो कॉमनली, और इन दिनों तो खास तौर से मिक्स मेथड्स चल रहे हैं कुछ टाइम से, लेकिन जो मोस्ट पॉपुलर हमारा टाइप है वो क्वांटिटेटिव डाटा चलता है, और उसके अंदर जो है फिर नल हाइपोथेसिस के एग्जैक्ट डिग्री, भाई कितने परसेंट है, क्या कुछ है, सारा सब कुछ स्टैटिस्टिकल उनको आप लगाकर कर सकते हो। और आजकल तो वो मेहनत भी नहीं होती कि पेन लेकर बैठे हैं कैलकुलेटर से कर रहे हैं। अब आजकल तो सॉफ्टवेयर ऐसे हैं कि वो एकदम से आपके सामने रिजल्ट्स, और इतनी सुंदर सुंदर डायग्राम्स होती हैं कि बहुत जबरदस्त डायग्राम्स होती है। सो वो कर सकते हैं।
ओके मैम, थैंक यू।
हाँ जी, बनाई कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने? डू यू हैव फ्रेम्ड सम हाइपोथेसिस एट योर ओन? Take any 2 component or 3 component. देखिए, मैं हो सकता है यू सम ऑफ यू आर न्यू, वेरिएबल्स जो होते हैं जो हमारे रिसर्च के फील्ड से जिन्होंने की है रिसर्च, मे बी उनको वैसे तो वेरिएबल वगैरह आप पिछले कई दिनों से सुन रहे होंगे कि हमने जो जैसे मैंने ये टर्म्स यूज की, ये कंसेप्ट्स यूज किए, जो एग्जांपल्स मैंने हाइपोथेसिस के आपको बोले थे, जिसके अंदर सपोज मैं एक एग्जांपल ले रही हूं that children of working mothers are more social and extrovert than those of non-working mothers. तो यहां पे क्या है जो इसमें क्या है कि हम जो है जो वर्किंग मदर्स के बच्चे हैं उनका सोशल और एक्सट्रोवर्जन वो हम कंपेयर करें नॉन वर्किंग मदर्स। तो यहाँ पर हमारे जो है वेरिएबल्स बताएंगे आप? Any participant? डायरेक्शनल है, हमें डायरेक्शन मिल रही है इस हाइपोथेसिस में। सो विल यू प्लीज am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Do you understand my question? I'm just asking a simple question regarding the variables, that in this statement, children of working mothers are more social and extrovert than those of the non-working mothers. Anyone?
Personality.
Non-working.
Okay, one is saying personality, other is non-working.
Ma'am, please repeat your statement.
Statement.
What are you
Okay.
asking me?
Okay. I have taken one statement.
Yes, ma'am.
That, and my question, first of all, listen my question. You have to you must find out the variables in this statement. What are the variables? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Statement is the children of working mothers are more
Working women and non-working women, independent variable.
Are more social and extrovert than those of non-working.
सोशल वगैरह सोशल डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल हो गया।
Extrovert.
Good morning, ma'am. Social or extrovert variable. Ma'am, here children of working mother are independent variable, and social and extrovert phenomenon is dependent variable. Because sociability and extrovertness is dependent.
Status of the women, whether they are working or non-working, is the independent variable, and the dependent variable is the behavior of the children, whether they are social, extrovert or introvert. The personality is the dependent variable, and whether the females are working or not working, this is the independent variable.
Yes, you are right. So some of the participants have clear-cut idea regarding the variables. Variables are our different terms, different, you may say, our concepts we are going to use, or which our research has, and independent, dependent, these are the variables. Or independent means a variable in our experiment which is independent and upon which no other variables effect is there. Dependent means upon which independent variables effect is there. Means if independent variables changes or somehow varies, then dependent variable also, you may say, its effect also varies, changes. So independent means जो independent है, स्वतंत्र है. डिपेंडेंट मीन्स कि जो डिपेंड है, डिपेंड किसके ऊपर है? जो हमारा इंडिपेंडेंट है उसके ऊपर जो है वो डिपेंड है। नेक्स्ट, जैसे इसका एक वेरिएबल में और भी आपके जैसे हमारे इसमें होते हैं, नॉट ओनली इंडिपेंडेंट और डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल इन रिसर्च, वी हैव मॉडरेटर वेरिएबल, मर्यादित चर, कंट्रोल्ड वेरिएबल, नियंत्रित चर, और हस्तक्षेप चर या इंटरवेनिंग वेरिएबल। ये हमारे मेनली तो जैसे हमारे इंडिपेंडेंट एंड डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल हो गए हैं, ये तो हमारे हैं, क्लियर है। लेकिन उसके बाद क्या है, जो हमारे इंटरवेनिंग वेरिएबल्स होते हैं, जो हमारे बीच में इंडिपेंडेंट और डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल को जो है इंटरवेन करते हैं, हस्तक्षेप करते हैं, वो हमारे जो है इंटरवेनिंग वेरिएबल्स हमारे होते हैं। और आश्रित चर को भी और जो स्वतंत्र चर, दोनों को वो इफेक्ट करते हैं। और जो मॉडरेटर है वो हमारा जो है वैसे तो सॉर्ट ऑफ ये इसकी भी जो कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स होती हैं वो इंडिपेंडेंट टाइप की होती है, लेकिन ये जो है मॉडरेटर के तौर पर इस वेरिएबल को हम जो उसको मॉडरेट करने के लिए हम उसको यूज करते हैं। एंड देन जो कंट्रोल वेरिएबल्स मींस कि जिन वेरिएबल्स को हम अपने रिसर्च के अंदर कंट्रोल करते हैं। सपोज आपने दो, जैसे मैंने एक एग्जांपल लिया था एक्सपेरिमेंटल, सॉरी दो मेथड्स का लिया था, एक हमारा शायद लेक्चर मेथड था, एक डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन मेथड था। तो उसमें क्या था, अब हमने दो लेक्चर्स तो ले लिए हैं, दो टाइप ऑफ मेथड्स तो ले लिए हैं जिनका हम इफेक्ट देखेंगे, लेकिन अगर स्टूडेंट्स की जो हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, अगर उनकी ये कह लीजिए आईक्यू लेवल में या उनका जो प्रीवियस नॉलेज है उसमें अगर अंतर होगा, तो डेफिनेटली हमारे जो ये रिजल्ट्स हैं, रिजल्ट्स में इफेक्ट मतलब वो इफेक्ट कर सकते हैं रिजल्ट्स को, उनका जो पूर्व ज्ञान है या उनका जो इंटेलिजेंस लेवल है, उनकी जो सिंसियरिटी है, या बाहर जो है क्लास के बाहर का जो वातावरण है, क्लास के अंदर का जो वातावरण है, ये सब चीजें जो है हमें कंट्रोल करनी पड़ती है। हम सेम लेवल के बच्चे लेंगे, ठीक है, तो पहले उनका जैसे प्री टेस्ट हम लेते हैं ताकि उनका लेवल सेम करें, क्लास सिचुएशन भी हम सेम रखने की कोशिश करते हैं, टीचर की भी कोशिश करते सेम टीचर हो। तो इस तरह से जो है हम उनको कंट्रोल करते हैं, जो वेरिएबल्स हमारी रिसर्च को इफेक्ट कर सकते हैं, तो हमारे रिजल्ट्स को इफेक्ट कर सकते हैं, उनको हम कंट्रोल करते हैं। तो ठीक है, लेकिन मेनली हमारे जो होते हैं वो इंडिपेंडेंट और डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल्स का रोल होता है हमारी हाइपोथेसिस में या हमारी रिसर्च के अंदर। किस चीज पर इफेक्ट है, या हम उसकी कॉज एंड इफेक्ट रिलेशनशिप देख रहे हैं, आपस में संबंध देख रहे हैं, और उन संबंधों में भी जो है कौन सी चीजें इफेक्ट कर रही हैं, उनको कंट्रोल करेंगे। तो ये सब जो है मैंने थोड़ा सा आपको बताया है, मुझे लग रहा है कुछ बिल्कुल जो है फ्रेश स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिनको अभी इतना इनका क्लैरिटी नहीं है, दे डू नॉट हैव क्लैरिटी रिगार्डिंग द वेरिएबल्स। So, any doubt regarding hypothesis?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Hello?
No, ma'am.
आप में से हाँ, आप में से किसी ने बनाया है? हेलो? आप में से किसी ने बनाया है एग्जाम्पल, कोई लिखा है?
यस मैम।
कौन से वेरिएबल्स को लेकर आप बनाना चाहेंगे? हाँ जी, हाँ जी
मैम। एंजाइटी और इमोशनल मैच्योरिटी दो अलग अलग वेरिएबल्स के दो हाइपोथेसिस बनाए हैं। There will be no significant difference in the emotional maturity of undergraduate and postgraduate students. Second बनाया मैम, there will be no significant difference in the anxiety of undergraduate and postgraduate students.
मुझे आपकी आवाज नहीं सुनाई दे रही है।
Ma'am, I repeat, there will be no significant difference in the anxiety level of undergraduate and postgraduate students of Panipat city. Ma'am, now it is audible, or may I type?
Oh, yes, it is audible.
Ma'am, second hypothesis बनाया है. There is no significant difference in the emotional maturity of undergraduate and postgraduate students of Panipat city.
good. Very good, very good. Any other participant? Yes, participants, please. Some other participants do share their.
Ma'am, can I say?
Yeah, sure.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, the hypothesis which I have tried to make is, ma'am, that it is there is no significant difference between faculty development program of higher education teachers in their academic achievement and classroom teaching of CSJM university teachers. Ma'am, the variable which I have taken is academic achievement and classroom teaching.
Yes. Very good. Yes, any other?
मैम मैं बताऊं? गुड मॉर्निंग मैम.
Yes, बताइए please.
Ma'am, there is no significant relationship between tolerance and anger of prospective teachers and teacher educators towards the present educational and social scenario of central universities. Second hypothesis, ma'am, there is no significant relationship between tolerance and attitude of prospective teachers and teacher educators towards the present educational and social scenario of central universities.
Very good, sir. Very good. बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स आ रहा है, बस कम का आ रहा है. इतने स्टूडेंट्स हैं, इतने सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, इसमें तो रिस्पॉन्स ज्यादा आना चाहिए. और वर्कशॉप में थोड़ा हमारा माइंडसेट भी होना चाहिए कि वी हैव टू डू सम वर्क देयर.
हेलो मैम, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
मैम, हमने डायरेक्शनल बनाई है. Is it right? There is significant difference between online learning and classroom teaching among senior secondary school students of Haryana state.
बहुत अच्छी बनाई आपने, बहुत अच्छी बनाई. हाँ, बताइए.
ग्वालियर शहर के कक्षा 9वीं के छात्रों के बीच ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग और ट्रेडिशनल लर्निंग के मीन स्कोर्स में कोई सिग्निफिकेंट अंतर नहीं है towards scientific attitude, their science interest and science achievement.
गुड, बहुत अच्छी बनाई आपने.
मैं उसको फ्रेम नहीं कर पाई हूँ, लिख नहीं पाई हूँ, वैसे बोल रही हूँ.
My one question is, आपने जैसे ये बनाई है अलग अलग हाइपोथेसिस, आपने अलग अलग टाइप ट्राई की, तो आपने जो है on which basis you have finalized your hypothesis that you have to make null hypothesis or you have to, जैसे आपने डायरेक्शनल बनाई थी, तो आपने डायरेक्शनल क्या सोचकर बनाई, या सिर्फ जो मैंने एक जो है आप लोगों को ये बता दिया कि डायरेक्शनल ऐसे बनेगी तो आपने डायरेक्शनल बना लिया, क्वेश्चन फॉर्म की बना ली? मतलब माइंड में कुछ तो होता है ना जब हम करें, तो सिंपली ये हो कि मैडम आपने एग्जांपल्स दिए थे, उन एग्जांपल्स के अकॉर्डिंग वी हैव मेक आवर ओन हाइपोथेसिस, वी हैव टुक सम वेरिएबल्स एंड वी जस्ट
Madam, may I?
या sure.
Madam, if the researcher is not sure about the results, then he make null hypothesis. And if he is sure about the result, then he use directional hypothesis.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have a question. Hello.
मैम मेरा
Yeah.
एक प्रश्न है।
मैम मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि मैम ने अभी बोला कि अगर रिजल्ट लिए तो हम अनस्टेडी हाइपोथेसिस बनाएंगे, बट हेलो, एम आई
मेरे
ऑडिबल?
पास क्यों नहीं आ रही है
मैम मैं
जो एक बोलता है ना उसके अलावा बाकी अपने उसको यूज कर लेंगे।
मैम एम आई
मैम
ऑडिबल?
मेरा ये प्रश्न है, सुलेखा जी मैं एक प्रश्न पूछ लूं? मैम मेरा ये प्रश्न है कि डायरेक्शनल हाइपोथेसिस सीधे सीधे प्रिडिक्शन पे जाती है, प्रिडिक्ट करती है, तो क्या हम प्रिडिक्शन कर सकते हैं, ये सही है? जैसा कि
क्या प्रिडिक्शन क्या करें? प्रिडिक्शन
डायरेक्शनल हाइपोथेसिस में हम सीधे सीधे प्रिडिक्ट करते हैं कि या तो वो नेगेटिव डायरेक्शन होगा या पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन होगा।
हाँ जी।
तो क्या पहले से किसी
तो उससे आगे का नहीं सुन
के बारे में क्या ये सही है?
हाँ जी, हेलो, आपने शायद ऐसा कुछ पूछा है जो मैं समझ पा रही हूँ, क्योंकि वॉइस में डिस्टरबेंस है। प्लीज मेरी फिर सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो बोल रहा है स्पीकर के अलावा बाकी सब अपने उसको म्यूट कर लें। देखिए, जो डायरेक्शनल आपने कहा ना हाइपोथेसिस है, उसको आप पॉजिटिव या नेगेटिव कहा है आपने?
जी
हेलो
जी जी।
हाँ, तो देखिएगा जो डायरेक्शन है, हमें जिस भी तरीके की डायरेक्शन हमें मिलेगी, और वो डायरेक्शन हमें हमारे बेसिकली मेन जो हम रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर करते हैं उससे हमें डायरेक्शन मिलती है कि पहले जो रिसर्चेस हुई है उन आपस में उन कंपोनेंट्स की जो वेरिएबल्स है हमारी, तो उनसे जो डायरेक्शन मिलती है उसके बेस पर हम जो है, अगर हमें उन सब से एक डायरेक्शन मिल रही है तो हम भी डायरेक्शनल हाइपोथेसिस बनाएंगे। अभी वैसे रिसेंटली बताओ, मेरे ही डिपार्टमेंट में एक स्टूडेंट ने डायरेक्शनल हाइपोथेसिस दी, बट उसकी वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं हुई। ठीक है, एक्सेप्ट होती तो उसकी भी सेम आती, वो जो औरों का इफेक्ट था, लेकिन उसका नहीं आया, तो वो घबरा गई कि मैडम अब क्या करूं, मेरी तो ये। मैंने कहा कि अगर तू रिजल्ट्स पे श्योर है कि तूने जो रिजल्ट लिए वो एक्चुअल रिजल्ट हैं, तो फिर घबराओ मत। ये तो देखो ह्यूमन नेचर है, ह्यूमन बिहेवियर है। ह्यूमंस का तो आज जो मेरी व्यूज ओपिनियंस है, हो सकता है 10 साल बाद ना हो, तो 5 साल बाद ना हो। जहाँ एरिया चेंज होता है, टाइम चेंज होते हैं, तो इसीलिए हम टेस्ट को भी यही कहते हैं कि उनको जो है उनको मॉडिफाई करते रहे टाइम टू टाइम, जैसे जैसे टाइम जाता है कुछ सालों बाद उनको चेंज होता रहना चाहिए, मॉडिफिकेशन होती रहनी चाहिए। तो इसमें ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, आप उनको जो है किसी भी उसमें आप कर सकते हो, बट वो क्लियर हो, आपको डायरेक्शन मिले उससे। वैसे इसमें डायरेक्शन में ज्यादातर पॉजिटिव रखा जाता है एसेंस, कि हमें जो डायरेक्शन मिल रही है ये डायरेक्शन है। एक पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन होती है उसमें कि इसका इसके ऊपर इफेक्ट या इनका आपस में संबंध एग्जिस्ट करता है। डायरेक्शनल में पॉजिटिव स्टेटमेंट ही उसमें रखी जाती है, लेकिन वो आपकी रिजल्ट में वो एक्सेप्ट भी हो सकती है, रिजेक्ट भी हो सकती है। वो जैसे आपके रिजल्ट आएंगे वो उसके बाद ही होगी, और फिर उसके बाद आपके अपने रिजल्ट आएंगे कि आपके रिजल्ट जो प्रीवियस रिसर्चेस हुई हैं, आपने जो पॉपुलेशन लिया था, सैंपल लिया था, उसके ऊपर भी सेम इफेक्ट है या अलग है।
जी जी जी, थैंक यू सो मच।
जो नेगेटिव वाला आप कह रहे हो ना, देयर इज नो रिलेशनशिप, वो स्टेटमेंट सिर्फ वो लैंग्वेज हमारी सिर्फ हमारी नल हाइपोथेसिस में ही होती है, बाकी इसके अंदर जो है हमारा डायरेक्शनल में पॉजिटिव ही रहती है। एनी अदर?
सॉरी मैम, नल हाइपोथेसिस बनाते हैं मैम।
हेलो,
हाँ जी मैम, गुड मॉर्निंग मैम। ये नल हाइपोथेसिस क्यों बनते हैं? जरूरी होती है नल हाइपोथेसिस ही बनानी?
नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल जरूरी नहीं होती नल हाइपोथेसिस बनानी, लेकिन पॉपुलरली बच्चे इसी को बनाते हैं। जो हमने एक्सपीरियंस के बेस पे देखा है ना कि बहुत सबसे ज्यादा पॉपुलर कहा है मैंने ये नहीं तो जरूरी बनानी है। जरूरी बनानी हो तो बेटा देयर इज नो अदर टाइप ऑफ हाइपोथेसिस, ठीक है ना। हाइपोथेसिस देयर इज, और समटाइम्स क्वेश्चन फॉर्म में लिखा जाता है, कुछ भी क्लियर नहीं होता है, तो ऐसा। हाँ जी, हेलो
मैम, जैसे ये बनाया मैंने, देयर इज नो सिग्निफिकेंट बिटवीन एकेडमिक स्ट्रेस एंड मेंटल हेल्थ, हाइपोथेसिस बनाई और सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस है, कोई फर्क तो नहीं बताना उसको?
किस चीज से बेटा आवाज कट रही है? बात की आपने जो एकेडमिक अचीवमेंट शायद हेल्थ वो लिया है आपने वेरिएबल।
मैम जैसे मैंने ये बना लिया कि देयर इज नो सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस बिटवीन एकेडमिक स्ट्रेस एंड मेंटल हेल्थ, और रिजल्ट आया कि देयर इज सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस आ रहा है मैम उसमें, और मैंने हाइपोथेसिस बनाई है देयर इज नो सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस, तो फिर मैम कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है।
तो रिजल्ट्स के बेस पे आपकी हाइपोथेसिस रिजेक्ट होगी। नल हाइपोथेसिस
ठीक है मैम,
रिजेक्ट होती है तो हमारा जो है वो पॉजिटिव आएगा कि हम
मैम जैसे नल हाइपोथेसिस जब रिजेक्ट हो जाती है तो हमें अपनी फाइंडिंग्स में ये लिखना पड़ेगा, समरी में देना पड़ेगा?
ऐसा है बेटा, जैसे आप हाइपोथेसिस लिखोगे फिर नीचे अपने रिजल्ट शो करोगे, रिजल्ट्स में ये आएगा कि इसका इसके ऊपर इफेक्ट है और हमने कहा था नहीं है, तो हम कहेंगे ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ रिजल्ट्स एज पॉइंट सपोज 0.1 और 0.05 वो हम अपना देखेंगे कितने के ऊपर है और इट इज रिजेक्टेड। तो जब नल हाइपोथेसिस रिजेक्ट हो गई और हमने नल हाइपोथेसिस में लिया था, सपोज हमने ये ले लिया था देयर इज नो सिग्निफिकेंट डिफरेंस बिटवीन द इनमें से एडजस्टमेंट ऑफ टीचर्स वर्किंग इन गवर्नमेंट।
आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही है मैम, कट रही है बीच में आवाज।
जो नल हाइपोथेसिस और सब अपने माइंड्स को ना म्यूट कर लें फिर क्लियर आएगी। नल हाइपोथेसिस जब हमारी रिजेक्ट होगी तो इट मींस जो हमने कहा था कि उन कोई भी दो वेरिएबल हैं उनके बीच में रिलेशनशिप एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती, या उनके बीच में कोई आपस में संबंध ही नहीं है उनके बीच में, या एक का दूसरे पे इफेक्ट ही नहीं है, देयर इज नो इफेक्ट ऑफ वन वेरिएबल अपॉन अनदर वेरिएबल। तो जब वो चीज हमारी रिजल्ट्स के बेस पे हम कहेंगे कि रिजल्ट तो ये दिखा रहे हैं कि एग्जिस्टेंस है, तो इट मींस वो हमारी नल हाइपोथेसिस को हम लिखेंगे रिजेक्टेड, और रिजल्ट हमारा आएगा कि उनके बीच में जो रिलेशनशिप है वो है या एक का दूसरे पर इफेक्ट है। ठीक है, तो वो हम बाकायदा उसके अंदर लिखते हैं और फिर हमारी फाइंडिंग्स में ये आएगा कि वन वेरिएबल का दूसरे पर, या जैसे मैंने डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन मेथड लिया था कि डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन मेथड इज बेटर देन लेक्चर मेथड। ठीक है, तो अगर हमारे रिजल्ट शो कर रहे हैं तो वो चीज हमारी उससे बेटर है। तो ये वो रिजल्ट्स के बेस पे होगा और उसमें नल हाइपोथेसिस हमारी रिजेक्ट होगी, फिर हम उसको फैक्ट को एक्सेप्ट करेंगे और फिर जो है हम अपने उस पे आएंगे कि हमारी ये फाइंडिंग्स है। Any other question?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. मैम मैं ये पूछ रही थी, जैसे जैसे हम हाइपोथेसिस बनाते हैं तो हम उसको ब्लाइंडली फॉलो तो नहीं करते ना, जैसे हम रिसर्च करते हैं, जैसे जैसे हमें न्यू फैक्ट मिलते हैं तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम उसको चेंज कर लेते हैं, तो वो हम मतलब कंप्लीटली जो एक बार हाइपोथेसिस बन गई हम उसको फॉलो नहीं कर सकते, उसको चेंज भी कर सकते हैं अगर जरूरत पड़े तो?
देखो बेटा, ऐसा होता है कि जब हम हाइपोथेसिस बनाते हैं ना, हाइपोथेसिस हम ऐसे ही नहीं बना लेते कि हमने 2-4 रिसर्चेस की और उसके बाद हमने हाइपोथेसिस बना ली। हाइपोथेसिस बनाने के लिए जब हम आप लोगों को, जब हमारे पास स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं तो हम स्टूडेंट्स को कहते हैं कि पहले जाकर के लाइब्रेरी में और नेट के ऊपर डिफरेंट रिसर्चेस को देखो, शोध गंगा को देखो, और बच्चे आते हैं मैडम मैं तो इस पे कर लूंगी, वो क्या करते हैं एक टॉपिक दिखाते हैं, एक दो टॉपिक कि चलो हम भी इसी पे कर लेंगे, और हम फिर कहते हैं स्टडीज नोट करके लाओ। बच्चों को बहुत लगता है टीचर्स बड़ा घुमा रहे हैं, बट हम वो रिव्यू करवाते हैं उनको कि रिव्यू करो। अगर सीधा कोई रिव्यू करो तो समझ नहीं आता, जैसे पोस्ट एमएड के बच्चे होते हैं उनको रिव्यू करना बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं होता, और हम उनसे रिव्यू करवाते हैं। जब हम एक थॉरो रिसर्च कर लेते हैं, रिव्यू कर लेते हैं, इफेक्ट देख लेते हैं, तो हमें हाइपोथेसिस चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। जैसा मैंने कहा डायरेक्शनल हाइपोथेसिस थी, डायरेक्शनल हाइपोथेसिस में उसके ये था कि एक का दूसरे पर है, और रिसर्चेस भी जितनी उसने ये कहा मैडम मैंने जितनी रिसर्चेस देखी थी वो मेरी सारी की सारी जो है यही रिजल्ट शो कर रही थी, बट मेरी रिसर्च इसके अपोजिट जा रही है। तो मैंने कहा पहले प्रोसीजर को लिख रही है, उस प्रोसीजर को तूने किया श्योर डैम श्योर, डैम श्योर है तो अपने इसको रिजल्ट को लिख। आपने कहीं कुछ नया दिया है? ठीक है ना, हमारा ये तो काम नहीं है ना एक रिसर्चर के तौर पर कि जो फैक्ट्स हमारे हम उन्हीं को प्रूव करते चले जाएं। अरे वो तो एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं कि एक जगह वो इफेक्ट था हमने दूसरे पॉपुलेशन पर कर लिया। सिर्फ हमारा रिसर्च का पर्पस ये नहीं होना चाहिए जस्ट टू फाइंड समथिंग न्यू, कि कुछ उसके बीच में से कुछ निकले, कुछ क्वांटिटेटिव निकले, कुछ क्वालिटेटिव निकले, अंदर से रियलिटी हमारे सामने आए। जहां आपका क्वेश्चन था कि हाइपोथेसिस चेंज करना, अगर आपने एक थॉरो स्टडी करके रिव्यू करके आपने टॉपिक फाइनल किया है, रिव्यू को प्रॉपरली एनालाइज करके आपने जो है हाइपोथेसिस बनाई है, तो हाइपोथेसिस चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। हाइपोथेसिस एक्सेप्ट हो रिजेक्ट हो उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हमारे रिजल्ट्स अलग आ सकते हैं जो हमने रिव्यू किए थे उनसे, या हमने सोचा था जो उससे अलग रिजल्ट्स आ सकते हैं, लेकिन हाइपोथेसिस को चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती।
जी मैम, थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच।
मैम हाइपोथेसिस अगर हम चेंज करते हैं तो वो भी तो बायसनेस में सही आ जाएगा।
नहीं नहीं बेटा चेंज कर ही नहीं, चेंज अगर आपने हाइपोथेसिस किस लिए चेंज करेंगे आप, क्योंकि आपने हाइपोथेसिस जब बना ली है तो उसके बाद आपने रिव्यू नहीं करना है। रिव्यू आप कर लिया, एक थॉरो डिटेल बहुत डिटेल स्टडी होती है। अब आजकल के बच्चों में इतनी पेशेंस नहीं है। मैंने कभी जब 90s में रिसर्च के लिए मैंने शुरू किया कि मैं रिसर्च करूं, तो उस टाइम पे इंटरनेट वगैरह का जमाना नहीं था, लाइब्रेरीज में धक्के खाने होते थे। जॉब थी साथ में, मेरे गाइड ने कि जाओ और देखो लाइब्रेरी में, पूरी पूरी छुट्टियां हम लाइब्रेरी में लगा देते थे। ठीक है, जस्ट रिव्यू करना, अपने यूनिवर्सिटी की देखी, दिल्ली गए, चंडीगढ़ गए, मीन्स टॉपिक फाइनल होने से पहले हम इतने धक्के खाते थे। और आजकल आप लोग नेट के ऊपर भी इतनी अवेलेबिलिटी है आपके पास, उतना रिव्यू नहीं कर पाते। आप लोगों को ये लगता है कि टीचर तो हमें बेवजह धक्के कह रहे, टॉपिक हमारे सामने क्या जरूरत है। लेकिन जितना रिव्यू करोगे, जितना स्टडीज को पहले करोगे, उनको एनालाइज करोगे, हमेशा स्टडी को एनालाइज करना जरूरी है। ये नहीं टॉपिक नोट कर लिया उसकी फाइंडिंग्स कर ली, नहीं, उसका प्रोसीजर देखो, हाइपोथेसिस देखो, प्रोसीजर देखो, उसने कैसे किया, कौन से टेस्ट लगाए। जब उस चीजों को हम देखेंगे, नोट डाउन करेंगे, एनालाइज करेंगे। अब बच्चे क्या करते हैं, रिव्यू लिख लाएंगे, रिव्यू के चैप्टर में मैं कहती हूँ रिव्यूज को एनालाइज करके लिखो अपनी लैंग्वेज में, और बच्चों को समझ ही नहीं आती, बच्चों को समझाना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। इवन पीएचडी लेवल पर मुश्किल हो जाता है, एमए एमएल लेवल पर तो मुश्किल होता ही होता है। तो ये चीजें कंसेप्ट क्लियर रखो। किसी को हमने किसी के रिसर्च को पढ़ा, उसका रिव्यू किया, रिव्यू को सिर्फ ये नहीं टॉपिक देखा, फाइंडिंग्स देखी, नहीं, टॉपिक देखो, उसने कौन से वेरिएबल्स हैं, हाँ ये इसमें इंडिपेंडेंट लिया, इसने ये डिपेंडेंट, ये इसके जो है फर्दर टेस्ट इसने अप्लाई किए, ये इसकी पॉपुलेशन थी, ये सैंपलिंग टेक्निक थी, इसने क्यों लिए सैंपलिंग टेक्निक। माइंड में क्वेश्चन हमेशा आना चाहिए, ठीक है, क्योंकि वो भी बेसिस होते हैं आप ये सैंपलिंग टेक्निक क्यों ले रहे हो, फिर इसका ये डाटा आया, ये रिजल्ट्स आए, ये इसकी फाइंडिंग्स आई है। सारी चीजें जब तक हम एनालाइज नहीं करेंगे, हाँ मैं उस रिव्यू को प्रॉपर रिव्यू ही नहीं मानती। और अगर एक आपका स्ट्रॉन्ग रिव्यू हो जाता है और उस रिव्यू के बेस पे आपके माइंड में कुछ रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस उठते हैं, उन रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस को जब आप हाइपोथेसिस की शेप देंगे, ठीक है, तो तब आपकी जो हाइपोथेसिस बनेगी, तो आपको अपनी रिसर्च में हाइपोथेसिस चेंज करने की जरूरत बिल्कुल नहीं पड़ेगी। ये जैसा मैं कह रही हूं कि आपके जो रिजल्ट्स होंगे, क्योंकि आपके रिजल्ट्स अपने पॉपुलेशन पर होंगे, अपने एरिया पर होंगे। चाहे सपोज कॉमर्स की कोई बच्चा है, उसको ये देख रहा है कि ये प्रोडक्ट जो है क्या इफेक्ट करिए। दिल्ली के लोगों के अलग ओपिनियन हो सकती है, उनकी अलग चॉइस हो सकती है, रोहतक वालों की अलग हो सकती है, किसी विलेज की देखेंगे उसकी अलग हो सकती है। तो ऐसे एरिया टू एरिया जब चेंज होगा, तो लोगों की ओपिनियंस भी, चाहे वो एजुकेशन का फील्ड है, चाहे वो कॉमर्स का फील्ड है, या चाहे कोई भी फील्ड है, सबका वो चीजें इफेक्ट करती है। सोसाइटीज चेंज होती है तो चेंजेस होते हैं, तो ये सब चलता है। लेकिन हाइपोथेसिस चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती अगर एक स्ट्रॉन्ग रिव्यू है तो, और कभी नहीं करनी चाहिए। रिव्यू स्ट्रॉन्ग रखो, हाइपोथेसिस ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बनाओ, हाइपोथेसिस बनाओ, और उसके बाद आपको बिल्कुल जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। अगर आप मेहनत प्रपोजल या सिनॉप्सिस के ऊपर अगर आपकी मेहनत हो जाती है, तो उसके बाद आपको रिसर्च, मैं कहती हूँ, इतना इजी लगेगी, आपको रिसर्च कहीं कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं होगा। बट जितना टाइम आप सोचते हो, उतना टाइम एटलीस्ट आप ये सोचो आपका एक उसके अंदर लगना चाहिए प्रपोजल तैयार करने।
हेलो
हेलो,
हाँ सुमन मैडम, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग।
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
हाँ, मैं डॉक्टर पवन बोल रहा हूँ पंजाब से मैडम। मैडम मैं वैसे सुपरवाइजर हूँ पीएचडी का कैंडिडेट का। अभी है ना उसकी आरडीसी हुई है मेरे की क्लियर अपने की।
हाँ जी।
टॉपिक था प्रोक्रास्टिनेशन और एकेडमिक स्ट्रेस करके था मैडम टॉपिक अपना। तो रिसर्च है अपनी क्वांटिटेटिव मैडम।
हाँ जी।
तो उसमें आरडीसी कमेटी ने कहा कि इसमें रिसर्च क्वेश्चन क्रिएट करो।
हाँ ठीक है।
अच्छा, उसमें एक प्रॉब्लम आती है मैडम साइमल्टेनियसली अगर हम उसमें क्वेश्चन करते हैं तो वो एनालिसिस के लिए स्टैटिस्टिक्स की प्रॉब्लम बनती है फिर उसमें, पर जिसमें कि रिसर्च क्वेश्चन क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च में होते हैं।
देखिए सर, ऐसा है।
जी सर। जी मैडम।
पहली बात है, रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस भी हमारे हाइपोथेसिस की वन ऑफ द टाइप्स में होती है, और हमेशा जब भी हम रिसर्च करते हैं सबसे पहले माइंड में रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस ही आते हैं।
जी।
रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस आए, उसके बाद हम जो है अपनी हाइपोथेसिस को सोचते हैं कि ठीक है हमें हाइपोथेसिस बनानी चाहिए। उनको एक हाइपोथेसिस एक्चुअली क्या है, एक जैसे हम ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखते हैं ना,
जी जी,
तो पहले सिर्फ ऑब्जेक्टिव लिखते थे, फिर हम ब्लूम्स टैक्सोनॉमी के अकॉर्डिंग या अपनी आरसीएम अप्रोच के अकॉर्डिंग हम ऑब्जेक्टिव्स इन बिहेवियरल टर्म्स लिखने लग गए कि व्यवहारिक रूप जब तक उनका नहीं होगा उनकी टेस्टिंग नहीं हो सकती। वही प्रॉब्लम आपको लग रही है कि आपको क्वेश्चन फॉर्म में उन्होंने कह दिया, और क्वेश्चन फॉर्म वाले की आप टेस्टिंग कैसे करेंगे। इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, क्वेश्चन फॉर्म वाले की भी टेस्टिंग हो जाएगी, स्टैटिस्टिकल टेक्निक भी लग जाएंगी। और अभी टाइम कम है, पहले उठाते तो मैं और डिटेल बता देती। तो अब आप डेफिनेटली, मेरा फोन नंबर है, और मैं कहेंगे तो मैं आपको मेल आईडी भी मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन में है, और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को मिल जाएगी। रिसर्च से रिलेटेड जिस भी किसी को कोई भी प्रॉब्लम होगी, किसी भी एस्पेक्ट से रिलेटेड रिसर्च से, आप लोग फ्रीक्वेंटली, अब नहीं बाद में भी एट एनी टाइम आप मेरे से पूछ सकते हैं, कोई भी।
ठीक है मैडम, मैंने वैसे मैसेज में डाला था कि मैडम का नंबर और मेल आईडी दे दो।
हिंदी और इंग्लिश 2 लैंग्वेजेस में मेरी कमांड है, ठीक है। बाकी लैंग्वेजेस में होगा तो मैं जैसे पंजाबी बोल लेती हूँ, सुन लेती हूँ, लेकिन मैं पढ़ नहीं पाती हूँ, ठीक है। तो इसलिए जो है इन 2 भाषाओं में पढ़ने में भी दिक्कत नहीं है, मुझे बताने में दिक्कत नहीं है। कोई और भाषा होगी तो आपको ट्रांसलेट करना पड़ सकता है, बट ऑल ऑफ यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम टू आस्क एनी क्वेश्चन एट एनी टाइम।
थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू।
हेलो, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी।
अच्छा, यूनिवर्सिटी की नहीं, आपकी पर्सनल मेल आईडी।
मेरी मेल आईडी मैं आपको अभी बताऊं, या फिर आपको जो पावर पॉइंट भेजेंगे ना, मैं पावर पॉइंट में फोन नंबर भी डाल दूंगी और अपना मेल आईडी भी डाल दूंगी।
Okay, ma'am, this is what I wanted to say, ma'am. We need your number and your email ID.
दोनों चीजें मेरी पावर पॉइंट में आपको मिलेंगी, और जब और भी जो रिसोर्स पर्सन पावर पॉइंट शेयर कर रहे हैं उन सबकी पावर पॉइंट्स हम आपको भेजेंगे, मैं अपनी भी भेजूंगी, और वो जो है उसके ऊपर फर्स्ट जो स्लाइड होगी उस पर मेरा नाम, फोन नंबर और ईमेल आईडी वो लिखी होंगी। अभी एट प्रेजेंट ईमेल आईडी पर मैं इस पे फोन नंबर भी ऐड कर दूंगी। ओके, चलो।
Thank you, ma'am, for delivering a effective and interactive sessions. I hope is fruitful for all participants. Thank you so much, ma'am. Wonderful and outstanding session. Now, I would like to those Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean of Education and Chairperson of B.P.S ITTR, for all the guidance, motivations, and sports. I also thank you, Dr. Rina Rani, Dr. Salra Rani, convener of this working, and Dr. Anup Lara and Dr. Priya Dhingra, co-convener of the working, for their hard work and delegations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I am thankful to you, esteemed faculty members, research scholars, and all participants for patience hearing. Thank you so much, all of you. Now we all tea break 11 to 11:15. After 15 minutes, next session is start.
Okay,
Ma'am,
participants.
ma'am, I have a request, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I just would like to request that all the teachers, those who are a resource person, those who are sharing their PowerPoint, that should be means posted in the WhatsApp group which is being made for this particular workshop.
Just a minute. Every you may say a PowerPoint will be shared in your groups. Okay, no issues. But okay, just we are receiving, and we have received 2-3 resource persons. But as we received, you may say today, if I receive from all the dignitaries, then I will share today or tomorrow. Means 1 or 2 days. And don't worry, WhatsApp group will be you may say, functional after our workshop also for a few days, till all of you will not receive your certificates. Okay, so we will share. No issues.
Yes, so that in near future, like if we are doing our PhD, so in near future, if you want to ask something or want to get some guidance, so ma'am, we can ask you all, right, ma'am? That's why.
Sure. Welcome, most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
That will be a very, very, you may say, fruitful session going on, because the next session's chair resource person is, you may say 1 or 2 steps above me. She is my teacher, I can say. Okay.
No, ma'am. Every teacher is equally good, no? It's not better or good. Maybe that much will be.
Just a minute. I am saying this because in so many times I call her and ask something regarding research or regarding any, ma'am, just tell me or clear this thing, because somewhere research is a so vast field that somewhere we just find that okay, what step we should take. So there is some person who guides us or who just explains things in a better way. So next person is the so please join all of you at 11:50. Till
Okay,
then, bye
thank you.
bye.
Thanks a lot.
Bye bye.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, all the participants.
Good morning.
I want to share information regarding the Google form to all of you. Some participants are not filled the Google form of the workshop, and it is mandatory for all of you. So you are requested to fill the form when whatever your time in the WhatsApp group ये आपका float होता है, please आप इसे भरिए. Otherwise your absent will be marked in the session of that particular day of the workshop. So you are requested. Again, I am request to all the participants, please fill the Google form immediately when it was floated in your group. It is my humble request to all the participants. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. मैम यदि मैम एक क्वेश्चन. हेलो.
हाँ जी सर बोलिए, प्लीज बोलिए.
मैम बाय द वे अगर कोई लेक्चर का सेशन जो है अगर फिल ना कर पाए मैम तो उसके लिए
सर कोशिश कीजिए, आप रेगुलर रहिए, फिल कीजिए, वो भी हम देखेंगे. लेकिन आप अगर अटेंड कर रहे हैं और अटेंटिव हैं तो आप भर ही पाएंगे ऑलमोस्ट. अगर कोई ग्लिच आ जाता है किसी वजह से आप नहीं कर पाए तो उसको देख लेंगे कंसिडरेशन के बाद.
मैम ऐसा है कि मेरे को कुछ क्लास लेना है, सप्ताह में 2 क्लास लेना है मैम, 1 से 2. तो बाय द वे मैम उस सेशन का 2 दिन केवल मैम, शुक्र और शनिवार. अगर बाय द वे मैंने न फिल कर पाऊँ मैम, पूरा सेशन में अटेंड करता हूँ, लिखता भी. अगर कोई उस तरह का मटेरियल चाहिए मैम तो मैं देने के लिए तैयार हूँ. लेकिन उन 2 सेशंस का 2 दिन का केवल, सप्ताह में 2 दिन बाय द वे यदि मैं फुलफिल नहीं कर पाया मैम, उसके लिए मैं पूछ रहा था.
सर उसके बाद देना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, ऐसे हो जाएगा. अगर रह गया तो कोई बात नहीं, वो भी देख कंसीडर कर लेंगे.
ओके मैम, थैंक यू.
इसी वजह से
आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
सर 2 मिनट वेट कीजिए, हमारी अभी जो रिसोर्स पर्सन है अभी ज्वाइन कर रही है, विदिन 2 मिनट्स।
Priya ma'am, I think there's some internet issue. That's why our resource person is not able to join. So please wait all the
She joined-
participants. Within 5 minutes, ma'am is there.
एक्सक्यूज मी मैम।
जी
प्लीज।
मैम ये बिना आईडी के कुछ हो नहीं पा रहा है और आईडी हमको मिल नहीं पा रही है।
सर आईडी क्यों नहीं मिल पा रहा है आपको?
पता नहीं क्यों नहीं मिला। मैं बार बार मैसेज भी कर रहा हूँ और मैंने गूगल फॉर्म भी उस दिन फिलअप कर दिया था, लेकिन किसी भी फीडबैक बिना आईडी के वो कंसीडर नहीं कर रहा है।
सर सुमित जी, आप एक काम कीजिए, मेरा पर्सनल उस पे आपको ब्रोशर पे नंबर दीजिएगा, आप मेरे उस व्हाट्सएप नंबर पे रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर्म का एक लिंक शेयर की वो स्क्रीनशॉट शेयर कीजिए। आई विल चेक इट इन माय रिकॉर्ड।
ओके मैम, थैंक यू मैम।
बाद में करेंगे। Hello. Sorry for waiting. A very good morning.
It's okay,
to,
ma'am.
A very good morning to all our dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, and participants in this 8th technical session of our 7-day workshop that is on research methodology and data analysis. I, Dr. Anju, Assistant Professor, ITTR, welcome you all in this 8th technical session. Now I would like to invite Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education and Chairperson, ITTR, to the welcome and introduction of our resource person of today's technical session. Now, Now, I'm inviting Dr. Suman Dalal ma'am to welcome our resource person.
Morning to all participants. Baba ma'am, good morning, and really very sorry that due to some technical reasons we are not able to start our session at the time. Dear participants, it's a great pleasure for us that we have amongst us a renowned educationist, renowned researcher, and a true guide for all of us, Professor S.K. Bawa. Presently, she is campus director, Universal Group of Institutions. She is president, headquarters, Global Education Research Association, and she has so many feathers in her cap. Prior to it, she was professor at former dean and professor at Faculty of Education at Lovely Professional University of Pagwara, dean students affairs, admission coordinator for international students, and not only with a lovely professional university, rather
She has
Punjabi
served
University Patiala, and she has also served Central University of Punjab Bhattera, you may say as the capacity of professor and dean, and she has you may say specialized her specialized area are methodology of research, measurement and evaluation, and women education.
Hello.
By PLAI in 1990. Professor V.P. Sharma Award for Contribution in Education by PLAI Pagwada in 2011, and Research Paper Award by Lovely Professional University Pagwada in 2012. He has guided 14 students uh, under PhD. The awardee the number is 14, and the registered number is again 11. He has, you must say, foreign visits for faculty exchange programs and for admissions. For you may say, as head of academic delegation to University of Wolverhampton, UK, and he has, you may say, academic visit to University of Technology, Bangkok, UK, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Kenya, Tanzania, Nepal, Dubai, etc. And so many countries he has visited for exchange, faculty exchange programs and for the admissions also. She has attended 55 international and national conferences, and she has organized 32 international and national conferences, seminars, workshops, etc. She has 12 books to her credit as published books, and one book is under publication. She is editor of 8 journals, and 3 e-newsletters. She is drafting of 3 journals, 1 international project, and 2 books by international publishers. She has developed and standardized 18 psychological tests, and out of these 18 tests, 7 were published. Research projects were completed 5, and she has submitted 1 more, which is going to be complete. And she has a publication in 65 international and national research journals. She has attended 1 orientation and 3 refresher courses, and she has, you may say, uh, visited different conferences, seminars, etc., and delivered 46 lectures in different conferences. And she is curriculum developer of MPhil education, MPhil physical education, MA education, MEd, and B.Ed. She is uh, uh, by nature she is innovator, and she has innovated mentoring model for teacher training, assessment techniques, 4E approach to lesson planning, internship schedules, measurement of standards for teachers. And as a practitioner, she, you may say, offered her services for service learning, mass action research, e-team teaching, M-teaching, cooperative and collaborative teaching, teacher-learner collaboration, virtual sessions, teaching through dialogue, collective wisdom, development of manuals for internship, fieldwork, simulated teaching, etc. And she is affiliated to different professional bodies. She is, as all of us know, that president of headquarters of Global Education Research Association. She is chairperson of India chapter of International Professional Development Association UK, life member of Indian Science Congress, executive member of Prachi Psycho-Cultural Research Association, executive member of Psycho-Linguistic Association, life member of All India Association for Educational Research, and she's ex-president and executive member and secretary of Punjab chapter, life member of Indian Psychometric and Educational Research Association, life member of Council of Behavioral Scientists, life member of Child Development Scientists, life member of Indian Psychological Association, secretary Educational Research Association, and she has so many caps in her that due to time constraint, it is not all those to. So just I'm switching. Once again, I am welcoming Professor Bhagat. I'm welcome and sorry for disturbance because in yesterday and today, due to some technical reasons, we are not able to convey you the information properly. So please, ma'am, welcome. And now I'm switching mic over to Anju.
It is a matter of honor to invite Professor S.K. Baba, ma'am. Ma'am will speak on sampling, and today's technical session will be on probability sampling. Ma'am, please.
मैम का माइक म्यूट है, उसको अनम्यूट करा दीजिएगा।
Ma'am, please unmute your mic, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am. I hope the voice is not breaking.
Ma'am, voice is not breaking now.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank Madam Suman Dayal and the organizers for inviting me here and to interact with so many learners. I hope the number is more than 300. Is it the factual number?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
It is factual number, and maybe participants will be more.
Okay,
And
thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the topic which is given to me is sampling, and this is one of the important parameter when we do research, and we follow the research process, and the important step under the research process, one of the important step is sampling, and which is very close to my heart, because whenever I evaluate the thesis at doctorate level or maybe at master level, I find many researchers, they don't consider this parameter as important, and generally whenever you ask the questions, they generally say that yes, we use convenient sampling, yes, we used random sampling, and when you ask them what is random sampling, and they will probably will not be able to reply in a correct manner. So because this step of research process is not taken seriously. So, but let me tell you that this is one of the important step of research process. Whenever we start doing research and we just think of on which population we are going to do this research. This research problem pertains to which type of population. And then because everyone knows that we cannot afford to collect data from the population, that is why we use a small sample to find out the solution of the problem. Yes. Yes. Is there any problem? Hello? Hello?
Voice is not clear, ma'am.
My voice is not clear. Hello?
Ma'am, voice is clear. Maybe network issue from the side of ma'am. It is requested to all, please mute your mic during this session. You can ask your queries after completion of session.
As an administrator, you can switch off their audio mode. Should I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I hope now my voice is clear. So when we take up a research problem, then we go for...
मैम आवाज बिल्कुल कम आ रही है, थोड़ा सा नजदीक कर लो.
Is it okay?
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's okay.
So I was talking about sampling. When we take our class and if out of 20 students in the class and 5-6 students, they respond very quickly and we immediately say this class is very good. And this is on which basis we are saying so, because it is just 4-5 students, they responded very well. Even then we take a perception that this class is good. Actually this is based on sampling. Now before I start the sampling techniques and sampling process, let us first discuss few important terms which I'll be using during my presentation. So these important terms are, first is population. What is population? So whenever you take up any research problem and to whom that problem connects, maybe there are different types of units. Maybe these are institutions, maybe these are individuals, maybe students, maybe any strata of the society. So that is population. And what do you mean by sample? Sample is a subset of that population. And we use those samples to make the estimates of the population. So that is why I'll be using these two words, population and sample. Now, why do we do it? First, we want that if we have to solve a research problem. Are you getting my voice? Is it okay now?
मैम आपका जो दो लॉगिन आईडी से वो कर रहे हैं आप, जिसमें एक मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हैं और एक लैपटॉप का कैमरा भी मतलब ये वर्किंग में है.
हाँ जी.
तो बेटर होगा आप मतलब ये इसको फोन को साइड में रखें ना, इसी के माइक को यूज करें आप लैपटॉप पे, क्योंकि आप दो स्क्रीन पे नजर आ रही हैं मैम.
Okay.
हाँ जी मैम.
Just give me a minute. Now you are just a minute. you getting my voice now?
Yes, ma'am.
आवाज तो आ रही, इको प्रॉब्लम आ रही है।
Yes, member, your voice is very echo.
मैम एक फोन को बंद कर दीजिएगा और लैपटॉप को ही यूज कीजिएगा प्लीज।
मैम आई थिंक एक डिवाइस अगर आप यूज करेंगे तो ये इको नहीं आएगा।
Now it is okay, ma'am.
यस मैम यस।
Yes, ma'am.
Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, you will not get my voice from laptop, so I'll be using my mobile only.
Okay, ma'am, as you feel convenient.
Are you getting my voice now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Is it clear? Yes, ma'am. It's clear now. Okay. So, just I was telling you about the key terms which I'll be using during this presentation. So, first was population and second was sample. Now, why will be just I was telling you that when you take a research problem, then you have to keep in mind the two important keys. The first key is that we have to select the right people. Right people, right people are those people to whom you are going to do the research, for whom you are trying to find out the solution of the problem. Now, those people should be representative one. Now, the second, and they will be the right people. And second key is selecting the right number of right people. So first you have selected the right people for whom you are solving the problem. Second is that the number should be right. It means the size of those people should be correct one to avoid different kind of errors. So these are the main two keys which we should keep in mind. Now, why we should take up a sample? Actually, you know the population where you have selected a problem and population is very large and it is not easy to cover whole of the population to get the results. So then what we do? We select a sample out of the large population. And secondly, when your population is homogeneous, then it is easy to select the sample. Now, as far as entire population is concerned, we take entire population for our research when the size of the population is small. Number two, when cost of making an error is high, if size is large. So there are two options. Number one, when we select the entire population for research, when your size of the population is small and the cost of making an error is high if the size of the sample is large. Size of the population is large. Secondly, we select the sample when size of the population is large and it is not easy to cover whole of the population. Then we select the sample. Secondly, when we have the population which is very homogeneous and it is easy to get the sample from that homogeneous population. Now, the population is the whole and
Sample is the subset of that population. And when we use statistic for population, it is called parameter. And when we use sample, then we take the term as statistic for giving the inference of the sample. Now, what can be a good sample? There is a population of your choice on which you are going to do the research. But again, I am saying that there should be, the sample should be good one. Now, how this can be a good sample? The sample should be representative. It means it covers all different type of characteristics of the sample and accessible. You should be able to access those people. The cost should be very low to collect the data from that sample, and the size of the sample should be adequate. Now, which are the different steps of the sampling process? The first is we should define the population. Then we should identify the sampling frame. Then the third step is that we should select the sampling design, or what should be the procedure of collecting that sample. We should determine the sample size, and then we should draw the sample. So one by one, I'll be discussing in detail about this sampling procedure. Now here, just I want to tell you that first you have to define the population, then define the sampling frame and determine the sampling design. Here we have two types of sampling designs. First is probability sampling design, and then non-probability sampling design. So in this session, I'll be taking up probability sampling design, and in the next session, we'll be taking up non-probability sampling design. Now, first, how to now define the population. You have your problem with you. Just look into the problem and think to which population your problem relates to. Your problem is concerning to individuals. Your problem is concerning to students, teachers, families, or institutions, or any strata of the society. So it means these are the elements to whom you are going to study. So we have to define that population. Then again, there can be different units also. For example, there can be gender. Maybe you are considering all females of a particular group, or males, or what is their residential background. Residential background, they belong to rural area or they belong to urban area. So you have to consider first and define on whom you are going to conduct the study. So which are these different elements, you have to define them. After defining the population, then you have to prepare a sampling frame. Let me define what is sampling frame. Generally, when we do research, we ignore this point because many people, they afraid of preparing the sampling frame. What is sampling frame? Sampling frame is actually the list of all those list of the population. It contains all those elements to whom you consider for your research problem, and the detail of that population is given in the list. This list is called sampling frame, and this list is used for selecting the sample from that population. Now, how to obtain that list of the population? I'll just give few examples. Suppose you are going to study students. You are going to study teachers. If I take the example of teachers, so you have the problem in your hand is to study the teachers of a university. So from where you will obtain the list of the population? Maybe from handbook of the university. If you are taking up teachers of schools, then maybe you will take the list of schools from DO, and then from schools you will take the list of teachers. If you are taking up a problem which is related to some particular area, for example, you want to study the number of students who eat at McDonald's. This is just an example. So the students who will be eating at McDonald's, you will take that list and you will study them. If you are taking up the students from a particular city, then you may take the telephone directory, or we can call phone book, and from there you will prepare the list. Then even university mailing list can help you to select the number of teachers of that university if you want to do research on the teachers of a university. Directory also helps in preparing the list of your population. Now, it is easy to get the list, but there can be different problems in those lists. Which are those problems? First, there can be omissions. You may not get the complete data. Number two, there can be ineligibles, means you may not consider them fit for your study. They cannot become part of your study. Third is that there can be duplications also. So you have to omit those duplications. So these can be the different problems with the list. But when you prepare the sampling frame, you will have to keep in mind all these types of problems, then make the correct list, and this list will act as your sampling frame. And from this sampling frame, then you will, after deciding the type of sampling design you will be using, you will be considering these sampling frames. Now, how to select the sampling design? There are different types of sampling techniques, and to decide about those sampling techniques, first you have to think of what should be the sample size, because you want that sample should be representative one, and you should have the access of the sample. So that is why size of the sample must be considered. The size, what should be the size of the sample? It depends upon the purpose of your study. If the purpose of the study is that you have to make a qualitative analysis, then maybe you need small sample size. It depends upon the nature of the population. If population of your study is large, then you require a large sample. If there are number of groups, good number of groups in your study for statistical treatment, again you will have to take the large sample, because every small group should have sufficient number of sample in that group. I'll just give you an example. Suppose you have 5 groups which are to be compared as a purpose of your study. And these 5 groups are first group which likes question A, second group which dislikes question A, third group which is indifferent, fourth group which highly dislikes, fifth group which highly likes. So there are 5 groups, and under each group the minimum sample should be sufficient enough for statistical treatment. So it means the total number of the sample should be such that if they are divided by 5, then sufficient number of the sample should come in each group. As you know, for giving the statistical treatment, if your sample size is less than 30, we say it's a small sample. And this you will have to consider whether your results are appropriate with the small sample, or you need to have a large sample. If it is the results are to be interpreted on say higher level of confidence interval, then you will have to take the large sample. Large sample is more than 30. So again, you will have to check this on which level you are going to interpret your results. Moreover, again, it depends which type of statistical test you are going to use. In some statistical test, you require small sample size, and in some statistical tests, you require a large number of sample size. Again it depends the type of research you are going to do, which type of research approach you are going to select. If it is survey type, large sample is required. If it is experimental kind of research, then small sample is required. Again, if it is a qualitative approach you are using, then again it depends what type of qualitative approach is there. For example, if you are using triangulation approach, in triangulation approach, what type of triangulation is there? If it is method triangulation, yes, you can use small sample. But if the triangulation is of area, triangulation is of some particular research design, then accordingly you will have to select the sample size. Again, it depends how much finances are available with you. If you have less amount of money, then you can use small sample, or you can use that the size of the sample which you can cover in that much of finances. How much time is available with you? If you have taken up a project which is to be completed within 6 months, then again you will require less sample size. But if the project is having a time duration of 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, then again you can go for large sample. Why I am saying so? Because if the population is large and sample is large, you can get more adequate results. The next point which should be kept in mind is the administrative support which you have. If you have good administrative support, yes, you can go for large sample. But if you don't have any support, again, you can go for the sample size accordingly. So these are few points which you should keep in mind while deciding the sample size. Besides this, I will talk about few researches also. Borg and Gall, they conducted a research to decide the sample size, and they said that if you are doing a correlational study, then your sample size should not be less than 30 according to that research. If you are going for experimental study, then the size should not be less than 15. If you are going for survey kind of research, then your size in each group should not be less than 100. And if there are subgroups, then in each subgroup, the size of the sample should vary from 30 to 50. 30 to 50 in each subgroup. Again, this 30 to 50 depends upon the type of problem you are handling. Now, another important point is that if your sample, your population is small, again, you can have small sample size. But if you have big population, large population, then size of the sample should be large. Now, most important point in deciding the sample sizes in relation to confidence level and sampling errors. You know, generally we take two levels of confidence. One is 0.05 level and another is 0.01 level. Now, if we have 0.05 level of confidence, yes, your sample size can be less than the sample size which is required to interpret your results at 0.01 level of significance. Now, again, if you have to reduce the sampling errors, then the sample size should be large. And how this is to be done, I'll give you the details later on in my later presentation. But just I will give you an idea that if you are deciding about the sample size, must keep in mind the level of confidence on which you are going to interpret your results and the different types of sampling errors. So to reduce the sampling errors, we should have more or large sample size. Now again, the sample size should be large, where you have too many variables to study. Suppose in case you have only one or two variables, then again sample size can be compromised. But if you have 5, 6 variables on which you are going to interpret the results, then sample size should be large, because it will form so many groups. And if you have so many groups, again sample size should be large. Then another point to be kept in mind is that if you have to explore very small differences, yes, you can have less sample size. But if you want to know the large differences, or you have to study the relationships between the variables and small differences in the relationships are expected, again you can have small size. Otherwise, you will have to take large sample size. I have already discussed that if the population is homogeneous, again you can have a large sample size. But if it is heterogeneous population, then in each type you will have to have the size which is most appropriate according to your objective of research. If data is nominal, you know there are different types of data, and if data is nominal, which is number based, then again you require a large sample. But if you have the research problem which is focused on some life history, or it is taking up some philosophical approach, or some qualitative information is required, again you can have small sample. Now just I'll give you one example, that if your population is 100 and you are interpreting your results at 0.05 level of confidence, then your sample size should be 79. How I have calculated, I'll let you know afterwards, but just giving an example to compare that what should be the sample size if you are interpreting your result at 0.01 level of significance. It means 99% confidence level. Then your sample size should be 99 at 0.01 level of significance. But at 0.05 level of significance, your sample size should be 79 if the size of the population is 100. Another example is that if your population size is 5,000 and you are interpreting your result at 0.05 level of significance, then your sample size will be 357. But again, if you are interpreting your result at 0.01 level and your population size is 500, then your sample size will be 3,311. These are two examples I have given to give you the difference in the sample size if you are interpreting your results at 0.05 level or at 0.01 1 level. So just you can just infer from this that at 0.01 level, the size of the sample is too large. If this population size is 5,000, it means out of 5,000, you will have to take 3,311 sample size to interpret the results at 0.01 level of significance. And on the other hand, only 357 sample size is required if you want to interpret your results at 0.05 level of significance. That is why whenever we interpret our results after using statistical techniques, we say that we are only confident, 95% confident that this difference will be true. And at 0.01 level, we say that we are 99% confident that this difference is true. So this is the reason for interpretation, because it largely depends upon our sample size. Now, again, another example which I want to give you is that if your n is 10, then sample size can be 10. But if your n is 100, n means population is 100, then your sample size will be 80. If your n is 6,000, then your sample size will be 361. These are few examples which I'm quoting on the basis of level of significance. Now, I hope now your base is ready to decide about the sampling techniques which you will be using. So before that, what you should know, number one, you should know what is your sampling frame, and you should prepare your sampling frame. And after preparing the sampling frame, when you are preparing your sampling frame, you will have to consider the omissions, repetitions, and all those points which will tell you that your list of sampling frame is now complete and you can use it to select the sampling technique. So if your sampling frame is appropriate, your sample will be more appropriate. So that is why you should first prepare your sampling frame very effectively and giving due consideration so that it doesn't affect your sample. Now, which are the different types of sampling techniques? As I told you, there are two types of sampling techniques. First is probability sampling, and then we have non-probability sampling. Now, what is probability sampling? As you know, that if you have 20 number of population, then how many units will get equal chance in getting into the sample? Suppose if you say that everyone has an equal chance of coming to the sample, and you are using that sampling technique, that comes under probability sampling technique. If the chance of being included in the sample is unequal, it means if you have 50 students in your class and you want only 10 students to come into your sample and everyone doesn't have equal chance to come into the sample, you have some purpose to take the sample out of the 50, just 10. It means everyone doesn't have that chance. It means this is non-probability sampling technique. Now, just I'll give you an example. Suppose in a class of 50, I want to just select those students who have scored less than 20 marks in a test. Now, what does this indicate? This indicates that everyone in the class will not come into my sample, because I want only those students who have scored less than 20. So which type of sampling technique I'll be using? I'll be using non-probability sampling technique, because everyone doesn't have a chance to come into my sample. So on the other hand, suppose if I have to select a sample out of the class of 50, and what is my requirement? My requirement is that I have to know their emotional stability. And 50 students are in the class, and I have to study their emotional stability. This means every student can be studied for his or her emotional stability. So everyone has a chance to come into my sample. So that is why the technique which I will be using for this kind of problem will be probability sampling technique. Now there are different types of probability sampling techniques. First is simple random sampling. Then we have systematic sampling technique. Then we have stratified sampling technique. Another one is cluster sampling technique. And then we have multi-stage sampling technique. Now, one by one, we'll be taking up all these sampling techniques. So as far as probability sampling techniques are concerned, let me tell you that the first point which I told you, that everyone has a chance to come into the sample. It means the probability of selection for any person is non-zero and is known in advance for each population unit. Now, when everyone has a chance to come into the sample, and we say it can be random sampling. Random sampling ensures the information that the sample is representative of the population. If the population is of students, then every kind of student is coming to that sample. Maybe that student belongs to low income group, high income group. The student belongs to rural area or urban area. Student belongs to a particular age group, maybe 16 years, 17 years or 18 years. This is the age group. So the students from 16 years group, 17 years group and 18 years group, they are coming into the sample. So it means the sample is representative of the population. Now, this type of sampling technique is called probability sampling technique. And for that, we use different types of sampling techniques. For example, I was discussing about simple random sampling. Now, you have a sampling frame with you in which the whole population, the list of whole population you are having, you give the numbers to that list, and here in that list, every member has a equal chance of getting into your sample. So you can use two methods. First is you can use random number table or random number generator. As you must have seen in some games, there is a wheel, they put chits in those wheels and they rotate it, and whatever chit comes out, they take that chit into as the sample. So if you have 100 chits in that machine, so you take out say 50 chits from that, so that 50 chits is your sample. So another system is lottery system, and you prepare the chits and you write the name of every unit of that sampling frame into that, and then pick out the say 50 or 60, whatever number is required as your sample size, and that comes under your sample which you have selected through lottery method. So this method is called simple random sampling technique. Now another probability sampling technique is systematic sampling. Now systematic sampling means that you prepare the list in a systematic way of your sampling frame. Say 1 to 100, 1 to 1000, or 1 to 10,000. This is your total number of your sampling frame, and you make write them in order. Now, what type of sample you require? For example, in the list there is 1 to 100, and you require every 10th unit in your sample. So at number 1 you will select, then 10 number you will select, then 20 number you will select, then 30 you will select, 40 you will select, 50 you will select. So whatever comes after 10th unit, you will select that, and that will be your sample. And you have selected it very systematically. Now, another way of systematic sampling is, I'll just give you an example. Suppose there is one colony in a city called urban state. And in urban state, there are 100 houses. And out of those 100 houses, you have to select 20 houses. So what you will be doing, 100 divided by 20. So every 5th house will come into your sample. So you will take house number 1, or then you can start from 5th, then 10th, then 15th, then 20th. So likewise, after giving the gap of 5 units, you will select 1. So that will be your sample of that after using your systematic sampling technique. So how to calculate this? The formula for systematic random sampling is that you what is your total n? Total n is total number of population divided by small n. Small n means what will be the interval size. Here I have given you the example. Total n, capital N in my list is 100, and I want to give the interval of 5. So 100 divided by 5. So that will be 20, and 20 will be the total size, total sample required out of that total population of 100. So this is the systematic random sampling technique. Now next comes stratified sampling technique. As you know, stratified word, just consider this word stratified. It means different stratas are there, different segments of the population are there. And what we generally consider is that from the population, we take different units into different segments or strata. And then we take that strata for our study, and we collect data from that strata. Now, the important point is how to take that strata or segments from the total population. First is, the total population is divided into different stratas. For example, if the characteristics of your population are race, age, gender, like that. Now I'll take just the example of, for example, age. So you have the population, the age of that population is from, say, 10 to 20 years. You have to make different stratas of that age group because your study is about finding the difference according to the age group. So what you will be doing, you will be having different strata of different age groups. Say 11 to 13 will be one strata, 14 to 11 to, say, 10 to 13, then 14 to 17, then 17 to 20. So these three groups will be formed, and these we will call them three stratas according to the age group. Now, when you will take the data of different age groups, that age group will come under each strata which you have defined. For example, if the student is of 12.5 years old, he will come under the first strata, 10 to 13. Likewise, you will distribute all the students in that age group, in that strata. Now, when you are going to collect the data, you will collect the data according to the age group, and then you can find out or interpret the differences based on different age groups. And these age groups will be based on three stratas which you have prepared. So while drawing the sample, you will have to make these stratas according to the parameter on which you are going to study or you are going to find the solution of the problem. And then those stratas will be considered for calculating the difference on the basis of which interpretation will be drawn. Now, again, suppose you have formed the stratas. So you have three stratas based on age group. First age group, second age group, and third age group. These are the three stratas. But under these stratas, how you will draw the sample? Now, you will be using simple random technique to collect the data under that age group. For example, the first strata is 10 to 13 years of age. The total number of population of 10 to 13 years of age is 100. But you have to take 20 students from 10 to 13 years of age. Now what you will do? You will use now simple random sampling technique to get 20 students out of the 100 of that strata, and that will form your sample of the first strata. Now, I'll again to more clarify it, I'll give you another example. Now the second strata of your age group is 13 to, say, 17 years. Now, in 13 to 17 years age group, you have total population of 200 and you require only 2. Again, what you will be doing? So you want to have 20 sample, size of the sample is 20 in each strata. You have 3 stratas of different age groups and you require 20 sample in each strata, but the number of population in each strata is different. In the first group, it was 100. In the second strata, it is 200. In third strata, maybe it is 170. But you require 20 from each group. Then what you will be doing? You will be using simple random sampling technique using the total number of population and selecting the required number of sample from that population under each strata. I hope this is clear to you, how to draw sample from the population using stratified sampling technique. Is this clear to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, again, I'll give you one example. Suppose you have, your problem is such where you want to compare or you want to have gender differences, and you can form 2 groups, boys and girls. So your strata is boys and girls. That is the strata. Now, under boys, again, you want to have two groups. One is rural boys, another one is urban boys. Now, again, in girls group, you have rural girls and urban girls. Now, you have four stratas with you: rural boy, rural girls, urban boys, urban girls. Now, what you will be doing, that from the total population of boys and girls, you will be using, first you will be making the four stratas of rural boys, urban boys, rural girls, urban girls. Then under each strata, you will be randomly taking the data of rural boys, urban boys, and rural girls and urban girls. So this is how you will be using stratified random sampling technique for getting your sample. Now, let me tell you, for example, you have to make a strata. Now, what you will keep in mind? Or why do we make a strata? You want, suppose your problem of research is that you know that every person has a different thinking style. Just I am giving you an example. Have different thinking style. Thinking style, but you have to compare that what type of thinking style is a male is having or a female is having. Male have different thinking styles and female have different thinking styles, and you have to compare those thinking styles. It means you need to have two stratas. One is the strata of male student, the another is strata of female students. Then you will have the sample of male students and female students, and you will compare, give the questionnaire related to thinking style, and you will get the information from these two stratas, and then you can compare them. This is just, I am giving you an example of thinking styles, but yes, you can take up any variable, and if you have to compare that variable into different groups, then yes, you can form those groups, and we call them as strata because each group is having a particular characteristic. Now, which characteristic this group is having? One group is having all the male students, so they have different characteristics, and another group is having female students and they are having different characteristics. When you collect the group on the basis of any particular characteristic, that forms a strata. Now, just here one point you will have to keep in mind is that you will have to consider that the sample in each strata should be drawn, which should be representative one. I mean to say, suppose there are two stratas, male and female. Now, representation will be that they should have same type of age, or if there is set age according to your research problem, then the students, male students of that age group should come into that strata. The female students of that particular age group should come into that strata. I'll give you an example. Suppose your problem requires the students from 10 to 15 years of age. It means the male group should consist of all the male students from 10 years to 15 years of age. It means your sample is representative one. No doubt you have formed these stratas, but yes, these stratas are again representative of the population. Now, you have two types of stratified random sampling technique. One is proportionate random sampling technique, and another is disproportionate stratified random sampling technique. Now, proportionate sampling technique is when sampling fraction is equal for each stratum. And disproportionate stratified random sampling is when unequal sampling fraction in each stratum is there. Now, just I'll give you one example that I have already given you the example of two stratas, male and female, male students and female students. If the number in each strata is disproportionate, for example, in male group, there are say 30 students who belong to the age group 10 to 15 years of age as required by your study. But in case of female students in each strata, when you form the group, form the strata, then the females belonging to 10 to 15 years of age are only 10. So it means this is disproportionate stratified random sampling technique when there is unequal sampling fraction in each stratum. Now, next technique is cluster sampling. Now, what is cluster sampling? Cluster sampling is when there is a population and that population units are divided into different clusters based on some characteristic. And in each cluster, again, the sample is derived on the basis of random sampling technique. Now, I'll give you just an example of this. For example, you have to take, your study is to find out some differences based on religion. And say, for example, if I talk about Punjab, then say my study is to study some characteristics of Muslims. And I require the population who is from Muslim category. It is very difficult to go house to house and find out where the Muslims are residing. But the total population, if I look into the total population of Punjab, then if I consider the area, then I'll come to know that majority of the Muslims are staying in Malerkotla. Just I'm giving an example. So it means Malerkotla will be one cluster for me from where I can get the data of Muslim community from Malerkotla. That is one cluster. Another cluster is, suppose I get the information that another cluster can be formed in Dhuri. Dhuri is again a place where I can get a cluster of Muslim population. So this will be the second cluster of my population. Now I have now two clusters in different geographical areas. So what I'll be doing, after I will be going to Malerkotla, and from there I'll be collecting data based on random sampling technique. I'll be preparing my sampling frame, and then I'll be using simple random technique and will be getting the data. So now the step for cluster sampling technique is, first you should decide about the characteristic on which the cluster is to be formed. It can be based on geographical area, it can be based on some particular characteristic, and accordingly you can select the cluster. I'll give you one more example. This example was based on geographical area. Another example is, suppose I have to study the blind students who are illiterate. Suppose this is my problem, who are illiterate, and I want to study the blind students. Then I will come to know that there is one area in Bathinda where there is one blind home is there, where they have kept all blinds who are illiterate. And there is one area near Rajpura where a school is not school, where a blind home is there, where the illiterate blinds are there. Now again, I will have two clusters in two areas and in two homes, and again I will collect my sample from these areas. So this is again called cluster sampling technique, where I will get the sample in cluster. Cluster means the whole of the chunk is there in that area, and I'll just go there and I'll collect the data on random sampling, using random sampling technique. So this is called cluster sampling technique. Now, the next is multi-stage sampling technique. Just I want to tell you that there you should not get confusion with multi-stage sampling technique and multi-phase sampling technique. There is difference in multi-stage sampling technique and multi-phase sampling technique. Now, multi-stage sampling technique can be based on clusters, or there can be combination of different stage methods. I'll just give you an example. Suppose your problem pertains to one particular, suppose you are conducting study on adolescents. Now, in whole of the India, in all the states, adolescents are there. Now you have to select in which state you are going to study the adolescents. For example, you select Haryana. Haryana is the state from where you will be taking up the data from adolescents. Now again, the population of adolescents in Haryana is again too much. It is very difficult to cover all the adolescents of Haryana. Then what you will be doing? You will be taking up few districts of Haryana. Now, few districts means you may select 4 districts or 5 districts of Haryana, because total number of adolescents in Haryana, that population is very large. And I told you at the start of my session that if population is large, then your sample size should be large. It means you will have to cover more districts here. Suppose you have selected 4 or 5 districts, there should be some logic behind selecting the districts. If you want the adolescents, literate adolescents or illiterate adolescents, or you want to have adolescents from the states, from the districts who are having high literacy rate, or the adolescents who belong to the states having low literacy rate. This can be one of the reasons. I am just because hypothetically I am taking up a problem and I am explaining you, keeping in mind that hypothetical problem. So the problem is that I want to take the adolescents from those districts who come under high literacy rate. Now, suppose there are 4 districts, so I'll be taking up 4 districts. Again, the sample is population is very large, so I will make a sampling frame. Sampling frame will be the list of all schools of all districts. Now, the sampling frame of one district will help me to get the sample of few schools, say 4 schools or 5 schools of those districts. Similarly, I will be getting 4 schools from each district. This is the next stage. And then from each school, again, I will be going to collect sample equally from all schools. There are 4 schools. I may draw sample of 50 adolescents, 50 adolescents from 4 schools. It means 200 students from one district. Now, which are the different stages? The first stage is selecting a state. Second stage is selecting a district. Third stage is selecting the schools. Fourth stage is selecting the adolescents from those schools. So we are collecting the data from the adolescents after going through different stages. So this type of sampling technique is called multi-stage sampling technique. And at the end, when you are collecting the data from the students from a particular school, you will be using random sampling technique. So that is why this sampling technique comes under probability sampling technique. Now, when we should use stratified sampling technique? When your primary objective is to compare the groups. Suppose you have 4 groups and you form 4 strata based on different characters, based on the characteristics according to your problem, and you are comparing that characteristic of those strata. Then why we should use this? Because it will help you to minimize your sampling errors. Then when we should use cluster sampling? When the geographical area is very large and the particular sample group which you want to study is having their location in some particular geographical areas, and you are not supposed to cover all the areas because they are not there. They are residing in the cluster in some geographical areas. So you directly go to those areas and you contact those clusters and get the data. So that is why when you have to cover a wide geographical area where the population of your characteristic means the characteristic which is required for your study is residing, so there you can use cluster sampling technique. Now, many a times you have the list of clusters, but you don't have the list of individual members. So that is why, again, it will help you to use cluster sampling technique because you don't have the record of individuals, but you have the record of clusters. I think all these different types of sampling techniques are clear to you. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So, ma'am, what is difference between stratified random sampling and multi-stage sampling technique, ma'am? These are both same?
No, these are not same. Stratified sampling technique is when you prepare the strata based on particular characteristic. For example, I had given you the example. Suppose you want to compare 3 groups of different age groups based on age.
Yes,
First age group is 1 to 3 to 5 years. Second age group is 5 to 8 years. Another is in 9 to 12 years, like that. So different age groups are there, and you want to compare these age groups on particular variable. So, and you form that strata. Strata means a group having a common trait.
Okay, ma'am.
But as far as your multi-stage sampling is technique, that you don't consider the characteristic there. What you consider is you consider the target population. Your study requires adolescents. I have given you the example, adolescents. And adolescents, the number of adolescents in total population is very large. make them, you take them through different stages. Like first selecting the state, then selecting the districts, then you select the schools, then you select the sample. So under different stages, you go through and then come to the final stage from where you get the data using random sampling technique. So that is why this stage is called multi-stage sampling technique.
ओके मैम, जैसे मैंने ये सीनियर सेकेंडरी स्कूल स्टूडेंट लिए हैं हरियाणा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के
जी,
और उनमें 6 पर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से मैंने 2 डिवीजन लिए हैं और पर हर डिवीजन से मैंने 2 स्कूल लिए हैं, 1 गवर्नमेंट और 1 प्राइवेट और हर स्कूल से मैंने 13 स्टूडेंट लिए, 15 बॉयज एंड 15 गर्ल्स। तो ये मल्टी स्टेज है या स्ट्रेटिफाइड रैंडम सैंपलिंग टेक्निक है?
ये सारी मल्टी स्टेज बनी। जब आपने लास्ट 13 लिए, उनको आपने रैंडमली सिलेक्ट किया।
हाँ जी।
तो ये मल्टी स्टेज बन गई एंड एट द एंड यू हैव यूज्ड रैंडम सैंपलिंग टेक्निक। तो दोनों आपने यूज करी, मल्टी स्टेज और एंड रैंडम सैंपलिंग।
ओके मैम, थैंक यू मैम।
हाँ जी, एनी अदर क्वेश्चन?
Yes, ma'am. ये कोटा सैंपलिंग एंड क्लस्टर सैंपलिंग।
आपकी आवाज नहीं क्लियर, दोबारा बोलना।
What is the difference between quota sampling and cluster sampling?
What is the difference?
Quota, ma'am. He is asking about quota and cluster.
Okay, because I have not explained you about quota as yet, but cluster you know it. So after doing non-probability sampling technique, I will give you the difference between quota and cluster. Yes, please.
Ma'am, have you PPT of this?
I have, but I was not able to share it because I am using the mobile.
Ma'am,
okay, then.
Excuse me, ma'am. We will share after completion of the 7 days.
Yes. I'll
to
share.
all the participants.
Yes, I'll share.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'll give to Madam Suman and she can share.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for such a wonderful and informative session for us. And I also thank to S.K. Baba, ma'am, President Gera, and Campus Director, Universal Group of Institute Mohali. And I thank to Dr. Sumandalal, ma'am, Dean, Faculty of Education and ITTR Chairperson. And I thank to all the participants. And now we have a lunch break. And we will meet.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Question is, may we open the session for some queries, ma'am?
Yes, no problem.
If you have any query, you can ask to ma'am.
Yes. Good morning, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is myself Priyanka Kashyap. I want to know about a stratified sampling data and any डेटा कलेक्शन का कोई एक लिमिट होता है क्या इसमें? मैक्सिमम लार्ज कितना लार्ज होना चाहिए, मिनिमम क्या होना चाहिए डेटा?
मैंने आपको ना एक एग्जांपल दी थी स्टार्ट में कि डेटा जो आपने सैंपल साइज जो आपने लेना है वो किस पे बेस्ड होता है। तो उसमें मैंने आपको बताया था, डिफरेंट पॉइंट्स बताए थे कि कैसी स्टडी हो और कितना सैंपल होना चाहिए। तो एक उसमें इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट बताया था कि इट डिपेंड्स कि आपने अपने रिजल्ट किस लेवल पे इंटरप्रेट करने हैं। अगर आपने 0.01 लेवल पे करने हैं तो सैंपल साइज कितना होगा? अगर पॉपुलेशन
यस मैम
है ना,
यस मैम, वो मैंने लिख लिया। यस
लिख लिया ना। तो उसमें था कि अगर 100 की पॉपुलेशन है तो अगर आपको रिजल्ट 0.01 लेवल पे करने हैं तो 99 आपका सैंपल साइज होगा।
यस मैम।
हाँ, वो पॉइंट मैंने आपको बताया था। दूसरा, सैंपल साइज डिपेंड करता है कि आपकी जो रिसर्च का ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है। अगर वो कोरिलेशनल है तब क्या होगा, अगर नॉमिनल डाटा चाहिए तब सैंपल लार्ज होगा, अगर ज्यादा ग्रुप है तब आपका सैंपल लार्ज होगा। सैंपल साइज के सारे रीजंस मैंने बताए थे। अगर क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च है तो सैंपल साइज कम होगा, अगर आप किसी की लाइफ हिस्ट्री स्टडी कर रहे हैं तो सैंपल साइज कम होगा।
यस
अगर पॉपुलेशन हेट्रोजीनियस है कम होगा, होमोजीनियस है ज्यादा होगा। अगर आप सर्वे मेथड यूज कर रहे हैं तो सर आपका जो सैंपल साइज है वो 100 से कम नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सर्वे मेथड में अगर आपने फर्दर ग्रुप बनाए हैं तो उसमें स्मॉल सैंपल है तो 30 से कम होगा, बट सर्वे में हमें हमेशा लार्ज सैंपल लेना है जो 30 से ज्यादा होगा। सो ये सारे पॉइंट मैंने आपको बताए थे जब मैं आपको ये बता रही थी कि हाउ टू डिसाइड अबाउट द सैंपल साइज।
यस मैम, यस मैम, यस मैम।
जी, और कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना आपने?
Any queries? Any query from any participant?
Hello, ma'am, is it audible to you?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
Ma'am, good morning, madam. This is Dr. Alo.
जी।
Yes, ma'am. My area of specialization is finance. So my research work is on secondary data, ma'am. The company's financial statements. So I would like to select top 10 companies from pharmaceutical sector, madam.
Good.
Those are listed in the stock market.
Right.
Now that the selection is based on the basis of market capitalization. So can I take randomly the top listed 10 companies directly?
First, you will have to prepare a sampling frame. Under sampling frame, you will take up all pharma companies which are listed.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you will consider their financial output, because this is one of your criteria. Then you will rank them. That will be again your second sampling frame. And out of that, randomly you can pick the required number.
Okay, so directly top 10 I should not pick up, right?
No, no. The proper procedure is first you take the list of all companies which are listed in stock exchange and pharma companies. So accordingly you prepare your sampling frame and then select.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for such a interactive session, and thank you all. We will meet after lunch break at 1:15.
1:15?
Ma'am, session late हो गया तो maybe है तो 1:15 पे, but we will manage after half an hour.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. Are you getting my voice?
Yes, ma'am. Now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Very good afternoon, ma'am, to all. Very good afternoon to all. Our esteemed faculty members and all our participants in this 9th technical session for 7-day online workshop, research methodology and data analysis. I am Dr. Rajkumari, Assistant Professor of B.P.S. ITTR. Welcome to all in this session. Now, I would like to invite our resource person, Dr. S.K. Bhava, to express her views on the topic of sampling, non-probability sampling. Welcome, ma'am.
I hope my slides are clear to you now.
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Should I start?
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So till now we did probability sampling techniques.
Not
yes. Yes, please. You want to say something? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am, continue, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
मैम आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
आवाज नहीं आ रही.
Not voice clear, ma'am.
मैम आपकी आवाज आ रही है, उनकी साइड से कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी. You should continue, ma'am.
Please, other content, mic mute.
Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now we are going to start non-probability sampling techniques, and before that we have done probability sampling techniques. So I told you the difference between probability sampling.
Other participant, meet yourself.
Yes, please. Should I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now the difference between probability and sampling.
Ma'am, voice was very slow.
My voice is slow.
No, ma'am. It's okay.
ठीक है, ma'am. Okay. So now probability sampling techniques are those sampling techniques where everyone has a choice to come into the sample, and non-probability sampling techniques are those where everyone cannot be part of the sample. So we have already covered which are different probability sampling techniques. Now we will be doing non-probability sampling techniques. As compared to probability sampling techniques, non-probability sampling techniques are less consuming and less expensive because it takes less time because of number of reasons, and because you have to collect less number of data, less number of sample is to be contacted. That is why it is less expensive. Now here generally quantitative generalization can be done under probability sampling technique, and whereas qualitative generalizations can be done under non-probability sampling techniques. It doesn't mean that we cannot do quantitative or qualitative generalization under probability sampling techniques. We can also do, but as far as qualitative approach is concerned, there generally we use non-probability sampling techniques. That is why qualitative judgments are generally, such generalizations are made using non-probability sampling techniques. Now, which are these sampling techniques or designs? Actually,
non-probability sampling designs are those
So,
designs
I
where...
am audible, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, check your desktop, please. Voice was very slow, ma'am. Low.
Ma'am, it is clear.
From my side,
Ma'am, it's audible.
It's audible.
It's audible, ma'am. मैम आवाज तो क्लियर आ रही है, तेज आ रही है.
Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I was telling you that as far as non-probability sampling designs are concerned, there we use such kind of procedures which are very subjective and where the chance of...
Okay, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So where chance of some population units are zero to come in the sample group. So it means, I'll give you just one example. If suppose there is a class of 50 students, and we use that sampling procedure where everyone doesn't have a chance to come. For example, if I say I will select only those students who have worn blue color shirt. Now it is very clear that all the students will not wear blue color shirt. But my objective of research is that I want only those students to come under my sample who will be wearing blue shirts. So that is why all doesn't have the chance to come. That is why it will come under non-probability sampling design. That is another issue, that which sampling, non-probability sampling design I will be using. But as far as the definition of non-probability sampling design is concerned, or the conditions are concerned, that is that the chance of coming all the population to come under the sample, selected population to come under the sample, is 0. Now here also the another point is that as far as probability samplings are concerned, I told you that that should be the representative sample. But as far as non-probability sampling designs are concerned, here it is not possible to get the representative sample. There can be variation because you are selecting only those samples in those units in your sample which according to your problem you require them. So may be possible that they are not representing the whole of the population. Then as far as probability samplings are concerned, their sampling errors can be computed. But here in non-probability sampling techniques, sampling errors cannot be computed. But there are other ways to check the sampling errors. The other types of sampling errors which are very common in non-probability sampling designs, I'll cover them later on. Now, as far as survey results are concerned, if you are using probability sampling designs, then these results can be projected to the population. But as far as non-probability sampling designs are concerned, their research surveys are they cannot be projected. Now, what are the advantages of non-probability sampling? First is, as compared to probability sampling techniques, there are these are cheap and fast. So it consumes less time and they are cost effective. And you can collect reasonably representative sample if you thoroughly following systematic procedure, you collect the sample. So
you can make it reasonably representative if proper procedures for selecting non-probability sampling techniques are used. Now, the first example is judgment sampling. Now, what is judgment sampling? Judgment, as you know, every person can judge the another person. Every person can judge different situations. Every person can judge the different types of units in the population which he wants to be studied. So I have given one example here, that suppose if you are going to study a psychiatric problem, then you must know that from where I will be able to get the sample. So now you have to think and judge from where I'll be able to get it. Maybe you cannot go home to ask whether any person in your house is having psychiatric problem. You cannot do that. But yes, if you will go to psychiatric hospital, there you can get the list of psychiatric people. If you will go to government hospitals, if you go to private clinics, there you can get the population who are having psychiatric problem. Even if you are doing study on adolescents, even you can go to schools and there you can ask such patients. Patient means school students who are having this kind of problem. So it means this is your judgment from where you can get the data. This is one example where I am telling you that just on the basis of judgment, you will come to know that this is my population will be here and I should get the sample from this population. Another example is, for example, I have to study the attitude of women who go for, say, killing the girl child. Now, from where I will get the data? If I will ask the lady that have you gone for female feticide, definitely no one will accept that they have gone for female feticide and they will give the data. But I have to think how to get the data from such females such women who have gone for female feticide. Should I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
There is some
Please mute yourself, everyone. Please.
वर्कशॉप तो ठीक थी मैडम
Kanta, please, Kanta ma'am.
कांता मेरा तो मैडम ने रजिस्ट्रेशन कर रखा कांता मैडम ने खुद ही कर दिया
कांता कांता
मैंने तो बाद में बताई मैंने इसका
कांता
मेरा उन्हें कौन है
कांता आर यू लिसनिंग म्यूट योरसेल्फ
कोई ना रजिस्ट्रेशन कर
मैम आप ही म्यूट कर दीजिएगा उनको
फोन करके पूछा मेरे को पेपर पब्लिश कराने के लिए पूछना था
यहाँ पेपर पब्लिश वाली ना है पर यह जरूरी थी
आप खुद म्यूट कर दो इनको म्यूट कर सकता है मैडम
कंटिन्यू मैम कंटिन्यू
okay. Now how I will get data from such females? So I will have to think that how to connect with those women who have gone for female feticide. Now, as far as getting data from hospital is concerned, it is banned. No hospital will give you the data on whom they have conducted such kind of operation. So how to do it? So again, it is the judgment of the researcher from where they can get the sample. It is many a times the problem is such that you cannot directly go to the concerned unit or such concerned area and you get the sample. You will have to make the judgment from where you can get the sample. So such type of sampling techniques are called judgment sampling techniques, where no randomization is there. Whosoever meets you, who meet your requirement, and on the basis of your judgment, that person is the right person to give you the information. So that type of sampling technique is called judgment sampling technique. Now next sampling technique is snowball sampling technique. Many a time we take up such problems where we don't know where where the sample will be. You don't have any sampling frame. You don't even know the population where will they be. You don't have any such list from where you can get connected with such people. But yes, your friends may know them. Your family may know them. So your social relations, different social relations from different areas may know them.
एडमिशन को ना है इसका पेपर देता है इंटरव्यू देता है यार फाड़ी आ गई रे इसकी गोइंग टू ले लिया था ना वो कर से गया था इसकी मौसी है थी ना जिसकी सगी मौसी थी ना
Host ma'am, please mute everyone.
Should I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, continue, ma'am.
Okay. So in that case, what we do is we take the referrals from even in the respondents who have already responded to your same type of query. You can take referrals from your friends or family. And so by means of different social connections, you get connected to them and you take the data. Now, sometimes the problem is such that the population is very rare and directly you don't have any connect with them. So here you take the help of the referrals and you connect them and take the data. So such kind of sampling technique is called snowball sampling technique. Here is a figure which I have shown here. See, on the one side there is the population and then
Every participant is mute.
Host ma'am, please mute everyone.
Please mute everyone.
Rajkumari ma'am, please mute everyone. Ma'am, you are not.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, audible now.
एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स ने मुझे भी कर दिया म्यूट.
Yes, ma'am.
Please take care. Chalo. So this is the figure which I was showing, and here this is, suppose you have contacted this one person, and this one person knows that person from whom you can collect the information. So he will guide you and you will go to that person and you will collect the information, and you will ask that person whether he knows someone who can give same type of information. So he may give you names of two persons, and you will contact these two persons and may get the information whatever is required as per your study. So these two persons may know someone further and who can help you to have contact with that person to get the information. So this is called the getting information or putting that person into your sample through reference. So that is why this type of sampling technique is called snowball sampling technique. Now we come to quota sampling technique. Now actually what is quota? Quota word सभी आप लोग बोलते होंगे कई बार कि इसका इतना कोटा है, इसका इतना कोटा है. That is the number which is fixed for some particular for achieving some particular objective. Similarly, in research also, many a times we fix some quota to get the data. Now, I'll give you one example. Suppose you want to visit Punjab and you want to get data that the tourists who come to Punjab, they belong to which type of category, number one, and every category has what type of opinion about Punjab. Now, this is your problem. So what you will be doing? First, you will gather the data, how many persons from Punjab, they come as a tourist. Number two, how many persons or percentage of people come for study in Punjab? How many percentage of people come to attend conferences or seminars in Punjab? How many persons from different population, they come to Punjab to meet their family and friends and relatives? How many people they come to Punjab for doing some kind of business? So there are different categories of people who come to Punjab for different reasons, for different purposes. And your objective of study is to get the information from all these different types of people about Punjab. Now, you will get the information. What is the percentage of people who are coming for different type of category? Say 10% of people, they come as tourists. 15% of the people, they come as for study. 20% of the people, they come for trading. Say 10% of the people or 15% of the people, they come to meet their relatives. So whatever percentage is for coming into for different category who are coming to the Punjab, you will fix quota for your data for that percentage of people. Now I'll just tell you the example. Suppose you have to collect data for 100 people who are coming to Punjab, and you fix the quota that if 10% people are coming for attending conference, so out of 100 you will contact 10 people who are coming for conferences. If 15% people are coming for trading, that out of 100 you will contact 15 people who will come for trading. Likewise, you will fix the quota 15, 10, 12, likewise For each category, you will fix the quota. Now, if it is total sample is 100, so you will fix the quota like 10, 15, whatever percentage is there. But if you have to collect the data of 500, so if 10% people are coming, so out of 500, you will have 50 number of such people into your sample. So likewise, you will collect the sample from different type of people who are coming to Punjab, and then you will get the information as required for your study. So this type of sampling technique is called quota sampling technique. I hope you have understood, or should I give you one more example?
Ma'am, please give one more example.
Okay. Now just look into this example. This is the actually example of Punjab only, but it is explained in some other way. Suppose you want to interview tourists who are coming to Punjab to study their activities and their spending style. So based on national research, you will come to, you know that 60% of the people, they come for vacation. 20% they come to visit their friends and relatives. 15% they come for business. 5% they come for meetings. And 80% they come from within India, and 10% from other states, and 10% from other countries. So this is the percentage of people coming to Punjab in different categories. Now, if total 500 tourists are to be taken for your study, then how you will determine your sample? It means in the first category, you know that 60% will come for vacation. So out of 500 tourists, 60%, it means 300 tourists you will contact, those who have come for vacation. Similarly, 15% come for business. It means out of 500, 75 you will contact those people who have come for business. Suppose 10% are international people. So those who are coming from different countries, out of 500, 50 people, 5 people you will contact. So similarly, the total data will be 500. So this is how you have fixed the quota according to the type of people who are coming to Punjab, and you will take the number of sample from different categories, and the total sample will be 500. I hope this is clear now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is just like a stratified sampling.
No, it is not stratified. It is not stratified. It is fixing the quota, because you know how many percentage of people come for different purpose, and for each purpose you have fixed the quota. You are not taking all the people who are coming for business. You are taking only 15% who are coming for business. 5% those who are coming for meetings. You have not equally divided them into different categories. Okay? You have fixed the quota.
Okay.
That is why this type of sampling technique is called quota sampling technique. Now next is purposive sampling technique. Now what is this purposive sampling technique? As the name suggests, when you take up any project or any research, the objective of which is specific to some particular category, and you have to take the people in your sample who belong to that particular category, or those who have the same characteristics which you want to study. Now I'll give you a few examples. For example, you have to study the people who are award winners.
Maybe the topic of your research is such that you have to consider only national award winners. Now, you will make the list of national award winners, and one by one you will go to all national award winners and will collect the data. You will not go to any other person. Your focus is, your purpose is only to contact the national award winners. So that is your purpose. That is why you will go to them and collect the data, whatever the number is. If the number of total award winners is 100, so you will contact the 100 national award winners. Now, the second example is, for example, your purpose of study is to study the emotional violence among women. The women who are suffering from emotional violence. Now, how to contact those women? Now, what you will be doing, you will collect the data by some probability sampling technique, and you will give them the emotional violence scale. From there, you will come to know that how many women are suffering from emotional violence. Suppose 100 women comes under your study, and out of 100, 20 are suffering from emotional violence. So now you have the list of those 20 women who are suffering from emotional violence. Now your purpose is to contact these women and to get the information related to your problem. So those 20 women, you will be contacting them because that is the purpose of your study. So to meet that purpose, you will contact them, and this type of technique is called purposive sampling technique.
Ma'am, your screen is not visible.
Ma'am, please show your PPT also.
Okay, I think I have shared it, but I'll again share it. Are you able to see now?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the third example which I would like to give you is, suppose the purpose of your study is to analyze some case studies. So, again, the purpose is to contact all those people who come under your case. Suppose you have to study those football players who are the winners of gold medals. So just you will locate their names, then you will you will get the information about their whereabouts, where they live and where you have to go. You will directly go to them, contact them, and take the information whatever is required for your study. So it means you have to select the individuals and you study them in depth as per the requirement of your research. So such type of sampling is again called purposive sampling technique. Now we will be taking up sampling errors. Now, many a times, whatever sample you select, that sample is not representative of the population. Maybe you have taken a lot of care, but by chance, it could not be a representative one. So again, there can be a sampling error. The second error can be, many a times you take the sample size according to the level of significance under which you want to
interpret your results. But many a times it happens that it cannot be controlled. You cannot get that number of sample size. For example, 3000 sample size is required, but due to many other reasons, administrative problems or other problems, you are able to get only say 200 or 1500 sample size. Again, there will be a sampling error. But when you have large sample size, then sampling error can be reduced. So it means sampling error can be avoided. But how you can avoid it? By increasing your size of the sample. Now, another types of sampling errors are, one is systematic biases. Now, which are these systematic biases? First systematic bias is when you collect the data. Now, for example, we have gone for data collection.
मैम आपकी पीपीटी नहीं शो हो रही.
It is visible, ma'am.
Okay, hit con.
It's visible, ma'am. Just double click on the PPT, ma'am's PPT, it'll open.
Participant, please check your internet connection. Due to internet low connection of internet, there is that's why PPT is not showing on your screen, but PPT is already seen by all other faculty and participants.
But not showing, ma'am, in my device also.
It's your internet issue. It's your internet issue.
Okay.
Otherwise,
ma'am, it is available in a small screen.
नहीं वो full दिख रही है, आप उसको screen को कीजिए. Please, ma'am, continue. Please, ma'am.
Okay. Now, just I was talking about sampling errors. So when you collect the data, there again systematic bias occurs. How that bias? How that bias occurs is, for example, you have gone to a particular place and from where you are supposed to collect the data, and there occurs some problem and you are not able to reach that place. So what you do is, you, instead of taking data from that place, you go to some other place and collect the data. So there can be bias. Then there can be bias while analyzing the data. Suppose there is one statistical technique which is most appropriate for interpreting the result, and thereby you can reduce your or calculate your sampling errors. But due to some reason, maybe you don't know about it, or maybe there is some another problem in guidance, you don't apply that technique, and due to that again sampling error can be there in interpreting the results. Now, these are some kind of systematic biases. There can be another systematic bias, which is interpretation. For example, if you have to interpret your results at 0.01 level of significance, but at the last moment you think that the problem is such that you should interpret it at 0.05 level of significance, again systematic bias is there. Now, another sampling error is on the from the point of view of respondent. Many a times the respondents, they don't give you the factual data. They speak or they tell a lie and give you some different data. Many a times the respondents, they feel that I should give the socially acceptable answer. So that is why you are not getting the correct information and error is there. Many a times the respondents, they forget and they say we have forgotten. That is why we are not giving you the true information. So again, this is the error on the part of the respondent. Now, another sampling error is interviewer bias. For example, I am taking an interview of a case and I know that person. So if I know that person, already some bias will be there in my mind. If I am in favor of that person, then whatever he speaks, I will note only whatever is in his favor. If I don't like that person, I may write something which I feel he is telling lie, and this is not like that because I am biased about that person, so I will not take right information. So such type of bias is called interviewer bias, which will increase sampling error. Now the next is recording error. As you know, whenever you collect qualitative data, and one of the important point which you will have to keep in mind is to record the information. Suppose you have started recording the information, but there can be some error in recording. You may not hear properly, you may not record it properly, something which gets missed. So there can be such reasons or administrative reason due to which recording you feel it is not complete, it is incomplete recording, or errors are there, and so you don't get complete information to be used for your research purpose. Now another error is if you have designed some questionnaires, you have not taken right parameters related to that particular trait, number one. Number two, the framing of questions is not good. They are double-barreled. They have double meanings. The language is not understood by the respondent, or the questions which are framed are not up to the level of the respondent. So in a nutshell, I can say the questionnaires are very poorly designed. So that is why you get sampling errors. So these are some of the ways through which you get errors, and we call them as sampling errors, and we should try to avoid these sampling errors. So as I have explained you all different type of errors, so accordingly you can modify all the reasons, or you can try to omit those reasons and get the true data. So by this way you can reduce the sampling errors. Now there are some non-sampling errors. Non-sampling errors are because you don't give equal chance to everyone, and maybe some people are missed who can give you more relevant information regarding your research. So such kind of errors are called non-sampling errors. These are, first is, we can say, no response errors. You have sent 50 questionnaires to 50 people and you get only response of 10 people. It means all people have not responded. That is no response error. The second is, maybe 20 people have filled half of the questionnaire. So half of the information is not given by them. Again, this is no response errors. Many people, they may forget to give answer to few questions. So that is again a no response error. Now, again, another type of errors are sampling frame errors. When you are preparing the list for as sampling frame, I told you that there can be omissions, there can be repetitions, there can be such members in the list which are not readable. So there can be so many errors in the sampling frame. So when you are preparing the sampling frame, such errors can lead to sampling errors. Then response errors. The response errors are, first, when respondents, they lie. झूठ बोलते हैं, वो गलत इंफॉर्मेशन देते हैं, that is called the respondent error. Then interviewer biased. As I explained you earlier, if the interviewer who is taking the interview of the sample, if he is biased, then definitely whatever he is saying, that information will not be correctly recorded by the interview. So again, there will be sampling error. Then already I have discussed recording error and poorly designed questionnaires. So these are different types of sampling and non-sampling errors, due to which the interpretation of your result can be different. Now, just to recap different types of sampling techniques, the first figure, just look at the first figure. In the round, it is written A, B, C, D, E, F. This is the population. And out of this population, we have selected L, P, Y, N, H, D randomly. So this type of sampling technique is called simple random. So simple randomization can be by two ways. One is by lottery method. Second is by simple random tables also. So, or you can use those machines through which you can get the sample. So this type of sampling is simple random sampling. Now, second is, you see, there is a round in which there are three groups. In first group, A, B, C, D, E is written. In second group, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O is written. And in the third group, P, Q, R, S, T is written. Now, first is population group, second is population group, third is population group. Now, first population group, A, B, C, D, E, only B and D is selected randomly. In the second group, F, M, O, and J is selected randomly. In the from the third population, P and S is selected randomly. Now, this type of technique is called stratified random sampling, because in the upper circle, the three populations are of different characteristics. So they form different stratas. So from each strata, the random sample is taken. There are three stratas, and here in the down figure, from each strata, randomly the sample has been drawn. That is why this is called stratified random sampling technique. Now, in the third circle, you see there are again different types of areas in which sample is there. First area AB, then circle CD, then LM, JK, HI, STU, QR, EFG, and NOP. So these are the different areas of population. But as per the purpose of the study, the population which is required, that is from the QR area, from CD area, and from EFG area. So these three clusters are taken under the second circle, and these three clusters are selected from the above clusters of population. So these three clusters, QR, CD, and EFG, they are selected using cluster random sampling technique. In the above circle, all these are clusters, but from all these clusters, the three clusters are randomly selected. So that is why this type of technique is called cluster random sampling technique. Now we come to the next example. Here, in the first circle, again, there are different clusters. From all these clusters, three clusters are selected. And from these three clusters, again, C from first cluster, L from second cluster, and T from third cluster is selected in the third stage. Now, the first stage is when you select the sample clusters and The second stage is from where you select the individuals randomly from the second stage. So this is this type of sampling technique where you have used two stages, but these stages are in the form of clusters. So multi-stage random sampling or two-stage random sampling is there, but this is in cluster. So this is cluster two-stage random sampling technique. Random technique is also used, cluster is also used, and multi-stage is also used. Similarly, you can use it even without clusters. There is total number of population, and out of that number of population, you can have subgroup. From subgroup, you can again have further groups, and you can have 3-4 stages from where you can get the sample in different stages, and we call it as multi-stage sampling technique. Now, here I want to tell you that there is one more sampling technique which is called multi-phase sampling technique. Now, multi-phase sampling technique is there is one group of population, and for example, this is normal population, and you want to select the people of high intelligence from that group. So you apply one test on these 100 people, and these 100 people, from 100 people, you will get, say, 50 people who are high intelligent. So this is the first phase when you selected out of 100, 50 high intelligent people. Then under the second phase, from these 50 people, you will collect out of these 50 people who are very poor economically. So you will give them the test, you will get the information, and out of 50, you will get 20 people who will be economically poor. This is the second phase. Now, the next phase is that you want to study the emotional maturity of these poor people who are highly intelligent. But in this third stage, now you will give them the test of emotional maturity. So what happens is that you have collected the data in first phase. Out of 100, you selected 50 after giving the treatment. Under second phase, you gave them the second treatment to know who are economically poor, and out of 50, those 50 selected, you take 20. So these 20 in the third phase, you give them emotional maturity test, and you get 2 highly emotionally mature who are economically poor, but they are highly intelligent. So this is the information which is being collected at different phases. So that is why this type of sampling technique is called multi-phase sampling technique. I hope this is clear to you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Superb, man, superb.
Okay. Now, thank you so much. Now, there are non-sampling error. I have already discussed with you that when non-response errors and which are the response errors. Non-response, we have already discussed when the participants, they don't give the response, or the sample, they don't give the response. And I have already discussed which are the different types of errors they commit. So now I'll give you a small test. Now you have to guess. This is the list of clients, and here in the second figure, this is the list of sample. So which sampling technique has been used here? Anybody who can tell me which sampling technique is being used here in this figure?
Stratified, ma'am.
Anyone else?
It's random sampling.
Ma'am, why there are dotted lines there? Is it there for strata?
Dotted lines are showing that above that is the population, and from that population here this is the sample which has been selected.
Then ma'am, it's random probably sorry, it's random sampling, ma'am.
So this is correct. This is random sampling technique. Now see, this is the second figure. I will not even give you the clue, or I will not speak about it. You just look at the figure, and just tell me which type of sampling technique this is.
Quota sampling, ma'am.
Quota sampling, ma'am.
Cluster
sampling, ma'am.
Cluster sampling, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Stratified sampling.
Anyone else?
It can be
Ma'am, it is snowball sampling because it is look like network like.
Ma'am, it is two-stage sampling, ma'am.
Huh?
Two-stage sampling.
Okay.
Two-stage random sampling it is.
Ma'am is stratified.
Okay.
It's stratified data, ma'am.
सारे techniques हो गई ना अब?
It's very interesting.
Which is the correct one?
Stratified, ma'am. Stratified.
This is stratified.
Yes, मैम, क्योंकि स्टार्टा बनाया हुआ है स्टेट के अकॉर्डिंग.
डिफरेंट सेगमेंट से, जैसे डिफरेंट स्टेट में से हमने सिलेक्ट किया, तो ये सिस्टमैटिक सैम्पलिंग हो गई मैम स्ट्रेटिफाइड सैम्पलिंग के
तो
अंडर.
ऐसे है, इसमें क्या है, पहला जो फर्स्ट है फिगर, that shows your population, and out of that population 3 strata have been formed. One strata is from Punjab, one is from Bihar, and one is from Assam. And then randomly the data from Punjab is collected, from Bihar is collected, from Assam is collected. So this is called stratified random sampling technique. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Which is this sampling technique? Which is this sampling technique?
Ma'am, lottery.
No.
Systematic sampling, ma'am.
Good.
Random sampling, ma'am. Random sampling.
Systematic.
No, this is not random. This is
Systematic random sampling.
Systematic random sampling.
Systematic random sampling.
Now
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
me how this is systematic.
Because we are
Ma'am,
having
because
5
for
interval.
9
Interval of 5 persons.
Yes, ma'am.
We
Interval
are
of 5.
calculating the.
Yes.
Ma'am, actually we have a population of 100 here, and we have set a system of taking every 5th person in the sample. That's why it become a systematic sampling.
Good. Good. I hope you have understood now.
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
Yes, ma'am.
tell me this, that random, this is, I have given the example, random sample from city blocks and measure all homes in selected blocks. Which type of sampling will it be?
Cluster, ma'am.
Ma'am, cluster.
No.
Ma'am, please repeat the question, ma'am, please.
First, you take the city, then city blocks, then all homes in selected blocks.
Ma'am, multi-stages.
Multi-stage sampling, ma'am.
Random sampling.
Random तो बाद में होगी ना end में.
नहीं, multi-stages sampling, I
This
think,
is
ma'am.
Multi-stage sampling is this.
Multi-stage sampling.
Good, multi-stage. Now tell me.
This is networking, ma'am. This is, I think, what I told in earlier.
कौन सी है ये?
Snowball.
Ma'am, snowball sampling.
Good, good. This is snowball sampling because, why? Tell me.
Because it's look like a network.
Referrals are used here.
It is network. You are taking referrals from different people and then collecting the data. So that is why this is called snowball sampling technique. Is this okay?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can call this the multi-stage sampling. We are going through the different type of stages here, like first is like district hai, then blocks hai, then we go to community.
So yes, now one is again left for recapitulation, that is multi-phase. Anybody who can give me example of multi-phase sampling technique? Multi-phase. Any example?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
I want to know socio-economic condition of the girl student.
Okay.
And in phase 1, I selected the population. I selected the 100 out of 50 is highly low socioeconomic status of girl. And in second phase, I test all that and I found that 20 of them.
Ma'am, can I give the example?
Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am, हमने learning disabled students देखने हैं which who are suffering from dyscalculia. So first we will take the 4th class students from whole the district. जो भी हम school select करेंगे वो first stage में हम identification stage बनाएंगे जहाँ पर phase बनाएंगे जहाँ पे हम identify करेंगे कि 4th class के कौन से students जो हैं वो learning disabilities हैं जिनमें सेकंड जो है मैथमेटिक्स के अंदर वीकनेस है. फिर हम सेकंड फेज में उनको लर्निंग डिसेबल टेस्ट से हम और आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे और इंटेलिजेंस उनका चेक करके नेक्स्ट फेज ये होगा हमारा कि ये वाले बच्चे निकल कर आए. उसमें से फिर हम नेक्स्ट फेज में ये बच्चे देखेंगे कि जिनको हमने एक्सपेरिमेंट के लिए सिलेक्ट करना है. तो 3-4 फेजेस से निकल कर लास्ट में वो बच्चे वो सैंपल हमारे पास बचेगा जिसके ऊपर हमें एक्सपेरिमेंट करना है या हमें रिसर्च करनी है.
एक्चुअली थोड़ा सा आपने मल्टी स्टेज और
नहीं यस मैम
मिक्स कर दिया.
यस मैम.
हाँ, तो जो आपने जिस पे जो रिसर्च करनी जो आपका पर्पस है अगर उसमें आपने 4-5 वेरिएबल्स लिए हैं उसमें से आपको लास्ट 2 का रिजल्ट निकालना है. पहले 4 जो है वो आपने एलिमिनेट करने हैं. तो पहला वेरिएबल पहले फेज में एलिमिनेट करा, दूसरा वेरिएबल सेकंड पे एलिमिनेट करा, तीसरा फेज थर्ड में एलिमिनेट करा और लास्ट में जो बचा उसके ऊपर लास्ट 2 का इम्पैक्ट देखा. So such type of sampling technique is multi-phase sampling technique.
Okay, thank you so very much, ma'am, for clearing this.
I hope कि अब sampling किसी को नहीं भूलेगी.
Yes, नहीं ma'am. Exactly.
Yes, ma'am. It was very informative, ma'am.
Any question?
Ma'am, kindly explain the multi-phase again.
Multi-phase जैसे मैंने पहले एग्जांपल दिया कि सपोज मेरा ऑब्जेक्टिव जो रिसर्च का है दैट इज टू नो हु आर इकोनॉमिकली पुअर इंटेलिजेंट पीपल हु आर इमोशनली मैच्योर. ऑब्जेक्टिव सुनो जरा क्या है देखना. मैंने क्या है इमोशनली मैच्योर वो लोग जो इकोनॉमिकली पुअर हैं बट हाईली इंटेलिजेंट है. तो मैंने क्या करना है कि पहले तो इंटेलिजेंस लेवल देखना है. तो डाटा लिया रैंडमली देख के उसमें से अगर मैंने 100 का सैंपल था उसमें से मुझे 20 लोग मिले जो हाईली इंटेलिजेंट है. ठीक है, तो मैंने वो 20 लोग ले लिए. 20 में से अब मेरा सेकंड ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि मुझे इस 20 में से वो लोग चाहिए जो इकोनॉमिकली पुअर है. तो मैंने अब इनका दोबारा इंफॉर्मेशन ली, स्टडी करी, चाहे केस स्टडी ले लो चाहे कोई टेस्ट दे के देख लो कि इनमें से इकोनॉमिकली पुअर कितने हैं. तो 10 में से अगर 5 बच्चे जो हैं उसमें से इकोनॉमिकली पुअर निकले तो दैट विल बी द सेकंड फेज. थर्ड फेज इज मुझे देखना है कि ये 5 में से इमोशनली मैच्योर कितने हैं। तो मैंने अब इन 5 को इमोशनल मैच्योरिटी का टेस्ट दिया और 5 में से इमोशनल मैच्योरिटी का टेस्ट लेने के बाद मुझे पता चला कि सिर्फ 2 ही बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो इमोशनली मैच्योर भी हैं, इकोनॉमिकली वीक भी हैं और हाईली इंटेलिजेंट भी हैं। ये तो है बिहेवियरल साइंसेस में रिसर्च। अगर मैं इसको कंपेयर करूं, जैसे आपने एक पौधा लगाया, सपोज 10 पौधे लगाए, 10 पौधों में से 2 महीने बाद 3 महीने बाद आपने देखा कि 8 पौधे चल रहे हैं, 2 मर गए। तो आपने उन 2 का मरने का रीजन देखा कि क्या है। आपको लगा कि इनको कोई ना कुछ ऐसा अब इनको ट्रीटमेंट चाहिए जिससे ये ग्रो करेंगे, तो आपने उनको वो ट्रीटमेंट दिया। जब ट्रीटमेंट दिया तो उनमें से फिर 2 और मर गए, और वो जो 2 मरे तब आपने उनका रीजन ढूंढा तो आपको एक और ही रीजन मिला, थर्ड की नहीं, ये तब तक नहीं होंगे जब इनको ये डिफरेंट कोई ऐसा ट्रीटमेंट ना दिया जाए। तो वो आप थर्ड वाला ट्रीटमेंट जो है वो फिर उनको दोगे, तो उसके बाद आपके जो बाकी के 6 पौधे बचे हुए हैं वो ग्रो करेंगे। तो अब क्या हुआ, आपने डिफरेंट फेजेस पे डिफरेंट प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करी और डिफरेंट ट्रीटमेंट दे के फिर एक्सपेरिमेंट करा। फिर दोबारा जो प्रॉब्लम अराइज हुई उस प्रॉब्लम का फिर आपने सोल्यूशन ढूंढा, फिर उनको ट्रीटमेंट दिया, फिर उसका रिजल्ट आपने लिया। तो ये क्या हुआ, मल्टी फेज पे आप प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर करके उसका सोल्यूशन ढूंढ के उसको अप्लाई कर रहे हो और फाइनली आप एक अच्छा प्रोडक्ट ले रहे हो। अब समझ आया मल्टी स्टेज, मल्टी फेज?
Yes, ma'am. And yes, ma'am. One more question. How is the sampling frame different from the target population?
Target population is just knowing the unit on which you are going to do the study. But as far as sampling frame is concerned, sampling frame is list of those units. For example, आपने रिसर्च करनी है टीचर्स पे, तो पंजाब के टीचर्स लेने हैं, तो जो पंजाब के टीचर्स, दैट इज योर population. Is that clear? Is that clear? This is your population. As per your objective of the study, you have to conduct research on teachers of Punjab. तो सारे पंजाब के टीचर्स, अगर 2 लाख टीचर्स हैं तो 2 लाख टीचर्स इज योर पॉपुलेशन. ओके, नाउ व्हाट इज सैम्पलिंग फ्रेम? अब 2 लाख टीचर की लिस्ट कहां से मिलेगी? आपने क्या करना है, आपको 2 लाख टीचर्स नहीं चाहिए, आपको पंजाब में से 4 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के टीचर चाहिए। तो आप 4 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के टीचर, उन डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के डीओ से टीचर्स की लिस्ट लोगे, और वो जो 4 लिस्टें होंगी, दैट विल बी योर सैम्पलिंग फ्रेम. हो गया क्लियर?
That means the sample would be picked up from the sampling frame itself.
हाँ, yes. Sample will be taken up from the sampling frame.
Though we are covering the Punjab itself, then also.
Even then, you will have to take the list. So definition of sampling frame is, it is the list of population from where you are going to draw the sample.
And do we need to specify the districts also?
If it is the demand of your research proposal.
We have specified the sampling frame. So in this case, do we need to specify Punjab or its district itself?
No, it depends what type of, what is the objective of your research. If the objective of your research is to get the teachers from these 4 districts, then the sampling frame will be the list of teachers from these 4 districts. But if you will say the whole population of Punjab, it means you are going to study whole of the population, which is not feasible. which is not accessible here. So you will have to take the sample. So from where you are going to take the sample, you make that list. So that list is the sampling frame.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, ji.
मैम देन टारगेट पॉपुलेशन ये कैसे डिफरेंस है सैम्पलिंग फ्रेम से?
टारगेट पॉपुलेशन तो वही है ना जो आपका, जो मैंने स्टार्टिंग में बोला कि जो आपका पर्पस ऑफ रिसर्च है, जो उसमें आपने किस पे रिसर्च करनी है, दोज यूनिट्स आर योर टारगेट पॉपुलेशन.
ओके ओके.
इंडिविजुअल्स पे करनी है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस पे करनी है, बच्चों पे करनी है, टीचर्स पे करनी है, कोई
ओके.
हाँ, दैट इज योर टारगेट.
बीएड स्टूडेंट पे करनी है तो बीएड स्टूडेंट का टारगेट
पॉपुलेशन. यस प्लीज.
दैट मीन्स मैम टारगेट पॉपुलेशन होगा बीएड स्टूडेंट या जिस पे करनी है. पॉपुलेशन हो गया जैसे अगर हरियाणा के गुरुग्राम में करना है, गुरुग्राम के जितनी भी कॉलेजेस है बीएड के वो सभी पॉपुलेशन में आएंगे. और सैम्पलिंग फ्रेम हो गया कि गुरुग्राम के जस्ट
सैम्पलिंग फ्रेम होगा गुरुग्राम के टीचरों की लिस्ट. और हाँ, पॉपुलेशन होगी पूरी स्टेट के,
पूरे स्टेट के कॉलेजेस.
हाँ जी. यस, और कुछ पूछना? एक सैम्पलिंग टाइप में भूल गई आपको, नॉन प्रोबेबिलिटी सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक में इंसिडेंटल सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक.
यस मैम, एक्सीडेंटल इंसिडेंटल कुछ.
हाँ, एक्सीडेंटल और इंसिडेंटल सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक. एक्चुअली ये वो टेक्निक होती है कि many a times what happens that you don't go for looking out the sample which is required for your study, but by chance it comes in your way. आपको अचानक ही वो मिल जाता है, तो and you feel कि yes this can be one of my sample, तो आप उसको ले लेते हो. So that type of sampling technique is called incidental or accidental sampling technique.
हेलो.
हाँ जी
मैम
बोलिए.
मेरा आपसे ये प्रश्न है कि जैसे मान लीजिए कि हमने सैंपल साइज लिया 200 गर्ल्स और 200 बॉयज, 400 उसमें हमारे स्टूडेंट हमने ऐड किए.
आपकी आवाज थोड़ी क्लियर नहीं है, दोबारा बोलना.
मैम 200 गर्ल्स और 200 बॉयज में हमने डेटा कलेक्ट किया.
ओके.
बाद गाइड के थ्रू हमें ऐसी कोई इमरजेंसी उसमें पता चलती है बाद में कि हमको 300 का 400 का डेटा कलेक्ट करना है.
हाँ.
तो उसमें ऐड करने के लिए हम क्या करेंगे मैम?
ये तो
हम 400 का डेटा कलेक्ट पहले कर चुके हैं, उस पर हाइपोथेसिस भी लगा चुके हैं.
अच्छा, मेरी बात सुनिए. पहली बात तो ये है कि जब हम रिसर्च पढ़ते हैं तो उसमें रिसर्च प्रोसेस पढ़ते हैं. जब रिसर्च प्रोसेस पढ़ते हैं तो उसमें जब हम मेथड एंड प्रोसीजर की बात करते हैं तो मेथड एंड प्रोसीजर में प्रपोजल में हम सोच के प्लान करके ये डिसाइड करते हैं कि हमें कितना डाटा लेना है. तो जब वो प्रपोजल में ये फाइनल डिसीजन हो जाता है कि इतना डाटा लेना है, तो हमें एक्चुअल जब हम रिसर्च करते हैं तो उतना ही डाटा लेते हैं. ये नहीं है कि एंड में आके आपको बढ़ाना है, कम तो हो सकता है किसी वजह से, पर इंक्रीज नहीं करना.
क्लियर है मैम जो आप बता रहे हैं, बट मेरे साथ में ऐसा हुआ था कि जो सेकेंडरी लेवल के जो स्टूडेंट्स थे, तो उसमें क्या है कि अपन 6 to 8 मेंशन किए गए थे. मुझे 9 to 8 10th बाद में ऐड करने के लिए बोले गए थे. तो उस कंडीशन में मुझे दोबारा डाटा कलेक्शन करने के लिए स्कूलों में जाना था.
वो होता ही नहीं है, वो गलत है तरीका. अगर आपने 400 का डाटा लेना है तो आपको 400 का एक्चुअल फील्ड में 300 का मिला, तो कोई बात नहीं, आप वहां पे लिमिटेशंस ऑफ योर स्टडी जब लिखते हो वहां लिख सकते हो कि ये रीजन था कि मेरा डाटा मैंने इतना लेना था बट इतना कम हुआ। बट ये नहीं कह सकते कि मेरी प्रपोजल में 400 का था तो मैंने बीच में 400 का कलेक्ट करने के बाद आपको लगा कि अब 500 का करना है तो 100 और का करने लग जाओ। ये नहीं होता, उल्टी सीढ़ी नहीं चढ़ते।
ओके, थैंक यू मैम।
But ma'am, in actuality, when the results are not being, means the results are not coming, the
result will always come.
No, it is generally suggested that the sample size should be increased.
वो तो आपने जब सैंपल साइज प्रपोजल के टाइम डिसाइड करना है वहां सोचना है कि मेरे रिजल्ट अच्छे आए इसलिए व्हाट शुड बी द सैंपल साइज। z इज इक्वल टू x माइनस एम ओवर सिग्मा वाला फॉर्मूला लगाओगे आप और देखोगे कि मेरी पॉपुलेशन कितनी है, मेरा कितना सैंपल साइज चाहिए, फिर आप देखोगे कि 0.01 पे कितना चाहिए, 0.05 पे कितना चाहिए। अगर ये सारा सिस्टमेटिकली आप एनालिसिस करोगे कि मेरी कोरेशनल स्टडी है मुझे कितना चाहिए, मेरा सर्वे है कितना चाहिए, मेरी केस स्टडी कितना चाहिए, अगर आपकी प्रपोजल स्ट्रांग होगी तो आपको ये बाद वाली प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं आएंगी। इसीलिए बार बार हम लोग कहते हैं कि प्रपोजल बनाने में आप चाहे 1 साल लगा दो, बट इफ योर प्रपोजल इज स्ट्रांग तो बाद में आपको काम करना बहुत आसान हो जाता है। हाँ जी, आई होप दिस इज क्लियर टू एवरीवन।
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, one more question, but it is not related to sampling.
जी बोलिए।
Ma'am, generally in the synopsis, it is stated that we should write the research problem and the need of the research. But I'm not getting the point. What makes the difference between the two?
Need of the research.
Yes, ma'am. The need of the study and the research problem. Because problem itself is giving the need to solve it, no?
नहीं, रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम जो होती है ना, दैट यू राइट इन द फॉर्म ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट दैट दिस इज द रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम। और नीड जो होती है दैट यू डिराइव इट फ्रॉम द गैप इन रिसर्चेस which have already been conducted. For example, when you review the literature and from the literature you come to know that these are the research gaps. So from those research gaps you identify the need. I hope this is clear.
And the need itself is the problem. That
is why you frame your problem from the gap, from the need which you have explored.
Can you just give an example so that it becomes little clear to me?
For example, you want to study that old people, how these old people they use their leisure time, or which are the leisure time activities of senior citizens. For example, this is your problem. So what you will be doing, you will be going through different literature and you will try to find out that what type of work related to senior citizens have already been conducted. So you will check that health status they have covered. A lot of researches have been conducted related to health status of senior citizen. A lot of researches have been conducted to consider the financial problems of senior citizens. But no study has been conducted, or very few studies have been conducted on say religious activities of senior citizens. Say after retirement they go for different types of religious activities. So what is the gap? The gap is you will identify that no study has been conducted on their recreational activities of senior citizens. No study has been conducted on physical activities in which they are involved No study has been conducted on, say, entertainment activities of senior citizens. No study has been conducted on social activities of the senior citizens. So these are the research gaps. So when you will make your statement, then you will mention there that your study will focus on all these different types of activities of senior citizens. So this is just an example. Likewise, you can take up any problem, any area of study, and you will find out the research gaps, and then accordingly you will prepare your own statement. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Professor S.K. Bhava, from such informative and interactive session, because all we are learner in the field of research. It is very important aspects for us to know about the selection of appropriate sampling techniques for research. Through for the research session, use us clear the concept of non-probability techniques. I am also thankful to you, faculty members and participants, for keeping this session. Now, thank you so much, everyone. Now, tea break, 10 minutes, 3 p.m. Next session start.
Can
Thank
I
you,
ask
all
a
of
question,
you.
ma'am?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, I have a question related to the sampling techniques.
Yes.
For example, my student is working on identification of factors which is responsible in failuring the financial or accounting subject in higher institution.
Okay.
Most of the time we have like observed many students, they are lacking with the practical subject and facing these issues. Sometimes it's come from the instructor, sometimes it's come from the resources, sometimes it's come from the students itself. So we want to identify these factors which is responsible in failuring these technical courses or specifically financial and accounting practical course. So what kind of probability techniques should I use? I should go for the non-probability and then I sort it out with the cluster. How can I proceed with it? Because I have numerous number of institutions. First of all, maybe 32 institutions I have taken. Then after I have chosen only the undergrads students. And in
From how
undergrad,
many institutions?
32.
32 institutions. Okay.
And then I have undergrads in all 32 institutions. It's around more than 34,000 students altogether. And then after I have levels, 4 levels. These are 4 level of the in the courses. So I want to choose only the specialized, which is the 3rd level and 4th level in undergrads. So in that case, what should I do? Means how I should choose the probability technique and which technique is appropriate for me now?
First, you tell me that you want to identify the factors for failure in this particular course.
Yes.
Now, just I want to ask you, number one, whether you want to identify the factors, maybe 10, 20, 30 factors you may identify. Number one. Number two, you have already identified the factors and you want to verify that these are the factors for failure.
No,
So
no,
what
doctor.
is your objective?
I want to explore the factor, then I can confirm later. But as of now, in this stage, I want to explore
If
this.
you have to explore the factor, then you will have to use non-probability sampling technique. After exploring the factors, when you will be verifying those factors, then you will be using probability sampling technique.
Okay. Any specific and known probability that I can take?
That depends upon your objectives. Because in detail, I can only tell you after knowing your objectives and hypothesis.
Okay. It would be okay if I can send you email and ask you, doctor.
Okay. No
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam, you are mute. Okay. Oh, can we start the next session? We will call our next resource person. So let me start the next technical session of this workshop. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Resource person is there. So good afternoon to all the participants. Today, I, Dr. Reena, on the behalf of ITTR BPSMB, welcome our today resource person, Professor Rishi Palji. Professor Pal is a very renowned and popular personality in the field of education. He is also associated as visiting professor with the different universities of the India. He has also authored many books and articles in the different newspaper and the magazines. He has also published more than 40 research papers in different reputed national and international journals. He has conducted more than 100 training programs for the faculty and managers and the students. He is presently on the panel of member of PWDUIPD New Delhi. List of achievements of Professor Paul is so long, so I don't take more time. I again welcome to you, sir, for this technical session. Professor Rishi Palji. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Thank you, sir.
I was on a call and because of that. And thank you very much for introducing me, for giving such an elaborate introduction. And I think today there was no need of any introduction. Yesterday, I have been taking one of the session. But even then, I convey my thanks to Reena madam. And the assignment given to me is today. Bit typical, but yes, of course, it is very much important. And the area given to me is the core area of research, and majority of researchers used to avoid that area. They never try to understand that area. And I will appreciate Madam Professor Dr. Suman Dalalji that she has taken that area and she is interested to share knowledge and the skill related to that area. And I guarantee all of you, if you will understand some part of today's subject area, certainly it is going to add value in conduction of your research, in understanding of research, in practicing the research. And I know very well, I can see that there is a strength of more than 171 people on this platform, and all you are learned, all you are from various discipline areas, and all somewhere at some point of time might be involved in research. And if by the way you are not involved, you might be doing your PhDs. If you are not doing your PhD, then certainly you are going to write some research papers. And yesterday we were talking how we can initiate that, because we started with the problem identification, and I brought you to the status of problem, then problem statement, then topic, and all we discussed. And I am connecting my presentation, and then we will start. I will take just 30 to 45 seconds in connecting my presentation, and then I will start interacting. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, sir.
And I am audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. And the topic given to me is, as I told you, that for me it is very interesting, and for me, yes, this is one of the very significant topic, understanding the research tools and techniques. If you want to understand the research, then you must understand what kind of tools and techniques are necessary. If someone want to make some pottery, if someone want to prepare food, if someone want to make items from clay, or if someone want to conduct the research, among all these activities, there is need of certain tools and techniques. Tools by using which equipments, gadgets, instruments, we would be able to do that. Techniques, how those tools will be used. If you want to make pots out of clay, then you must have the wheel, then you must have technique to revolve that wheel at a fast speed. You must have certain other kind of tools which are necessary for making pots and pottery items. If you want to make food, then yes, of course, material is required. But prior to that, you need certain kind of tools. It may be fork, it may be anything, but you need that. Similarly, if you want to conduct your research, for conduction, yesterday I told you that we will develop our problem, and once problem is developed, then next part is we will go for the objective and hypothesis, and once you have finalized the objective and hypothesis, the next step is you will finalize the research methodology, and the research methodology will include 5 different components, and these 5, your research methodology must include, number 1, the research design, number 2, sampling technique, number 3, method of data collection, number 4, which statistical tool and techniques you will use, and number 5, how you will interpret the data. These 5 parts are necessary to describe your research methodology, or it is a set of 5 different activities. Only then you can conduct your research. Now, if I go through my screen, or if you will see my screen, a mechanism or strategy used for collection, manipulation, and interpretation of data. Anyone can help me in understanding that what is written on the screen? And yesterday, yes, I will appreciate everyone. It was really wonderful, interactive kind of session, and because of that, I could deliver my best. And as a result of that good deliverance, I was invited second time, and this is on recommendation of all the participants. So if you want to make this session useful for everyone, and it is not only for you, yesterday I declared that when I was interacting with all of you, it was enhancing of my knowledge also, because all in the beginning itself, I told you that all you are from different discipline area, and your knowledge is so vast. When you are sharing something, that doesn't mean that I know everything. I might not be knowing something, and when I am learning that, then it is addition to my knowledge also. So Nirmala, please go through the statement written on the screen and help me as well as all the participants to understand what is written there. Nirmala, because you have raised the hand. Nirmala Ruhil. If Nirmala is not responding, then Dr. Priyanka, you can respond. Dr. Priyanka.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm not doctorate. I'm just learner. Sir,
but there is written Dr. Priyanka Kumari.
No. Myself Priyanka Kashyap.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Actually, you are doctor or not, that is not a big thing. If you are interacting, that is big thing for me. Yes, Priyanka.
Sir, I think this is the starting of 4th chapter. After designing the research, then after we collect data and manipulate and interpret them. This is the starting of chapter 4th in thesis.
It is not necessary if, by the way, we are writing a thesis for English or literature or for archaeology, for history, Chapter may be some different chapter also, but yes, of course, whatever you have shared, that is right. It is one of a very important and compulsory and mandatory part of your research report. But I give least significance of the research report. If, by the way, your research is wonderful, then by default you would be able to write the report. So Archana is there, Dr. Samir. Any one of you can help me in understanding what is this written on the screen? And let us be quick today because we have 1.5 hours and I want to share you that all. Rohini, you want to share something?
So this is actually the procedure how we collect data. First thing is how we collect data. Like my experiment was, I'm doctorate in botany. So ओके तो मैंने अपना जो क्रॉप लगाया सर, तो मैंने उस क्रॉप में अपने किस तरह से व्हाट प्रोसीजर आई फॉलो टू टेक डाटा फ्रॉम दैट, तो वो कलेक्शन है डाटा का. उसके बाद में उसको मैंने मैनिपुलेट किया, देन सॉफ्टवेयर्स यूज किए या मैंने जो है स्टैटिस्टिकल टूल्स उसको यूज किए उनको इंटरप्रेट करने के लिए, उनसे मेरे क्या इन्फ्लुएंसेस निकले. So that is
wonderful, Roni. You have explained it wonderfully. Number one, I have used 3 concepts: collection, manipulation, and interpretation. The data collection involves 3 parts. Once, as I told you in the beginning, once you have finalized the problem, you have developed the objective and purpose of your research. You have developed, and why you have developed the objective? The objective is because we have to bring the new knowledge, and that knowledge should be a reply or solution for some problem. If we have finalized the problem, we have identified the problem, and we have identified the objective, what objectives we want to. And yesterday I told you the objective should be purposeful. Objective should not be useless, useful. And when I was explaining that data can be converted into information when meaning is given to the data. Collected data can be given meaning by manipulation in it. And what is manipulation? What was told by Rohini. Different statistical processes, procedures, techniques, and methods. Statistics is a model of mathematics. If statistics establishes something, it means its exactness cannot be challenged. If you are concluding anything on the basis of your judgment, that is a subjective approach. If you are concluding something by using the mathematical and specifically the statistical model, then it is logical, rational, and objective. Now, first one is collection, second one is manipulation in the data, and this complete process of manipulation is statistics. And yes, of course, interpretation. Interpretation is also statistics as well as process of reasoning that I'm going to explain at the end. But before that, I want to talk about subjectivity and objectivity. Anyone can help me? What is meaning of subjective and what is meaning of objective? Any one of you? Any one of you can help me in understanding the subjectivity or objectivity, or what is meaning of subjective and objective? Archana, you want to say something? Your hand is raised for the last. There is another participant, Nirmala. Nirmala, you want to share something? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
अगर रिएक्ट नहीं करोगे तो फिर कैसे सेशन चलाऊंगा? ये तो आज आप लोग पता नहीं क्यों चुप बैठे हो.
Sir, may I?
Yes, why not?
Sir, listening. Subjective means when you interpret data on the basis of your personal opinion.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful.
And
there is another participant, Suresh. You were sharing something. Please go ahead.
सर आप है ना जो भी बोल रहे हैं उनको बड़े ध्यान से सुन रहे हैं बस.
अच्छा.
लिसनिंग पावर थोड़ा सा अपडेट करनी पड़ेगी हमें. जो भी डिस्कस कर रहे हैं वो बड़े ध्यान से सुन रहे हैं सर. Please.
But I am asking, can you tell me what is subjectivity and objectivity? Suresh, thank you for that. But I
Yes.
want to know. Can you tell me? Okay, by the Suresh is not responding. Anyone else? Subjectivity, objectivity?
Sir, objectivity. Sir, may I define objectivity?
Both you can explain. Subjectivity already you have shared, and now you can tell about the objectivity.
Objectivity is when you conclude after the results you got, after experimental verification. That is something based on the facts. Facts you have observed.
Okay. Anyone else? Dr. Priyanka?
Yes, sir, same as ma'am told that subjectivity is depend on the own interest and
चलो आपको एक
personal.
एग्जांपल से समझाता हूं मैं. If I am, because I am an Indian, if someone is asking to me that POK, that Jammu Kashmir is part of, if someone is asking to me what
India,
I will say
India.
it is part of India.
Yeah.
But a person is going to Pakistan and there he is asking to the Pakistanis, Jammu Kashmir is part of what? What they will say?
Yeah.
What
India.
They will say?
India.
They will say it is part of Pakistan.
Pakistan, yes, sir.
This is subjectivity. Suppose someone is asking what is capital of India? Whether you go to America, you go to Pakistan, go to China, you go to Bhutan or any country, everyone will say that New Delhi is capital of India. This is objective. And why it is so? When anything has been established logically, rationally, in such a way that it is acceptable to everyone, then it is objective. But whenever there is possibility of self-judgment, that is subjective. If you are giving a same answer sheet to 3 different examiners, and the answers written are the long answer kind of question, or the questions are not the objective type of question. These are the long answer kind of question. Each and every 3 examiners will give different marks. This is subjective approach. When Roni was talking, when there is freedom to my personal judgment, that is subjective. And when it is pre-decided and all we accept the same, that is objective. But in research, your findings should be objective. And how findings can be made objective? I told you findings can be made objective only by what I told you, that there should be a mechanism to collect the information and data, manipulate it by using the mathematical models, specifically the statistics, and then interpreting it by using the standardized scientific method of interpretation. We will reach to the objective findings, and majority of people will accept, yes, these findings are the exact. If there is non-consensus on the findings, that those findings are the subjective findings. So after understanding the concept of objectivity and subjectivity, the very first activity in understanding the data, understanding the tools and technique is measurement. Can you tell me what is measurement? What is measurement?
Sir, it is the quantity. It is the term of quantity.
You have shared, Reena, you have shared 50%. You are 50% exactly right. Add 50%. Yes, it is quantity.
Sir, it is the process of observing and recording our data.
But measurement, Jyoti, I want to understand measurement.
Sir, quantity with value judgment.
Judging the quantum of any physical or virtual entity. Any physical or virtual entity, when you are judging, when you are measuring its worth, its quantity. Suppose you want to measure the distance between your place to Delhi. It is a quantity, physical quantity. Suppose you want to measure your body weight. You are an entity. Your weight is a quantity. You are measuring it. So measurement means, what is measurement? Daily we are using this word. What is measurement? It is physical process of finding the worth of quantity, and that quantity may be any physical quantity. So if you will go through my screen, I have written 3 different concepts: physical, tangible, substantial. Can you give example of any physical or tangible kind of measurement, or substantial? Substantial means whenever any substance, any matter is involved in that, any physical dimension is involved in. Tangible, which is feasible, which we can touch it. So the first,
like the height and weight.
Pardon?
Like height and weight, sir.
It may be any temperature, height, weight, pressure, distance. In electricity, the charge, the current. Then the degree of lightness, opaqueness, transparency. All these are the different dimensions of the physical world. Dimensions of physical world. Whenever we are measuring the dimensions of physical world, what is name of the what we will call it? The measuring instrument. Physical world and its entities, quantities, dimensions, characteristics can be measured with the help of instruments, measuring instruments. And there are certain other dimensions, dispositions, traits, characteristics, which are virtual, which are not existing physically, but yes, they are there. Can you give any example of such characteristic or such dimension which is virtual, intangible, or insubstantial? Can you give an example?
It is stress level, sir. It is stress level, sir.
Stress, intelligence, leadership, honesty, creativity, innovativeness, political capability, strategic behavior. All the human behaviors are intangible. All the human characteristics are intangible. All the different traits of human beings are intangible. But we need to measure them. And we need to measure them with the help of the tools. Now, is it clear what is instrument and what is tool?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is instrument? Whenever we are trying to measure anything physical world. And what is tool? When we are trying to measure any intangible, virtual, insubstantial entity, dimension, disposition, trait, characteristic. There is another word, scale. What is that?
Assessment, I think.
Scale.
We can assess.
Evaluation and assessment both are possible with the help of scale. But what is scale? What is difference between instrument and tool?
Instrument means the
instrument is physical, or we can touch and
लेकिन दूसरा बताइए प्रियंका, दूसरा बताइए why what is difference, basic difference between the instrument and tool? Basic difference. The difference of measuring of exactness. Whatever physical instrument, measuring instruments we have got, they are exact in their measurement, but tools are not that much exact. If you want to measure the honesty, do you have an instrument? We do not have an instrument. We have tool. Can you declare that the tool developed by you is 100% perfect? Can you declare that?
No, sir.
No, sir.
This is the basic difference between instrument and tool. अब ये पूछा जाएगा आपसे, ये क्यों पढ़ा रहा हूं मैं सारा आपको, बताओ क्यों बता रहा हूं?
All are part of quantitative and qualitative.
If you will conduct a research, you will understand. You are using a tool. Whenever you will use the instrument, on the instrument you will find written that calibration is this much of error is there. वो calibrated होगा और उसको माइनस या प्लस करके आप एग्जैक्ट वैल्यू निकाल लेंगे. बट इन द केस ऑफ टूल क्या मिलेगा आपको? क्या क्या मिलेगा?
Scale, sir.
Reliability.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Reliability, whether your tool is reliable or not. Your measuring instruments are always reliable, 100% reliable. Every time 1 meter will always measure 1 meter. Every time your thermometer will measure 1 degree as 1 degree. But your tool will not do that. It is not 100% reliable. Your measuring instrument is 100% reliable. On the basis of reliability, measuring instruments will come first, scale will come second, and tool will come third. अब ये clear हो गया आप सब लोगों को?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, what are different kind of scales? Can you tell me? Already they are displayed on your screen.
5-point scale. Yes.
Sir, nominal, ordinal,
Four
interval,
types.
Yes, sir.
ratio.
अब आपको ये समझ लग गया ना कि मेजरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स के मेजरमेंट की हमने बात क्यों की? We were talking about measurement because it is not possible to conduct a research without using the measuring instrument. And measuring instrument or scale or tool, if you want to measure anything which is virtual in nature, you need to go for scales or tools. If you want to measure, suppose you want to make a relationship between the weight and honesty of people, then weight can be measured with the help of instrument and honesty can be measured with the help of tool. But really there will be relationship or not, we do not know. We do not know. Size of head and intelligence. Size of head of people or size of brain and intelligence. Size of brain can be measured with the help of the measuring system for the circumference and all that. Whereas intelligence can be measured with the help of scale or tools. And whatever research you will conduct, accordingly you will decide that. Because of that reason, I taught you what is measurement and you should be clear about it. Now coming to the next point, that is scale of measurement. What are different kind of scales of measurement? Anyone can help me what is meaning of nominal? And let us be quick. बहुत कम लोग participate कर रहे हैं. If I go through the portal, more than 230 people are on my this session.
Nominal is related to number.
Is it related to number?
Numerical
Category.
It is
Number.
related to number. Okay, I have displayed what is nominal. Measures data by assigning the names of or numbers. Names or numbers. Can you give any example of nominal scale anywhere?
Yes.
What is
Ma'am?
that?
Yes, sir.
Sulekha.
Like we study male and female. We can give number 1 to male and 2 to female, just to identify
Sulekha,
them.
can you switch on your camera?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. कैसे हो?
मैं ठीक हूँ सर.
अरे
Sir,
wonderful
nominal
to see you. नहीं मैं बाद में बात करूँगा. It is wonderful to see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Sulekha
much.
has been my colleague, I think 10 to 15 years before, and it is really wonderful to see her on this platform. I am very happy. Okay, चलिए बताइए. Very good, Sulekha.
Actually, sir, in studies we have gender like male and female. We can give 1 to male and 2 to female. This is nominal scale to measure gender.
Wonderful. Good example. And another example is if you will see the back of any cricket team player, you will find his name written there as well as his jersey number written there. Both are nominal scales. And in nominal scale, there is no logic. It may be alphabetical, it may be number, it may be any word, it may be anything. And because of that, it is written that measure data in number of ways. There might be number of ways. Sulekha might be taking it as a number. I may be taking it as alphabetically. Some third person might be giving some other name, or it may be anything. It may be. And this is just for the purpose of recognition. And this recognition is given to the subjects or objects, to the subjects and objects. Now, two more concepts. In the beginning, we were talking about subjectivity and objectivity. Now we are talking about subject and object. What is subject? What is subject? Subject is any participant in the research being living being. Any living being will be considered as subject, whereas any non-living being part of research conduction will be object. Suppose you want to conduct your research on manufactured bulbs, then bulbs are the object. On the other hand, if you are conducting your research on monkeys, then monkeys are your subjects. This is one of the basic difference between these. So when subjects or objects are different, Sachin Tendulkar is different. Kohli is different. All the students are different. So you used to give the roll numbers. The roll numbers are the nominal scale. Is it clear? Now, the nominal scale divides the data in discrete categories. Already I have explained. And now what kind of, I am teaching you both tools and techniques. So whenever you are using the nominal scale, you can use the mode, percentage and chi-square, test, etc. आप लोगों को अच्छे से समझाता हूं. Whenever you will use nominal scales, in that case, what kind of statistical techniques can be used? It is clearly mentioned on your screen, and these kind of techniques can be used. Now coming to the second type, and the second type is ordinal scale. Now what is ordinal scale? Only one dimension is added. Now the number or alphabet or any other modality we are using for the nominal, order is also included in that. And order means either the increasing order or decreasing order, or in other sense, when rank is given, rank order, the number one perform. When you are giving roll number to the students, that is nominal scale. When you are preparing the merit list of your students who scored highest and then preparing a list, that is your ordinal scale. Is it clear? And whenever you are using that, then the statistical tools of median, percentile, rank, and Spearman rank, order, correlation, etc. will be used as technique for analysis of the data. I'm going to give all these slides to you. And if, by the way, you are completing your PhD or you are completing your research paper, certainly it is going to help you. So this is ordinal scale. Now going to the next one. The next one is the interval scale. Anyone can help me? What is interval scale?
Sir, when we divide the data in class intervals.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful. But how we will divide that? What is, what will be the criteria?
Sir, for example, if the students are scoring marks, we will classify them in class interval that students score from 10 marks to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40.
What in interval? We will start it from 0.
Frequency.
We will start it from 0.
Yeah,
and whatever minimum will be considered 0 and whatever maximum will be considered, say 100. And then from 0 to 100, this interval will be equally divided. Now, the best example is, suppose you want to develop a temperature measuring scale. So in the beginning, what people or what scientists did, they took 0 as the freezing point of water. It was just randomly, it was just abruptly 0. When water is starting freezing, that point is taken 0, and when water will start boiling, that point was taken as 100. And then this interval was divided into equal parts, and as a result of that, we could develop the thermometer from 0 to 100 degree centigrade. This is interval scale. All the characteristic of all scale: nominal scale 0 to 100, nominal order, now 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, increasing order, and last one is equally divided in intervals. So nominal scale will have only number or names, ordinal scale will have number and names as well as increasing or decreasing order, and interval scale will have the nominal, the ordinal, and the interval, all three characteristics. And for that, we can use mean, standard deviation, Pearson product, movement correlation method, are the statistical techniques to interpret the data. Now, the last one is ratio scale. Last one is the ratio scale. Now, what is this ratio scale? Anyone can help?
Sir, please tell interval scale in Hindi में.
हाँ बिल्कुल, क्यों नहीं, हिंदी में क्यों नहीं बोलेंगे आप, जोर से बोलें, हम भारत के वासी हैं, हिंदी भी बोलेंगे. तमिलियन मेरे सामने बेचारे नहीं बोल पाएंगे क्योंकि मुझे समझ नहीं लगेगा. अगर मुझे समझ आती तो मैं उनको भी मोटिवेट करता. We should be proud of our regional language, our mother tongue. That may be anything. So बताओ, सुमन बताओ.
Sir, may I?
Yes, Archana.
Sir,
ratio.
पहले सुमन को बोलने दो. अर्चना, सुमन को मैंने
इनवाइट किया. सर इंटरवल स्केल को दोबारा हिंदी में बताना सर एक बार.
इंटरवल स्केल में क्या, मैं नॉमिनल से ही बताता हूँ बेटा हिंदी में. नॉमिनल में तो नाम दे दिए, नंबर दे दिया आपने. ऑर्डिनल में क्या किया कि उनका रैंक भी आ गया. भाई पहले नंबर पे कौन था, दूसरे पे कौन था, तीसरे पे कौन था, चौथे पे कौन था, ये ऑर्डर आ गया. और इंटरवल में क्या हुआ कि वो जो ऑर्डर था वो इक्वली डिवाइड भी कर दिया. जैसे मैंने बताया कि 0 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पे पानी गर्म जमता है और 100 डिग्री पे उबलता है. अब 0 से 100 मान करके उसको भाई बराबर डिवाइड करके और फिर उसका स्केल बना लिया हमने. इसी तरह से जो मीटर है, मीटर में भाई 0 डिस्टेंस से लेकर के इतने डिस्टेंस तक को हमने एक डिस्टेंस मान लिया और फिर उसको 10 इक्वल हिस्सों में बांट दिया, वो 10 डेसीमीटर हो गया. और एक डेसीमीटर को फिर हमने 10 इक्वल हिस्सों में बांट दिया तो वो 10 सेंटीमीटर हो गया. और एक सेंटीमीटर को भी हमने 10 बराबर हिस्सों में बांट दिया तो 10 मिलीमीटर हो गया. ये हो गया इंटरवल स्केल. अब बताइए रेशियो स्केल के बारे में. रेशियो स्केल के बारे में अर्चना बोल रही थी कुछ. अर्चना.
Sir, ratio means when there is a comparison. Suppose there is a study of children that how much time they are spending on video game. तो सर 3-4 कैटेगरीज हो सकती हैं. Those who are spending less than 1 hour, those who are spending less than 2.5 hours.
आप अर्चना स्केल की बात नहीं कर रही हैं, आप कर रही हैं स्टैटिस्टिक्स की, कंपैरेटिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स की, जिसमें टी टेस्ट, जेड टेस्ट, काई स्क्वायर टेस्ट, आप उसकी बात कर रही हैं. हम बात कर रहे हैं रेशियो स्केल की. ये उसी तरह से आपका रेशियो स्केल में whatever different kind of initial scales I have told to you, that is your nominal scale, your ordinal scale, and interval scale. Your ratio scale will have the basic difference between interval scale and ratio scale is your ratio scale will have absolute 0. I told you in case of thermometer, the 0 was the freezing point of
water, freezing point of water.
But in case of absolute 0 temperature, anyone from science side? Anyone?
Sir, ratios.
Eight minute. Anyone from science side?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Who is that?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Aman, can you tell me what is absolute 0 temperature?
Sir, constant
Anyone
value,
with the-
height. Sir,
I am asking about
ideal
absolute zero
state.
temperature. What is absolute zero temperature?
Standard value.
Ideal state.
Yes, standard value. You can tell me the standard value of absolute zero.
Zero.
What is that?
Sir, जैसे height.
नहीं, मैं टेम्परेचर की बात कर रहा हूँ। कोई भी absolute
273 Kelvin, sir.
कितना? Yes.
273 degree.
273 degree Kelvin. Minus 273 degree centigrade.
Yes, sir.
Is it or not?
Yes,
so
sir.
the ratio scale will start always from the absolute zero. And why it is minus 273 degree? According to scientists, when the atomic movement inside, the electronic movement inside the atom will reach to the standstill condition, that would be considered as absolute zero with respect to the temperature.
Zero
it
energy.
It is very difficult to find out the absolute zero distance. It is very difficult. So ratio scale will start from the absolute zero, and then it will be having all the three characteristics of prior scales. And if we go through it, it will have equal units of measurement. Already I told you. Has an absolute 0 point. Already I told you. Ratio are true ratios. In case of interval, the ratio is divided by a subjective or judgmental division. But in case of
Pawan sir, please mute your microphone.
आपके घर की बात
जी
सुन रहे हैं और भी
जी सर
घर की बात घर में रखो, बंद कर लो आप, ठीक है? तो उसमें स्टैटिस्टिकल कौन सी टेक्निक लगेंगी? मीन, स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन, Pearson product movement correlation, and most of the time the ratio scale is meant for the physical science and for physical entities most of the time, but this is not 100%. Majority of time I'm talking, it is used for that. Okay, now the next is, एक बार फिर से repeat करूंगा आप सबको. We have discussed about measurement, and we have measurement, scale of measurements. ये scale of measurement हमने किस लिए बात की? Anyone can help me? Why we are trying to understand these different scales? Why?
Because of measurement, because of tools and techniques of research, your topic is that's why, no?
Why we were discussing about measurement, I already told that without measurement it is not possible to collect data.
Yes,
now,
yes, sir.
What different kind of measurement or what different kind of scales can be used for the measurement? If you will not know for your decided research which type of scale should you use, if you will not know that, then how you will conduct your research, how you will measure the data, how you will collect the data? One part. Second, it is your type of scale which will decide your statistics. Majority of researchers get confused when they have collected data. They will wander here and there which scale they should, which type of statistics they should. They will go to the guide, they will go to, and sometimes even guide is not aware about it, because guide has not given that much of time, what time you are giving to your research, and guide will be confused. So how you will come to know which type of statistics you should use for interpretation, for analysis of your data, that will be decided by what kind of scales, whether you have used the nominal scale, or you have used the ordinal scale, or you have used the interval scale or ratio scale. So whenever you will write your research methodology, in that you will mention that which kind of scale you are using, and once you will understand the scale, very easily आपका काम आसान हो जाएगा कि आपकी statistics कौन सी लगेगी इसमें. Right? Now you have decided the measuring technique, whether you want to go for the physical or tangible or substantial kind of measurement, or you are going for the intangible, virtual, or your insubstantial kind of measurement, and on the basis of that you have decided your scale, whether you want to use the nominal or ordinal or your interval or your ratio. You have decided that. Then after that you will decide your method of data collection. And what are different method of data collection? The questionnaire method, the interview method, the schedule method, the observation technique, and rating scales. All these different type of data collection methods can be used among all, starting from core scientific, technology, medical researches, which are most of the time considered as physical sciences, starting from those sciences to the social sciences, humanities, management, even among literature. If you want to conduct a study on the performance of say student, then all these kind of. Now let us talk about very first questionnaire. What is questionnaire? What is questionnaire?
By the help of this method, we can collect the data. It is in open or closed.
Priyanka, आप हमें बता रही हो method of data collection. I am asking what is. Can you tell me what is question, Priyanka? What is question?
Sir, a list of questions that
It's something that helps us to collect the information from a sample of population. Suppose I have chosen a sample of population and I want to collect some information. So I design a questionnaire for the same.
सुजाता, आपने ठीक बोला, लेकिन मैं आपसे एक बार फिर बोलूंगा, क्वेश्चन क्या है, एक बार समझाओ हमें. What is question?
The solution, the problem I am looking for answer.
Solution or
मैं तो क्वेश्चन की बात कर रहा हूँ, सोल्यूशन की तो अभी कर ही नहीं रहा हूँ. I am talking about question. What is question?
It's a method of seeking the information we need. It can be open-ended.
Wonderful, Nitya. You are great. I appreciate you. It is a communication statement for seeking certain information. When I was interacting with I'm interacting with you, I'm asking question. I am putting a verbal statement. That statement maybe, I use the word communication. Communication can be of two types. The verbal and the non-verbal. Verbal includes your oral as well as written. Your oral and written both. Whenever you are asking, you are putting an oral or verbal statement before someone to seek some information. That is question.
Sir,
is it clear?
Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir,
Yes,
may I say something? Sir, can't it be that it is an inquiry in the form of a sentence?
Of course, it is inquiry, investigation.
Right, sir.
जितनी W की फैमिली है ना, कौन कौन है W की फैमिली में बताना?
Where, how, what, why, how.
Yes. The whole W family. The whole W family is investigative. Whenever we are inquiring, investigating, whenever we are trying to seek it, some of the time we do not investigate. Just we try to seek some certain information. That is also a question. In the examination, whatever questions we are putting, these questions are not investigative in nature. These questions are for seeking information, whether student has acquired that level of knowledge capability, skill capability, or attitudinal capability, whatever is necessary for the award of qualification. So, question is a statement, or interrogative, or inquiry sort statement, conveyed to seek certain information. That is your question. And a set of such statements. अब क्वेश्चन ईयर में एक बात ध्यान से सुन लेना. You try to understand me clearly that your questionnaire can have questions and statements both. Now, what is difference between question and statement? बताइए. What is difference between question and statement?
Sir, a question will have an answer and a statement will have an opinion.
Is it opinion or something else? You are right. Question will have answer. But statement will have statement will have response.
Response, yes, yes.
Response. You will respond to the statement. Now, what is difference between the question? Can you give some examples, sir? This is question and this is statement. एक ही चीज को बताओ आप कोई भी.
In which direction sun rises? This question. And the sun rises in east.
Kamal, Roni, wonderful. And why I am doing this? When you will design your questionnaire, you have to decide whether it should not be blending of both. Either you will include the questions only, or you will include the statements. Responses. For question, there will be answer. There is one word, answer, reply, and response. Reply and response are subjective. Are you honest? There will be different. Are you beautiful? There will be different responses to that. Are you rich? There might be different responses to that. Are you intelligent? There might be different responses to that. Is your weight this much? You will answer it. You will go on the weighing scale and you will weigh yourself and you will give the exact answer. And why I am talking all that? It will depend upon your type, nature, and size of study. Whether you should go for questions, you should go for statements. In case of questions, your responses, your replies may be yes and no, right and wrong. And likewise, whereas in the statement, you can make it even Likert scale. What is Likert scale? Yes, of course. Yes, cannot say. No, not at all. So statements can be given different degrees of your agreedness or disagreedness. Is it clear now what is questionnaire? And yes, questionnaire is used for seeking the data or seeking the data. You will develop a set of questionnaire. वैसे तो एक पूरा सेशन इस पे चाहिए कि how you can develop a scale. But because I am given something different assignment and it is not possible to cover up that up into. Now questionnaire may be the semi-structured and structured. Semi-structured means half of the question are already prepared and half will be asked according to the subject. Structured means each and every subject will respond to the same set of questions or statements. Then there are different techniques of conduction of this administration of questionnaires, right? So seeking data by using the questionnaire, I have explained. Now, second one is interview. Can you tell me what is interview? Can you tell me what is interview?
Sir, it is a conversation between interview and interviewer.
It is conversation. Interview. Then what is difference between conversation and interview?
Sir, may I say?
Yes.
Sir, it is a two-way communication between two people to get some in-depth information.
सुनील कुमार जी, आप प्लीज अपना माइक म्यूट करिए। सुनील कुमार जी, सुनील कुमार यादव जी। Yes, yes, Sunita. Now you can start.
Sir, is it a two-way communication between
Yes,
two
of course, it
people
is two-way communication.
in which the one is inquiring some in-depth information or one is
In
seeking
which
some
one
in-depth
is
information.
interviewer and other one is interviewee. बहुत बढ़िया, आगे.
And the interviewer is trying to gain some in-depth information of the interview.
Yes. It may be in-depth or interview is a communication process to seek information where one part is interviewer and second part is interview. So it is again for seeking. But if we talk about interview in the research, then specifically it is process of communication between the researcher and the subjects to seek certain kind of information which will bring data for your research. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. It should be structured, sir, in interview, and in normal communication need not be structured.
The research interviews may be structured or semi-structured or unstructured. May be structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. All three types are used for conduction of the research. It would again depend upon type of your research. So interview is also one of the method of seeking information for the research. Next one is schedule. What is schedule?
Sir, may I?
Yes. आपको कोई भी ये नहीं पूछेगा may I. आप तो जैसे ही आपको पता लगता है आप start हो जाओ. May I की तो सबको permission है. In advance I am giving permission to everyone. Please.
Sir, it's just like questionnaire, but here the questionnaire, it is filled by the examiner.
By the researcher. By the researcher.
Yes, by the researcher.
The question's response is recorded. The difference between questionnaire and schedule is that the responses are recorded by the researcher. Why? Why?
Sir, maybe the person who is available and sitting in front of the researcher, and it might be that the one who is being interviewed might not be able to write the answers.
No, it is not because of that reason.
Okay, sir. Okay.
It is
Sir,
not
it's
because of
because
that
the researcher should be trained to perform their job well. They should not be subjective.
Pranjit, even it is not for
For
that
accurate.
purpose. Yes, Jaya. Yes, Jaya.
For accurate responses, sir.
Yes, this may be, but what is real reason? Why the researcher should record? Why?
Sir, to make sure all the information
Is my screen visible? Something has happened. Something has happened.
No, sir. No.
I think, sir, somebody shared the screen. That's why your screen has gone.
Please do not disturb. Please, my request to everyone. Do not do that.
Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Now, can you tell me? Okay, let me explain. What is schedule? Schedule is a questionnaire. Have you ever heard about lie detection test?
Yes,
sir.
What is done in that? Anyone from psychology?
Yes, sir. We observe the candidate by blinking of eyes with increasing heart.
Yes. When there is need to involve information seeking by asking the question, what kind of reactions and responses physically,
Okay, sir.
what kind of emotions are being, and again it will depend upon your type of research.
Okay.
So sometimes basically schedule is a blending of all three. Number one, your questionnaire, your interview, and your observation also. You will record the observation, your observation. Sometimes you will note down the verbatim. You understand what is verbatim? What particular words were used by the subject. And you will mention the subject uttered out that you are a Ghatia person, you are a Ghatia, that will be recorded. And that record will be made by the researcher. So is it clear what is schedule, what is questionnaire, what is interview?
Sir,
Can I give an example of schedule?
Yes, give.
A very, I thought it is. Sir, जैसे भी सेमिनार खत्म होते we are given Google form.
Yes.
Google form में हमारा सारी डिटेल है. We are asked questions also. We are asked about our opinion about the seminar also.
Yes.
That is a set form of question.
Questionnaire only. That is questionnaire only. When your respondent, when your subject is sitting before you and you are asking a question or you are putting a statement, they say, are you an honest person? This is question. And statement is, you say you are an honest person. Do you agree? Then what kind of response, what kind of facial expression, what kind of emotional presentation is given by the subject, that is also recorded. And sometimes even how the subject has responded, that is also recorded. And in that case, we will go for schedule. There are different kind of researches where there is need to use the schedule. Questionnaire is not sufficient to address the need of research. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Now coming to the next technique, that is observation technique.
Sir, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, sir. I have a question, a very small question.
I never get interrupted, and you are free to ask question anytime.
Sir, one thing, like, sir, I have read somewhere, but I don't remember the book from where I have read, that there is a difference between the type of the question which we write in a questionnaire and schedule is the difference is in the language in which we write, like it is written in the first person. No, sir.
Of course, you will design your, in case of questionnaire, you need to worry about emotions, you need not. You have to design your question in schedule in such a way so that, yes, of course.
Sir, that means
it will help in precipitating out the emotions. It will help in bringing the facial typical kind of, because typical kind of behavior, facial expressions, your emotional state, that speaks something or that supports certain information. So your questions will be, if you will sit beside a lie detector expert, lie detection expert, and you will see what kind of questions that person has developed, he will study the case very rigorously. And he will go into the deep of happening or the story of crime. And then only he would be able to develop the questions. So you are very much right, Sunita. I agree with you.
Sir, sir, one thing which I wanted to get cleared, sir, that मैं sir एक बात करूं अगर language के बारे में, sir, questionnaire शायद third person में लिखा जाता है और schedule first person में लिखा जाता है. Is that so?
नहीं, ऐसी नहीं बात है. It will depend upon, again it will depend upon the need of your research.
Sir, actually I read this question somewhere, like what is the difference in
maybe, but it is not necessary. It will depend. And it will also depend whether it is structured, semi-structured. By the way, it is semi-structured, means some part will be asked, and then if we have reached to certain level, after that, it will depend what is need of your research. So maybe in some of the schedule, this would be the condition, but it is not mandatory for all kind of schedules we are conducting research by using which. Is it clear?
Generally, we use first person for schedule.
Okay.
Generally. Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And now going to the next, that is observation technique. Can you tell me what is observation?
Without asking anything, sir, you are observing the behavior of other person.
It is not only behavior.
Sir,
it may be to an incidence. It may be to an event. It may be to a phenomena. It may be to a happening. It may be to some industrial working. It may be for anything. When? What is observation? What is observation?
आपके आसपास होने वाली घटनाओं को जैसे कि तैसा देखना ही सर ऑब्जर्वेशन है, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी।
देखना, सिर्फ देखना। What is difference between hearing and listening?
Hearing means you don't need to understand that. But for listening, you
Exactly,
understand.
Rashi, I will appreciate you. Whenever you are including understanding simultaneously, that is listening. Similarly, observation is not only looking, parallelly understanding. And it is not only understanding, going into the deep and understanding what is this phenomena, what has happened. Can you tell me anyone from legal studies, anyone from law area, anyone? Anyone on this panel of 212 participants from law area? Please. एक भी नहीं है क्या? कल तो था, आज नहीं है कोई भी। ये तो बड़ा,
जो होगा भी सर वो बताएगा नहीं, सोच रहे होंगे पता नहीं क्या पूछेंगे सर।
नहीं ऐसा तो मैंने कुछ नहीं पूछा। आप लोग सारी
No, no, not at all.
बता रहे हैं। अभी उन्होंने कितनी अच्छी बात बताई स्केड्यूल के बारे में, सारी तो आप सब लोगों को पता है यार, फिर भी क्यों डर रहे हो? अगर I am not a host, I am your friend, I am just a teacher.
No, not at all, sir. Actually हमें लग ही नहीं रहा कि हमें कुछ मतलब इतना अच्छा डिस्कशन चल रहा है, we can't say that हम डर रहे हैं।
लीगल वाला कौन है भाई? आगे आओ। कल तो थे,
but I am not there from that field.
मैं नाम भूल गया, नहीं तो मैं अभी कॉल ही कर लेता। कौन है लीगल से, कोई भी बताओ।
सर
डॉक्टर इन जनरल पूछता हूँ, आप लोग भी बता देंगे। ऐसा कोई टिपिकल
राजेश पालीवाल सर है,
अगर सुरेश,
डॉक्टर राजेश पालीवाल।
हाँ डॉक्टर राजेश जी, आर यू प्रेजेंट ऑन द प्लेटफॉर्म?
यस सर, एक्चुअली आई एम लॉ ग्रेजुएट, लेकिन मैंने प्रैक्टिस नहीं किया सर।
कोई नहीं, मैं भी लॉ ग्रेजुएट हूँ, मैं LLM भी हूँ और मैंने भी प्रैक्टिस नहीं किया। गया हूँ मैं कुछ दिन, मैंने मजाक किया है। मुझे सिंपली ये बताओ आप, which evidence is considered as the best evidence? Okay, मैं बताता हूँ।
Eyewitness sir.
Yes. Eyewitness is considered as the best evidence. Why? Because person has seen, understood, and observed. So in research, among all different kind of method of data collection, if researcher is personally observing the phenomena, the process, and this process may be a process of chemical reaction, that process may be a process of nuclear reaction, that process may be a social phenomena, how marriage happens, what kind of interactions are there among society. If someone is observing very keenly with a deep understanding of that, that is phenomena of observance or observation. This is is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
This is considered as one of the best method of data collection. And what are different type of observation? Direct observation and indirect observation. What is direct observation? When the researcher or his or her representative are personally observing the phenomena of research. Direct. Indirect, when CCTV camera or other gadget or machines are used for the observation. If you are conducting your study on polar bear and you have implanted n number of cameras in the vicinity of that polar bear, and there are a lot of recording, and then on the basis of those recordings, this is also observational study.
Sanjay Waj in Mahabharat, sir.
Yes, महाभारत में बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं. Good, Meenakshi. So observation, direct, indirect, and in the indirect there are different methods. In the direct, I told you either it is by the researcher or representative of researcher. And this is also one of the method of data collection, right? Now another another method is rating scale. what is rating scale? What is rating? What is rating? If you will understand rating, then immediately you will understand the rating scale.
सर फॉर एग्जांपल हम सोशियोमेट्रिक पसंद करते हैं, उसमें हम ऑड नंबर लेते हैं, एक सेंटर पॉइंट ले लिया, एक्सीलेंट, वेरी गुड, गुड, एवरेज, बिलो एवरेज, ऐसे हमने रेटिंग दे दी उसको किसी पर्सन को।
बहुत बढ़िया, लेकिन और अच्छे से कौन बताएगा रेटिंग?
IDMA की जो एक OTT प्लेटफॉर्म का एक रेटिंग होता है मूवी के नापने के लिए कि 10 में से कितने पॉइंट स्टार दिए जा रहे हैं मूवी को।
Yes. One's individual perception, sir. One's individual perception.
The very first characteristic is the individual's personal perception, personal judgment of measuring the worth, personal judgment of measuring the worth. Okay, I'm asking a question, simple question. Nowadays, elections are going on. If I am asking to all the 213 participants present on this platform, that if I ask you the performance of Yogi Sarkar in UP, and I am giving you a scale of 0 to 10, then all of you will give different opinion on that. That is your personal subjective rating of the worth for which information is sought. That is rating. If you are asked about your student, say you are asking, one of your student is there and you are asking what is level of performance of this, overall performance of this student in your class, and you are given a scale of 0 to 10. And there are 5 different teachers. All they will give their different opinion. So any opinion-based measurement of worth of any characteristic, trait, attitude, behavior, or any dimension. It may be related to the non-physical also, or non-living being also. If you want to rate the performance of your machine, if you want to rate the performance of your laptop, if you want to measure the performance of your electric bulb, so rating may be connected. So rating scale, when you are asked to express your opinion with respect to the worth of any characteristic or feature of physical, of living being or non-living being. So rating is a term applied to express opinion or judgment regarding some situation, object, or character. It may be related to anything. Clear?
Yes, sir.
And why we need rating scales? Why? Why we are...
Sir, just to check that effectivity of that person or...
That is right. That is right. Any other?
How that app is working, how that
when the exactness cannot be predicted, when exactness cannot be predicted, no one knows the exactness, no one. If I use the same question, what is level of performance of Yogi Sarkar in UP? The UP government will give 10 out of 10. But if the same question is asked from Samajwadi Party, they will give 0. Reason being, exact is not known, number one. Number two, we do not have exact criteria to measure it. In such cases, we need to go for rating scale. And why I am talking? When you will conduct your research, you will understand what type of entity you are going to measure, whether its exact is available or not. If exact is not available, then certainly, and most of the time in your social sciences, humanities, management, and other, you go for the rating kind of Likert scale or other kind of scales, 5-point scale, 3-point scale, 7-point scale, 9-point scale, and even some of the research have been conducted by using the 11-point scale, where possibility of 11 different opinions are given to the respondents. Clear?
Yes.
Now, what are different type of ratings? Numerical rating starting. You may be, as I told you, that from 0 to 10, you will give the numerical rating. Second, descriptive rating. Descriptive means you will describe very, very good, good, cannot say, bad, very bad, very, very bad. Descriptive kind. Graphic. Graphic means you will draw a line and you will ask, this is center of the line and the center is at point. You will not mention anything point. You will ask, okay, put a point on this line, which would be considered as graphical. Ranking, you will give rank. If performance is wonderful, give 1. If it is lesser than that, 2. And by this way, ranking method. And next is standard scales. The percentage, you will, how much percent of students, man-to-man scale. And last one is forced choice scale. You will put up the statement and people have to either agree to it or disagree to it. That is forced scale. So these are different types of rating scales. ये सब के सब किस लिए बताए हैं मैंने? All depending upon your type of research, you will decide whether you should go for a questionnaire method, interview method, schedule method, observation method, or rating scale method. Or you can go for a blended one, either a questionnaire method as well as interview method, or questionnaire method and the observation method, or interview method or observation method, or your schedule method and observation method, or your observation method and rating scale method. You will go for that. You will go for that. So is it clear now? Rating scale, types of rating scale. Now, there are other concepts which are very necessary to understand in measurement and scaling. The very first one is validity. Can you tell me what is validity? Can you tell me what is validity?
वैलिडिटी तो बार बार आप जज करते तो वही सेम रिजल्ट देती है सर बार बार
बार
अगर कोई बना रहे हैं
sample result is generalized to the population.
पहले आशा एक लड़की है, पहले आशा बोलेगी, फिर सोनू बोलेगी, फिर परमजीत बोलेगी. आशा पहले आप बताओ.
सर वैलिडिटी इट मींस अगर कोई टेस्ट इंटरेस्ट किसी बच्चे के इंटरेस्ट को नापने के लिए बनाया गया और वो अगर उसके इंटरेस्ट को ठीक तरीके से नाप रहा है तो इट इज वैलिड.
अपने माइक को म्यूट कीजिए.
Sunita, you want to say something?
Yes, sir.
Please mute your mic. Those who are not speaking, they will mute your mic, and those who are speaking, they will unmute their mic. And once you will complete your speaking on the mic, you will mute it. Sunita.
Sir, validity is that criteria which measures means what we exactly want to measure gives you the same thing.
Sunita ma'am, I think you have echo. Your microphone have echo problem.
I don't think so.
Hello, sir.
आप लॉगिन नहीं है दो.
Sir, validity depends on the set of rules because in some places validity may be valid or some places that validity
पहले वो आप बता रहे हैं कि whether it is valid or पहले आप मुझे validity समझाइए. अभी तक मुझे समझ नहीं लगी.
Validity
जैसे मान लीजिए हमने
Validity means
there is one participant XYZ. Shikha. Sunita, you wait. You have shared a lot. There is one participant Shikha and another participant is XYZ. The name is not XYZ, but he has written XYZ. First, XYZ with that nomenclature. Please, you share first.
Sir, I think validity
is the set of rules which qualify a thing that is valid or not.
Yes. Now, Shikha.
सर वैलिडिटीज मीन्स कि फुलफिल द पर्पस इनफैक्ट कि जिस रिसर्च के लिए जिस पर्टिकुलर कंस्ट्रक्ट को मेजर करने के लिए हमने जो टूल्स बनाया है वो टूल्स पर्टिकुलर उसी कंस्ट्रक्ट को या वेरिएबल्स को मेजर करता हो. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैंने एंजाइटी के लिए कोई टूल्स बनाया है तो एंजाइटी टूल्स measure only anxiety, not other kind of variables.
Shikha, you are
This is the
wonderful.
validity.
You are wonderful. And I am concluding here because I have only 16 minutes and I have to complete the session. You are wonderful. Validity is the characteristic of scale by virtue of which it will measure that for what it is made. If you have made a scale for honesty, if it is measuring honesty only, then it is a valid scale. If it is not measuring honesty, then it is not a valid measuring scale. So a valid scale is a scale which is measuring that dimension, that characteristic, that trait, that attitude, that behavior for what it is made. If it is measuring more than that, if it is measuring less than that, in all the cases the scale is not a valid scale. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Now what is reliability? The reliability is the characteristic which is by virtue of which your scale is repeatedly measuring the same among
consistency in result.
Yes, giving the same result among different kind of subjects. If you want to measure the honesty among women, honesty among men, honesty among children, honesty among educated, non-educated, rich, poor, all kind of people, if you are measuring that, then it is a reliable tool. Reliable means, who is your reliable friend? Your reliable friend is a friend who has been tested number of times. Every time he has proved honest, dependable, faithful. Same characteristics are with the test. A test
Hello.
which is measured
Sir,
every
मैं बताऊं?
time. Yes, Pawan. Pawan, you want to share something?
Sir, reliability means consistency of score.
हाँ वही तो बोल रहे हैं ना फिर. Every time is
जी, जी,
measuring, bringing the same
Measuring.
results, bringing the same results.
Same result.
Same results,
No
not
change
score.
in.
Not same score. It is same results. अगर कोई 10 ऑनेस्ट है तो वो 10 ही बताएगा. अगर कोई 12 है, अगर सेम रिजल्ट कर देंगे तो फिर तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी. So validity, reliability. Now coming to the objectivity. Objectivity, already I told you that if your scale is used by anyone, it is not that if you are measuring, then every time it is valid and reliable, and somebody else is measuring, then it is not coming. It means there is problem with that. It should be objective. Whosoever may be using. Whosoever may be using. Adequacy. It should be adequate. Adequate means, I told you, it should not measure lesser. It should not measure more than that particular dimension. And lastly, usability. It should be easy to use. It should be easy to use. Whatever tool, whatever measuring tool you will develop, whether it is nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio, and what different characteristics I have told you, by taking all that into, whether you have developed it into the form of questionnaire, interview, observation, or whatever it is, your data collected should be by a valid, reliable, objective, adequate, usable kind of scale. Right? Now coming to the next. And the last part of today's presentation is statistics. And statistics is considered as the technique. And what is statistics? Simply, statistics is process of collecting, presenting, describing, and interpreting the data. The process of collecting the data. Then presenting it into the form of table, graph, diagram, pie diagram, and whatever method of presenting. What is difference between collection? Collection means when you are seeking the information and recording it. That is collection. Once it is recorded, then you have got the raw data. Then that raw data is converted into a presentation. When a raw data is put up into the table, it will become more meaningful. Presentation is a process by which we can understand the data easily, and the data has become somewhat meaningful. If you are going through the raw data, it will give hardly any meaning to you. But if it is presented in the form of graph, in the form of diagram, in the form of table, that will become more meaningful. So, collection of data, presentation of data, then describing. Now this description and interpretation. Description is next with the help of descriptive statistics, and interpretation is with the help of inferential statistics. So statistics can be divided into two types. The descriptive, whenever we are trying to describe the collected data or describing any phenomena with the help of any statistical model, that is descriptive statistics, and it is used in research. In research, when yesterday also I gave you, you can have descriptive kind of research question, relationship based research question, and difference based research question, and accordingly you will use the stat. If it is descriptive kind of research question, you will go for the descriptive statistics, and if you have the relationship based or difference based, then you will go for inferential statistics. And let us understand what is descriptive statistics. A data set is collection of responses or observations from a sample or entire population. Data is collected either from the sample or from population. You all understand what is sample and population?
Yes.
Yes.
What is population?
Entire set of observation for which we are doing
Not
study.
observation, entire set of the
Data.
subjects or objects included for your study.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Entire set of subjects or objects which are included in your study. Suppose you want to conduct a study on the education of girls in state of Haryana, in the district of say Yamuna Nagar, and in district you have chosen 5 villages, and your population is the student, the girls from age of 5 to 18. So among those 5 villages, whosoever girls are of age 5 to 18 is your population. And if the population size is very large, it is not possible to test each and every one. We need to go for a sample. Now, what is sample? What is sample?
Represent group of that population.
It is the random set of people taken from the population for conduction of the study. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So, what is statistics?
It means we have no,
Yes, yes.
it can be non-random, sir. Sometimes we have to.
Yes, it may be random or non-random. The sample may be random or non-random, both. You're right. So a data set is collection of responses or observation from a sample or entire population. Second part is descriptive statistics, organize, summarize, and describe. Statistics yahi kaam karti hai. Then going to the, I have given more elaboration about descriptive statistics. In quantitative research, after collecting data, the first step of statistical analysis is describe character. Whenever you want to describe a characteristic, a trait, a phenomena, a situation, an event, a concept, you need to go for the descriptive statistics. Now, what are different type of descriptive statistics? Frequency distribution. Kitni baar koi ghatna ghati, how many times something has happened, and that happening may be related to the behavior of living beings, attitude of living beings, personality of living beings, any other characteristic or trait of living beings, or a social phenomena, or a social characteristic, or a cultural event, or anything. And this next one is by measuring the central tendency. Can you help me? What is central tendency?
Sir, mean, median, mode.
Whenever you try to find out the central values related to a data set,
yes, sir,
and these central values are the mean, median, and mode. What is mean? The average value. What is median? The central value. What is mode? The most repeated number. Is it clear?
Yes,
yes, sir.
Now, measure of variability. How the data varies. dispersion, standard deviation, range, percentile. In some of the studies, you need to use these. So you need to go for the descriptive statistics of measure of variability. Then another descriptive type of statistics is whenever you are dealing with a single variable only. And when you are using two variables or multiple variables, right? So now coming to the inferential. Whenever there is need to extract an inference, can you tell me what is inference?
Conclusion.
Conclusion is the inference is?
So estimation.
Estimation.
You told relation
Ideation.
and difference questions. These are included in
Estimation to conclusion. Ideation to conclusion. So makes inferences about larger population. What is that? You have taken a very small sample and then you want to infer it on the whole population. Let us take the same example of Yamunanagar and 5 villages, and you conducted the study and you find only 10% girls are properly educated among those 5 villages. And then you want to project this finding on the whole population. This is process of making inferences, and there are certain strategies, there are certain statistical methods by using which we can draw the inferences. And that kind of statistics is inferential statistics. And in that, you need to first define the population. You need to exactly define the population. And you need to draw the representative sample. This is sampling. And lastly, you use to analyze that, incorporate the sample error. If there is any error in the sample, that should also be incorporated. Only then inferences can be made right, or inferences can be drawn. Now, what are different methods of inferential statistics? Number 1 is hypothesis testing. Number 2 is confidence intervals. And number 3 is the regression analysis. And what are those? Hypothesis testing. Hypothesis tests use sample data, answer questions like the following. Is population mean greater than or less than the particular value? That is hypothesis testing. You will develop, I told you, you will finalize the research problem, objective, and then hypothesis. And then you will collect the data, and whatever are your findings, whether those findings are matching with your hypothesis or not, that is hypothesis testing. So in inferential statistics, the very first type is hypothesis testing, and next one is confidence intervals. Up to what level you are confident, and in this your p-values, what interval, in which, up to which interval you will consider that your findings will be considered as exact. 0 to 0.05, 0 to 0.01, 0 to 0.5, and it would be declared by the researcher only. Last one is the regression analysis. Can you tell me what is correlation? What is correlation?
To what extent the two variables are related with each other? They can be negative.
Yes, wonderful. Exactly explained.
Or 0.
Yes, exactly explained. And the correlation is in between 0 to 1 and 0 to minus. And correlation may be positive and negative. Anyone can tell me what is meaning of positive correlation and negative relationship?
If both the variables are moving in the same direction, sir, it is positive.
When there is direct relationship, one is increasing, other one is also increasing. You give good diet, good health. This is the positive correlationship. This is direct relationship. There is inverse relationship also. Inverse relationship is poor education, your poor diet. Sorry, this is also. Can you give any example of the inverse relationship or negative relationship?
So we have price and demand relationship in economics. That is inverse relationship.
Yes, price and price will go high, demand will go low. Demand will go high, what will happen?
So it is a different concept.
Supply will be supply. We should increase our supply.
Supply
So
and
according to law of
demand
demand,
also.
price-
If supply will go high,
Prices will fall, sir.
yes. So whenever the variables are inversely proportional to each other, that kind of relationship is a negative relationship, and whenever
And also one, sir, zero relationship. There is no relationship between.
Maybe if from that point of view, there is poor relationship, there is mediocre relationship, there is appropriate relationship, there is strong relationship. There, and 0 to 0.25 is poor, 0.25 to 0.5, it is mediocre, and then next one is 0.5 to 0.75, it is the strong, and then profound relationship, right? So
yes, sir.
Now coming back to the question, what is difference between correlation and regression?
सब बाई कोरिलेशन हमें सिर्फ डायरेक्शन का पता चलता है वेरिएबल्स के बीच में कि एक एंड रिलेशन से ऐसा हमें रिलेशनशिप के बारे में पता चलता है कि क्या अफेक्ट कर रहा है एक वेरिएबल का दूसरे वेरिएबल पर क्या इफेक्ट है
महिमा, wonderful. The correlation tells us about the relationship only, but regression told us about the cause and effect relationship. Okay, I'm giving you one example. The crime rate in Delhi in summer season goes very high, and the sale of ice cream in summer season in Delhi also goes very high. Is there any relationship between cause and effect relationship between crime and the sale of ice cream?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No. And how correlation will bring that? Correlation will establish, yes, there is a relationship, but regression will find fact. So whenever you need to find out the cause and effect relationship, you will go. If you need only relationship, then you will go for correlation only. If you will go for the cause and effect relationship, then you will go for regression. अब अगर आपने, you have understood the measurement, you have understood the scales, you have understood the different method of data collection, you have understood the statistics, then lastly you need to make decision in your research. And decisions are, in the beginning I told you that I will give you strategy how you can make. Decisions are made by analytical thinking, critical thinking, lateral thinking, and deductive logic, inductive reasoning, and synthesizing. What is analytic thinking? Examining the information, collecting data or fact, and checking whether statement follows logically or there is cause and effect. Whenever in your research you want to establish a logical relationship and cause and effect relationship among two variables, this is based on the analytical thinking. ऐसा हुआ तो वो हुआ और वो होने से वो हुआ. When you are working with your existing knowledge and coming up with something new, that is analytical thinking. Critical thinking, evaluative kind of thinking, good, bad, meritorious, non-meritorious, advantageous, non-advantageous, useful, not useful. Whenever you need to extract that kind of a decision, then you will go for the critical. You will mention that. And last one is lateral thinking. Lateral thinking is when it is not traditional. It is a different way, solving problems using an indirect, creative, and different reasoning approach. That is lateral thinking. Best research is possible with the help of lateral thinking. If you are using the analytical, critical, most of the time you will come up with the already existing kind of knowledge. But if it is lateral, you are coming up with a different reasoning approach. You will create something new. Deductive logic, when you are taking number of arguments, interpreting them and reaching to the decision. अच्छा उसने ऐसा किया, उसने ऐसा किया, उसने ऐसा किया, तभी ऐसा हुआ. This is deductive. Inductive, when you are picking up a single argument and then you are extracting out number of outcomes of that. Synthesizing is a process of manipulating in your existing knowledge in such a way so that you are creating a new knowledge. Synthesis is a process which involves all the three: analytical, critical, and literal thinking. And then you are coming out. Basically, this is the basic tool of research conduction. Scientific method and theory building. Actually, time is already 4 minutes over, so I will conclude here only. If there is any question, you can ask.
Sir,
Sir, we need more classes, sir.
Lateral thinking.
बेटा ये वर्कशॉप है, इसमें जितना कराया जा सकता है ना इतना ही क्लासेस के लिए आप अपने टीचर
Sir, actually,
you have already given very elaborated study. It's wonderful to listen you.
एक्चुअली क्या है
Very fruitful work for us, sir.
रात को मेरे को सुमन मैडम का
It's like we are listening. We are sitting in a classroom. It's just
yes, sir. That's why I asked that.
नहीं, मैंने उसको क्लासरूम बनाया अभी ना, आप लोगों को जो है ना मोटिवेट करके खूब मैंने आपसे भी सीखा और आप लोगों ने भी सीखा.
सर YouTube पे अगर आपके कोई लिंक हो या आप और कहीं तो आप प्लीज
मैं आप डेवलप कर रहे हैं हम, मैं डालूंगा तो I will share my email ID. You can interact with me in case of any problem related to your research.
Sir, it would be wonderful if you give us your PPTs only.
हाँ, I am going to give these PPTs are for you only.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am told that
it's request to organizers. Sir, it's request to organizer to post these PPT in WhatsApp group.
She will share it with you, right?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Any question, any doubt?
Thank you very much.
Sir, last के 3 slides बहुत fast था sir, तो I want to know about that.
और मैंने शुरू में ही बोला था कि I will go fast today. मैंने beginning में, क्योंकि मैंने बहुत फिर भी 2 स्लाइड रह गई हैं मेरी.
Topic lengthy है sir, research tools and techniques lengthy topic.
It is very lengthy. अभी तो आपको टूल डेवलपमेंट नहीं बताया मैंने बोला उसके लिए आपका कम से कम 2-2.5 घंटे का सेशन चाहिए.
Hello.
जी मोनिका.
सर इंटरनल वैलिडिटी एंड एक्सटर्नल वैलिडिटी में डिफरेंशिएशन
बहुत बढ़िया सवाल पूछा आपने. ये बिल्कुल इंटरनल वैलिडिटी का मतलब, ये वैलिडिटी सिर्फ आपके आपका जो क्वेश्चनियर डेवलप किया है ना आपने,
जी सर,
उसके जो स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, उसके जो क्वेश्चंस हैं, उन among them if you are bringing the validity. And external validity is validity related to conduction of the test. Every time it is testing the same. That is external validity. Wonderful, okay. Monica. I will appreciate you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other question?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Actually, I am in bit hurry. My team is sitting with my examination team is sitting with me. So.
Sir, please share your email ID.
Sir, already it is with the organizers. They will. I give them. I suggest them that they will share it with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. So now I request, I convey my thanks to Professor Suman for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to interact with a strength of 250 participants from all over India. It was really worth learning for me, and it was really interactive session. I'm really very happy to interact, and I convey my thanks to Professor Suman Dalalji for giving me an opportunity twice. And I also convey my thanks to the Vice Chancellor of Bhagat University for inviting me. And yes,
Sunita ma'am, please mute yourself.
1.5 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for delivering effective and interactive session. I hope it is fruitful for all participants. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful and encouraging session. Now, would you like those Dr. Suman Dalal, Dean Faculty of Education, Chairperson of ITTR, for all the guidance, motivation, and support. I also thank you, Dr. Reena Rani, Dr. Sira Rani, convener of working, and Dr. Anub Lara and Dr. Priya Dhingra, co-convener of the working, of their hard work and dedications. I am thankful to all esteemed faculty members and participants for keeping hearing. Thank you so much, all of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
बहुत बढ़िया स्टैटिस्टिक्स करा के गया हम स्टैटिस्टिक्स
करेक्शन
भेज तो दिया मैम।
भेजे अभी देखती हूँ मेरे पास तो आया नहीं है
मैम ये आपने सीन भी कर रखा है।
अच्छा ओके क्या ठीक है अब 1 सेकंड मैं तुम्हें 1 सेकंड में कॉल बैक कर